Chapter 13, Part 1 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 13, Part 1. When Pan Skrzetuski with his cousins Stanisław and Zagloba, after a toilsome journey from the wilderness, came at last to Upita, Pan Wołodyjowski went almost white from delight, especially since he had long had no news of them. He thought that Yan was with a squadron of the king which he commanded under the hetmans in the Ukraine. Pan Michael took them in turn by the shoulders, and after he had pressed them once, he pressed them again and rubbed his hands. When they told him of their wish to serve under Radziwiłł, he rejoiced still more at the thought that they would not separate soon. "Praise God that we shall be together, old comrades of Zbaraj," said he. "A man has greater desire for war when he feels friends near him." "That was my idea," said Zagloba, "for they wanted to fly to the king. But I said, why not remember old times with Pan Michael? If God will give us such fortune as he did with Cossacks and the Tatars, we shall soon have more than one Swede on our conscience." "God inspired you with that thought," said Pan Michael. "But it is a wonder to me," added Yan, "how you know already of the war. Stanislav came to me with the last breath of his horse, and we in the same fashion rode hither, thinking that we should be first to announce the misfortune." "The tidings must have come through the Jews," said Zagloba, "for they are first to know everything, and there is such communication between them that if one sneezes in Great Poland in the morning, others will call to him in the evening from Lithuania and Ukraine, to thy health." "I know not how it was, but we heard of it 2 days ago," said Pan Michael, "and there is a fearful panic here. The first day we did not credit the news greatly, but on the second no one denied it. I will say more. Before the war came you would have said that the birds were singing about it in the air, for suddenly and without cause all began to speak of war. Our prince voevoda must also have looked for it and have known something before others, for he was rushing about like a fly in hot water, and during these last hours he has hastened to Kyedani. Levies were made at his order 2 months ago. I assembled men, as did also Sienkiewicz and a certain Kmita, the banneret of Orsha, who, as I hear, has already sent a squadron to Kyedani. Kmita was ready before the rest of us." "Michael, do you know Prince Radziwiłł well?" asked Yan. "Why should I not know him when I have passed the whole present war under his command?" "What do you know of his plans? Is he an honest man?" "He is a finished warrior. Who knows it after the death of Prince Yeremi he is not the greatest in the Commonwealth. He was defeated in the last battle, it is true, but against 18,000 he had 6,000 men. The treasurer and the voevoda of Vitebsk blame him terribly for this, saying that with small forces he rushed against such a disproportionate power to avoid sharing victory with them. God knows how it was, but he stood up manfully and did not spare his own life. And I, who saw it all, say only this, that if we had had troops and money enough, not a foot of the enemy would have left the country. So I think that he will begin at the Swedes more sharply, and will not wait for them here, but march on Livonia." "Why do you think that?" "For 2 reasons. First, because he will wish to improve his reputation, shattered a little after the battle of Tsybihova, and second, because he loves war." "That is true," said Zagloba. "I know him, for we were at school together, and I worked out his tasks for him. He was always in love with war, and therefore liked to keep company with me rather than others, for I too preferred a horse and a lance to Latin. It is certain that he is not like the voevoda of Poznan. He is surely a different kind of man altogether," said Pan Stanislav. Volodyovski inquired about everything that had taken place at Uistsie and tore his hair as he listened to the story. At last, when Pan Stanislav had finished, he said, "You are right. Our Radzivill is incapable of such deeds. He is as proud as the devil, and it seems to him that in the whole world there is not a greater family than the Radzivills. He will not endure opposition, that is true, and at the treasurer, Pan Gosiewski, an honest man, he is angry because the latter will not dance when Radzivill plays. He is displeased also with his grace the king, because he did not give him the grand baton of Lithuania soon enough. All true, as well as this, that he prefers to live in the dishonorable error of Calvinism rather than turn to the true faith, that he persecutes Catholics where he can, that he founds societies of heretics. But as recompense for this, I will swear that he would rather shed the last drop of his proud blood than sign a surrender like that at Uistsie. We shall have war to wade in, for not a scribe, but a warrior will lead us." "That's my play," said Zagloba. "I want nothing more." "Pan Opalinski is a scribe, and he showed soon what he was good for. They are the meanest of men. Let but one of them pull a quill out of a goose's tail, and he thinks straightway that he has swallowed all wisdom. He will say to others, 'Son of a such kind,' and when it comes to the sabre you cannot find him. When I was young myself, I'd put rhymes together to captivate the hearts of fair heads, and I might have made a goat's horn of Pan Kochanowski with his silly verses, but later on the soldier nature got the upper hand. I will add too," continued Volodyovski, "that the nobles will soon move hither. A crowd of people will come, if only money is not lacking, for that is most important." "In God's name, I want no general militia!" shouted Pan Stanislav. "Yan and Pan Zagloba know my sentiments already, and to you I say now that I would rather be a camp servant in a regular squadron than hetman over the entire general militia." "The people here are brave," answered Volodyovski, "and very skilful. I have an example from my own levy. I could not receive all who came, and among those whom I accepted there is not a man who has not served before. I will show you this squadron, gentlemen, and if you had not learned from me you would not know that they are not old soldiers. Every one is tempered and hammered in fire, like an old horseshoe, and stands in order like a Roman legionary. It will not be so easy for the Swedes with them as with the men of Great Poland at Uistsie." "I have hope that God will change everything," said Pan Yan. "They say that the Swedes are good soldiers, but still they have never been able to stand before our regular troops. We have beaten them always. That is a matter of trial; we have beaten them even when they were led by the greatest warrior they have ever had. In truth, I am very curious to know what they can do," answered Volodyovski; "and were it not that two other wars are now weighing on the country, I should not be angry a whit about the Swedes. We have tried the Turks, the Tatars, the Cossacks, and God knows whom we have not tried. It is well now to try the Swedes. The only trouble in the kingdom is that all the troops are occupied with the hetmans in the Ukraine. But I see already what will happen here. Prince Radzivill will leave the existing war to the treasurer and full hetman Pan Gosiewski, and will go himself at the Swedes in earnest. It will be heavy work, it is true, but we have hope that God will assist us." "Let us go then without delay to Kyedani," said Pan Stanislav. "I received an order to have the squadron ready and to appear in Kyedani myself in 3 days," answered Pan Michael. "But I must show you, gentlemen, this last order, for it is clear from it that the prince is thinking of the Swedes." When he had said this, Volodyovski unlocked a box standing on a bench under the window, took out a paper folded once, and opening it, began to read. Colonel Wołodyjowski. Gracious Sir, we have read with great delight your report that the squadron is ready and can move to the campaign at any moment. Keep it ready and alert, for such difficult times are coming as have not been yet. Therefore come yourself as quickly as possible to Kyedani, where we shall await you with impatience. If any reports come to you, believe them not till you have heard everything from our lips. We act as God himself and our conscience command, without reference to what malice and the ill will of men may invent against us. But at the same time we console ourselves with this, that times are coming in which it will be shown definitely who is a true and real friend of the house of Radziwiłł, and who even in rebus adversis is willing to serve it. Kmita, Niewiarowski, and Sienkiewicz have brought their squadrons here already. Let yours remain in Upita, for it may be needed there, and it may have to march to Podlasie under command of my cousin Prince Bogusław, who has considerable bodies of our troops under his command there. Of all this you will learn in detail from our lips. Meanwhile we confide to your loyalty the careful execution of orders and await you in Kyedani. Janusz Radziwiłł, Prince in Birża and Dubinki, Vojevoda of Vilna, Grand Hetman of Lithuania. Yes, a new war is evident from this letter, said Zagloba. And the prince's statement that he will act as God commands him means that he will fight the Swedes, added Stanislav. Still it is a wonder to me, said Pan Yan, that he writes about loyalty to his house of Radziwiłł and not to the country, which means more than the Radziwiłłs, and demands prompter rescue. That is their lordly manner, answered Wołodyjowski, though that did not please me either at first, for I too serve the country and not the Radziwiłłs. When did you receive this letter? Asked Pan Yan. This morning, and I wanted to start this afternoon. You will rest tonight after the journey. Tomorrow I shall surely return, and then we will move with the squadron wherever they command. Perhaps to Podlasie, said Zagloba. To Prince Bogusław, added Pan Stanisław. Prince Bogusław is now in Kyedani, said Wołodyjowski. He is a strange person, and do you look at him carefully. He is a great warrior and a still greater knight, but he is not a Pole to the value of a copper. He wears a foreign dress, and talks German or French altogether. You might think he was cracking nuts, might listen to him a whole hour, and not understand a thing. Prince Bogusław at Beresteczko bore himself well, said Zagloba, and brought a good number of German infantry. Those who know him more intimately do not praise him very highly, continued Wołodyjowski, for he loves only the Germans and French. It cannot be otherwise, since he was born of a German mother, the daughter of the Elector of Brandenburg, with whom his late father not only received no dowry, but since those small princes, the electors, as may be seen, have poor housekeeping, he had to pay something. But with the Radziwiłłs it is important to have a vote in the German Empire, of which they are princes, and therefore they make alliances with the Germans. Pan Sakowicz, an old client of Prince Bogusław, who made him starosta of Ośmiani, told me about this. He and Pan Niewiarowski, a colonel, were abroad with Prince Bogusław in various foreign lands, and acted always as seconds in his duels. How many has he fought? Asked Zagloba. As many as he has hairs on his head. He cut up various princes greatly and foreign counts, French and German, for they say that he is very fiery, brave, and daring, and calls a man out for the least word. Pan Stanislav was roused from his thoughtfulness and said, I too have heard of this Prince Bogusław, for it is not far from us to the elector with whom he lives continually. I have still in mind how my father said that when Prince Boguslav's father married the elector's daughter, people complained that such a great house as that of the Radzivills made an alliance with strangers. But perhaps it happened for the best. The elector, as a relative of the Radzivills, ought to be very friendly now to the Commonwealth, and on him much depends at present. What you say about their poor housekeeping is not true. It is certain, however, that if any one were to sell all the possessions of the Radzivills, he could buy with the price of them the elector and his whole principality, but the present Kurfürst Friedrich Wilhelm has saved no small amount of money, and has 20,000 very good troops with whom he might boldly meet the Swedes, which as a vassal of the Commonwealth he ought to do, if he has God in his heart and remembers all the kindness which the Commonwealth has shown his house. Will he do that? Asked Pan Yan. It would be black ingratitude and faith breaking on his part if he did otherwise, answered Pan Stanislav. It is hard to count on the gratitude of strangers, and especially of heretics, said Zagloba. I remember this Kurfürst of yours when he was still a stripling. He was always sullen. One would have said that he was listening to what the devil was whispering in his ear. When I was in Prussia with the late Koniecpolski, I told the Kurfürst that to his eyes, for he is a Lutheran, the same as the King of Sweden. God grant that they make no alliance against the Commonwealth. Do you know, Michael, said Pan Yan suddenly, I will not rest here. I will go with you to Kyedani. It is better at this season to travel in the night, for it is hot in the daytime, and I am eager to escape from uncertainty. There is resting time ahead, for surely the prince will not march tomorrow. Especially as he has given orders to keep the squadron in Upita, answered Pan Michael. You speak well, cried Zagloba. I will go too. Then we will all go together, said Pan Stanislav. We shall be in Kyedani in the morning, said Pan Michael, and on the road we can sleep sweetly in our saddles. 2 hours later, after they had eaten and drank somewhat, the knights started on their journey, and before sundown reached Krakin. On the road Pan Michael told them about the neighborhood and the famous nobles of Lauda, of Kmita, and of all that had happened during a certain time. He confessed also his love for Panna Billevich, unrequited as usual. It is well that war is near, said he. Otherwise I should have suffered greatly when I think at times that such is my misfortune, and that probably I shall die in the single state. No harm will come to you from that, said Zagloba, for it is an honorable state and pleasing to God. I have resolved to remain in it to the end of my life. Sometimes I regret that there will be no one to leave my fame and name to, for though I love Yan's children as if they were my own, still the Skshetuskis are not the Zaglobas. Ah, evil man, you have made this choice with a feeling like that of the wolf when he vowed not to kill sheep after all his teeth were gone. But that is not true, said Zagloba. It is not so long, Michael, since you and I were in Warsaw at the election. At whom were all the women looking, if not at me? Do you not remember how you used to complain that not one of them was looking at you? But if you have such a desire for the married state, then be not troubled, your turn will come too. This seeking is of no use. You will find just when you are not seeking. This is a time of war, and many good cavaliers perish every year. Only let this Swedish war continue, the girls will be alone, and we shall find them in market by the dozen. Perhaps I shall perish too, said Pan Michael. I have had enough of this battering through the world. Never shall I be able to tell you, gentlemen, what a worthy and beautiful lady Panna Billevich is. And if it were a man who had loved and petted her in the tenderest way! No! The devils had to bring this Kmita. It must be that he gave her something. It cannot be otherwise, for if he had not, surely she would not have let me go. There, look! Just beyond the hills Vodokty is visible, but there is no one in the house. She has gone God knows whither. The bear has his den, the pig his nest, but I have only this crowbait and the saddle on which I sit." "I see that she has pierced you like a thorn," said Zagloba. "True, so that when I think of myself, or when riding by I see Vodokty, I grieve still. I wanted to strike out the wedge with a wedge, and went to Pan Schilling, who has a very comely daughter. Once I saw her on the road at a distance, and she took my fancy greatly. I went to his house, and what shall I say, gentlemen? I did not find the father at home, but the daughter Panna Kahna thought that I was not Pan Wołodyjowski, but only Pan Wołodyjowski's attendant. I took the affront so to heart that I have never shown myself there again." Zagloba began to laugh. "God help you, Michael! The whole matter is this: you must find a wife of such stature as you are yourself. But where did that little rogue go to who was in attendance on Princess Vishniovetzki, and whom the late Pan Podbipienta, God light his soul, was to marry? She was just your size, a regular peach-stone, though her eyes did shine terribly." "That was Anusia Borzobohata," said Pan Yan. "We were all in love with her in our time, Michael too. God knows where she is now." "I might seek her out and comfort her," said Pan Michael. "When you mention her it grows warm around my heart. She was a most respectable girl. Ah, those old days of Lubni were pleasant, but never will they return." "They will not, for never will there be such a chief as our Prince Yeremi. A man knew that every battle will be followed by victory. Radzivill was a great warrior, but not such, and men do not serve him with such heart, for he has not that fatherly love for soldiers, and does not admit them to confidence, having something about him of the monarch, though the Vishnioveckis were not inferior to the Radzivills." "No matter," said Pan Yan. "The salvation of the country is in his hands now, and because he is ready to give his life for it, God bless him." Thus conversed the old friends, riding along in the night. They called up old questions at one time. At another they spoke of the grievous days of the present, in which 3 wars at once had rolled on the Commonwealth. Later they repeated Our Father and the Litany, and when they had finished, sleep wearied them, and they began to doze and nod on the saddles. The night was clear and warm. The stars twinkled by thousands in the sky. Dragging on at a walk, they slept sweetly till when day began to break. Pan Michael woke. "Gentlemen, open your eyes, Kyedani is inside," cried he. "What, where?" asked Zagloba. "Kyedani, where?" "Up there, the towers are visible." "A respectable sort of place," said Pan Stanislav. "Very considerable," answered Volodyovski, "and of this you will be able to convince yourselves better in the daytime." "But is this the inheritance of the prince?" "Yes, formerly it belonged to the Kishkis, from whom the father of the present prince received it as a dowry with Panna Anna Kishki, daughter of the voevoda of Vitebsk. In Oldjmudge there is not such a well-ordered place, for the Radzivills do not admit Jews save by permission to each one. The meets here are celebrated." Zagloba opened his eyes. "But do people of some politeness live here? What is that immensely great building on the eminence?" "That is the castle just built during the rule of Yanush." "Is it fortified?" "No, but it is a lordly residence." "It is not fortified, for no enemy has ever entered these regions since the time of the Knights of the Cross. That pointed steeple in the middle of the town belongs to the parish church, built by the Knights of the Cross in pagan times. Later it was given to the Calvinists, but the priest Kobylinski won it back for the Catholics through a lawsuit with Prince Krzysztof." "Praise be to God for that!" Thus conversing, they arrived near the first cottages of the suburbs. Meanwhile it grew brighter and brighter in the world, and the sun began to rise. The knights looked with curiosity at the new place, and Pan Wołodyjowski continued to speak. "This is Jew Street, in which dwell those of the Jews who have permission to be here. Following this street one comes to the market. People are up already, and beginning to come out of the houses. See a crowd of horses before the forges, and attendants not in the Radziwill colors. There must be some meeting in Kyedani. It is always full of nobles and high personages here, and sometimes they come from foreign countries, for this is the capital for heretics from Olmutz, who under the protection of the Radzivills carry on their sorcery and superstitious practices. That is the market square. See what a clock is on the town house? There is no better one to this day in Danzig. And that which looks like a church with 4 towers is a Helvetic, Calvinistic meeting house, in which every Sunday they blaspheme God, and further on the Lutheran church. You think that the townspeople are Poles or Lithuanians? Not at all. Real Germans and Scots, but more Scots. The Scots are splendid infantry, and cut terribly with battle axes. The prince has also one Scottish regiment of volunteers of Kyedani. How many wagons with packs on the market square! Surely there is some meeting. There are no inns in the town. Acquaintances stop with acquaintances, and nobles go to the castle, in which there are rooms tens of ells long, indeed for guests only. There they entertain at the prince's expense, every one honorably, even if for a year. There are people who stay there all their lives. It is a wonder to me that lightning has not burned that Calvinistic meeting house," said Zagloba. "But do you not know that that has happened? In the center between the 4 towers was a cup-shaped cupola. On a time such a lightning flash struck this cupola that nothing remained of it. In the vault underneath lies the father of Prince Boguslav Yanush, he who joined the mutiny against Sigismund III. His own haiduk laid open his skull, so that he died in vain, as he had lived in sin." "But what is that broad building which looks like a walled tent?" asked Pan Yan. "That is the paper mill founded by the prince, and at the side of it is a printing office in which heretical books are printed." "Tfu!" said Zagloba. "A pestilence on this place, where a man draws nowhere into his stomach but what is heretical. Lucifer might rule here as well as Radziwill." "Gracious sir," answered Volodyovski, "abuse not Radziwill, for perhaps the country will soon owe its salvation to him." They rode further in silence, gazing at the town and wondering at its good order, for the streets were all paved with stone, which was at that period a novelty. After they had ridden through the market square and the street of the castle, they saw on an eminence the lordly residence recently built by Prince Yanush, not fortified, it is true, but surpassing in size not only palaces but castles. The great pile was on a height, and looked on the town lying, as it were, at its feet. From both sides of the main building extended at right angles 2 lower wings, which formed a gigantic courtyard, closed in front with an iron railing fastened with long links. In the middle of the railing towered a strong walled gate. On it the arms of the Radzivills and the arms of the town of Kyedani, representing an eagle's foot with a black wing on a golden field, and at the foot a horseshoe with 3 red crosses. In front of the gate were sentries and Scottish soldiers keeping guard for show, not for defence. The hour was early, but there was movement already in the yard. For before the main building a regiment of dragoons in blue jackets and Swedish helmets was exercising. Just then the long line of men was motionless, with drawn rapiers, An officer riding in front said something to the soldiers. Around the line and farther on near the walls a number of attendants in various colors gazed at the dragoons, making remarks and giving opinions to one another. "As God is dear to me," said Pan Michael, "that is Kharlamp drilling the regiment." "How?" cried Zagloba. "Is he the same with whom you were going to fight a duel at Lipkovo?" "The very same, but since that time we have lived in close friendship." "'Tis he," said Zagloba. "I know him by his nose, which sticks out from under his helmet. It is well that visors have gone out of fashion, for that knight could not close any visor; he would need a special invention for his nose." That moment Pan Kharlamp, seeing Wołodyjowski, came to him at a trot. "How are you, Michael?" cried he. "It is well that you have come." "It is better that I meet you first. See, here is Pan Zagloba, whom you met in Lipkovo. No, before that in Siennice. And these are the Skshetuskis: Yan, captain of the king's hussars, the hero of Zbaraj." "I see, then, as God is true, the greatest knight in Poland," cried Kharlamp. "With the forehead, with the forehead!" "And this is Stanislav Skshetuski, captain of Kalisk, who comes straight from Uistsie." "From Uistsie? So you saw a terrible disgrace. We know already what has happened." "It is just because such a thing happened that I have come, hoping that nothing like it will happen in this place." "You may be certain of that. Radzivill is not Opalinski." "We said the same at Upita yesterday." "I greet you, gentlemen, most joyfully in my own name and that of the prince. The prince will be glad to see such knights, for he needs them much. Come with me to the barracks where my quarters are. You will need, of course, to change clothes and eat breakfast. I will go with you, for I have finished the drill." Pan Kharlamp hurried again to the line and commanded in a quick, clear voice, "To the left, face to the rear!" Hoofs sounded on the pavement. The line broke into two, the halves broke again till there were four parts, which began to recede with slow step in the direction of the barracks. "Good soldiers," said Skshetuski, looking with skilled eye at the regular movements of the dragoons. "Those are petty nobles and attendant boyars who serve in that arm," answered Wołodyjowski. "Oh, you could tell in a moment that they are not militia," cried Pan Stanislav. "But does Kharlamp command them?" asked Zagloba, "or am I mistaken? I remember that he served in the light horse squadron and wore silver loops." "True," answered Wołodyjowski, "but it is a couple of years since he took the dragoon regiment. He is an old soldier and trained." Meanwhile Kharlamp, having dismissed the dragoons, returned to the knights. "I beg you, gentlemen, to follow me. Over there are the barracks, beyond the castle." Half an hour later the five were sitting over a bowl of heated beer, well whitened with cream, and were talking about the impending war. "And what is to be heard here?" asked Pan Michael. "With us something new may be heard every day, for people are lost in surmises and give out new reports all the time," said Kharlamp. "But in truth the prince alone knows what is coming. He has something on his mind, for though he simulates gladness and is kind to people as never before, he is terribly thoughtful. In the night, they say, he does not sleep, but walks with heavy tread through all the chambers, talking audibly to himself, and in the daytime takes counsel for whole hours with Harasimovich." "Who is Harasimovich?" asked Wołodyjowski. "The manager from Zabludovo in Podlasie, a man of small stature, who looks as though he kept the devil under his arm, but he is a confidential agent of the prince, and probably knows all his secrets. According to my thinking, from these counsellings a terrible and vengeful war with Sweden will come, for which war we are all sighing. Meanwhile letters are flying hither from the Prince of Courland, from Hovanski, and from the Elector of Brandenburg. Some say that the prince is negotiating with Moscow to join the league against Sweden. Others say the contrary. But it seems there will be a league with no one, but a war, as I have said, with these and those. Fresh troops are coming continually. Letters are sent to nobles most faithful to the Radzivills, asking them to assemble. Every place is full of armed men. Gentlemen, whosoever they put the grain, on him will it be ground. But we shall have our hands red to the elbows, for when Radzivill moves to the field, he will not negotiate." That's it, said Zagloba, rubbing his palms. "No small amount of Swedish blood has dried on my hands, and there will be more of it in future. Not many of those old soldiers are alive yet who remember me at Putsk and Ścianna, but those who are living will never forget me." "Is Prince Boguslav here?" asked Wołodyjowski. "Of course. Besides him we expect today some great guests, for the upper chambers are made ready, and there is to be a banquet in the evening. I have my doubts, Michael, whether you will reach the prince today. He sent for me himself yesterday." "That's nothing; he is terribly occupied. Besides, I don't know whether I can speak of it to you. But in an hour everybody will know of it, therefore I will tell you. Something or another very strange is going on." "What is it? What is it?" asked Zagloba. "It must be known to you, gentlemen, that 2 days ago Pan Yudytski came, a knight of Malta, of whom you must have heard." "Of course," said Yan. "He is a great knight." Immediately after him came the full hetman and treasurer. We were greatly astonished, for it is known in what rivalry and enmity Pan Gosyevski is with our prince. Some persons were rejoiced therefore that harmony had come between the lords, and said that the Swedish invasion was the real cause of this. I thought so myself. Then yesterday the three shut themselves up in council, fastened all the doors, no one could hear what they were talking about. But Pan Krepsztul, who guarded the door, told us that their talk was terribly loud, especially the talk of Pan Gosyevski. Later the prince himself conducted them to their sleeping chambers, and in the night, imagine to yourselves," here Kharlamp lowered his voice, "guards were placed at the door of each chamber." Volodyovski sprang up from his seat. "In God's name! Impossible!" "But it is true. At the doors of each scouts are standing with muskets, and they have the order to let no one in or out under pain of death." The knights looked at one another with astonishment, and Kharlamp was no less astonished at his own words, and looked at his companions with staring eyes, as if awaiting the explanation of the riddle from them. "Does this mean that Pan Gosyevski is arrested? Has the grand hetman arrested the full hetman?" asked Zagloba. "What does this mean?" "As if I know and Yudytski such a knight. But the officers of the prince must speak with one another about it and guess such causes. Have you heard nothing?" "I asked Harasimovich last night." "What did he say?" asked Zagloba. "He would explain nothing, but he put his finger on his mouth and said, 'They are traitors.'" "How traitors?" cried Volodyovski, seizing his head. "Neither the treasurer nor Pan Yudytski is a traitor. The whole Commonwealth knows them as honorable men and patriots. At present 'tis impossible to have faith in any man," answered Pan Stanislav gloomily. "Did not Pan Opalinski pass for a Cato? Did he not reproach others with defects, with offences, with selfishness? But when it came to do something, he was the first to betray, and brought not only himself but a whole province to treason." "I will give my head for the treasurer and Pan Yudytski," cried Volodyovski. "Do not give your head for any man, Michael dear," said Zagloba. "They were not arrested without reason. There must have been some conspiracy. It cannot be otherwise. How could it be? The prince is preparing for a terrible war, and every aid is precious to him. Whom then, at such a time, can he put under arrest if not those who stand in the way of war? If this is so, if these two men have really stood in the way, Then praise be to God that Radzivill has anticipated them. They deserve to sit underground. Ah, the scoundrels! At such a time to practice tricks, communicate with the enemy, rise against the country, hinder a great warrior in his undertaking! By the Most Holy Mother, what has met them is too little, the rascals!" "These are wonders, such wonders that I cannot put them in my head," said Kharlamp. "For letting alone that they are such dignitaries, they are arrested without judgment, without a diet, without the will of the whole Commonwealth, a thing which the king himself has not the right to do." "As true as I live!" cried Pan Michael. "It is evident that the prince wants to introduce Roman customs among us," said Pan Stanislav, "and become dictator in time of war." "Let him be dictator if he will only beat the Swedes," said Zagloba. "I will be the first to vote for his dictatorship." Pan Yan fell to thinking, and after a while said, "Unless he should wish to become protector, like that English Cromwell who did not hesitate to raise his sacrilegious hand on his own king." "Nonsense! Cromwell? Cromwell was a heretic!" cried Zagloba. "But what is the prince voevoda?" asked Pan Yan, seriously. At this question all were silent, and considered the dark future for a time with fear; but Kharlamp looked angry and said, "I have served under the prince from early years, though I am little younger than he, for in the beginning when I was still a stripling he was my captain, later on he was full hetman, and now he is grand hetman. I know him better than any one here, I both love and honor him; therefore I ask you not to compare him with Cromwell, so that I may not be forced to say something which would not become me as host in this room." Here Kharlamp began to twitch his mustaches terribly, and to frown a little at Pan Yan, seeing which Volodyovski fixed on Kharlamp a cool and sharp look, as if he wished to say, "Only growl, only growl." Great Mustache took note at once, for he held Volodyovski in unusual esteem, and besides it was dangerous to get angry with him; therefore he continued in a far milder tone, "The prince is a Calvinist, but he did not reject the true faith for errors, for he was born in them. He will never become either a Cromwell, a Radzieyovski, or an Opalinski, though Kyedani had to sing through the earth. Not such is his blood, not such his stock. If he is the devil and has horns on his head," said Zagloba, "so much the better, for he will have something to gore the Swedes with. But that Pan Gosiewski and Pan Yudytski are arrested, well, well!" said Volodyovski, shaking his head. "The prince is not very amiable to guests who have confided in him." "What do you say, Michael?" answered Kharlamp. "He is amiable as he has never been in his life. He is now a real father to the knights. Think how some time ago he had always a frown on his forehead and on his lips one word, service. A man was more afraid to go near his majesty than he was to stand before the king, and now he goes every day among the lieutenants and the officers, converses, asks each one about his family, his children, his property, calls each man by name, and inquires if injustice has been done to any one in service. He, who among the highest lords will not own an equal, walked yesterday arm in arm with young Kmita. We could not believe our eyes, for though the family of Kmita is a great one, he is quite young, and likely many accusations are weighing on him. Of this you know best." I know," replied Volodyovski. "Has Kmita been here long?" "He is not here now, for he went yesterday to Czekishki for a regiment of infantry stationed there. No one is now in such favor with the prince as Kmita. When he was going away, the prince looked after him a while and said, 'That man is equal to anything, and is ready to seize the devil himself by the tail if I tell him.' We heard this with our own ears. It is true that Kmita brought a squadron that has not an equal in the whole army, men and horses like dragons." "There is no use in talking, he is a valiant soldier, and in truth ready for everything," said Pan Michael. "He performed wonders in the last campaign, till a price was set on his head, for he led volunteers and carried on war himself." End of chapter 13, part 1. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. Chapter 13, Part 2 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Weronika Ciołko. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 13, Part 2. Further conversation was interrupted by the entrance of a new figure. This was a noble about 40 years of age, small, dry, alert, wriggling like a mudfish, with a small face, very thin lips, a scant mustache, and very crooked eyes. He was dressed in a ticking coat, with such long sleeves that they covered his hands completely. When he had entered he bent double, then he straightened himself as suddenly as if moved by a spring, again he inclined with a low bow, turned his head as if he were taking it out of his own armpits, and began to speak hurriedly in a voice which recalled the squeaking of a rusty weathercock. "With the forehead, Pan Kharlamp, with the forehead! Ah, with the forehead, Pan Colonel, most abject servant!" "With the forehead, Pan Harasimovich," answered Kharlamp. "And what is your wish?" "God gave guests, distinguished guests. I came to offer my services and to inquire their rank." "Did they come to you, Pan Harasimovich?" "Certainly not to me, for I am not worthy of that, but because I take the place of the absent marshal. I have come to greet them profoundly." "It is far from you to the marshal," said Kharlamp, "for he is a personage with inherited land, while you, with permission, are under starosta of Zabludovo." "A servant of the servants of Radzivill. That is true, Pan Kharlamp, I make no denial, God preserve me therefrom. But since the prince has heard of the guests he has sent me to inquire who they are. Therefore you will answer, Pan Kharlamp, if I were even a haiduk and not the under starosta of Zabludovo." "Oh, I would answer even a monkey if he were to come with an order," said Big Nose. "Listen now, and calk these names into yourself if your head is not able to hold them. This is Pan Skshetuski, that hero of Zbaraj, and this is his cousin Stanislav." "Great God, what do I hear?" cried Harasimovich. "This is Pan Zagloba." "Great God, what do I hear?" "If you are so confused at hearing my name," said Zagloba, "I think of the confusion of the enemy in the field." "And this is Colonel Wołodyjowski," finished Kharlamp. "And he has a famous sabre, and besides is a Radzivill man," said Harasimovich with a bow. "The prince's head is splitting from labor, but still he will find time for such nights, surely he will find it. Meanwhile with what can you be served? The whole castle is at the service of such welcome guests, and the cellars as well." "We have heard of the famous meads of Kyedani," said Zagloba hurriedly. "Indeed," answered Harasimovich, "there are glorious meads in Kyedani, glorious. I will send some hither for you to choose from right away. I hope that my benefactors will stay here long." "We have come hither," said Pan Stanislav, "not to leave the side of the prince." "Praiseworthy is your intention, the more so that trying times are at hand." When he had said this, Harasimovich wriggled and became as small as if an ell had been taken from his stature. "What is to be heard?" asked Kharlamp. "Is there any news?" "The prince has not closed an eye all night, for 2 envoys have come. Evil are the tidings, increasingly evil. Karl Gustav has already entered the Commonwealth after Wittenberg. Poznan is now occupied. All Great Poland is occupied. Mazovia will be occupied soon. The Swedes are in Łowicz, right at Warsaw. Our king has fled from Warsaw, which he left undefended. Today or tomorrow the Swedes will enter. They say that the king has lost a considerable battle, that he thinks of escaping to Cracow, and thence to foreign lands to ask aid. Evil, gracious gentlemen, my benefactors! Though there are some who say that it is well, for the Swedes commit no violence, observe agreements sacredly, collect no imposts, respect liberties, do not hinder the faith. Therefore all accept the protection of Karl Gustav willingly. For our king, Yan Kazimierz, is at fault, greatly at fault. All is lost, lost for him. One would like to weep, but all is lost, lost. Why the devil do you wriggle like a mudfish going to the pot, howled Zagloba, and speak of a misfortune as if you were glad of it? Harasimovich pretended not to hear, and raising his eyes to heaven, he repeated yet a number of times, "All is lost, lost for the ages. The Commonwealth cannot stand against 3 wars. Lost. The will of God, the will of God. Our prince alone can save Lithuania." The ill-omened words had not yet ceased to sound, when Harasimovich vanished behind the door as quickly as if he had sunk through the earth, and the night sat in gloom bent by the weight of terrible thoughts. "We shall go mad!" cried Wołodyjowski at last. "You are right," said Stanislav. "God give war, what at the earliest, war in which a man does not ruin himself in thinking, nor yield his soul to despair, but fights." "We shall regret the first period of Khmyelnitski's war," said Zagloba, "for though there were defeats then, there were no traitors." "3 such terrible wars, wherein in fact there is a lack of forces for one," said Stanislav. "Not a lack of forces, but of spirit. The country is perishing through viciousness." "God grant us to live to something better," said Pan Yan gloomily. "We shall not rest till we are in the field," said Stanislav. "If we can only see this prince soon!" cried Zagloba. Their wishes were accomplished directly, for after an hour's time Harasimovich came again, with still lower bows, and with the announcement that the prince was waiting anxiously to see them. They sprang up at once, for they had already changed uniforms, and went. Harasimovich, in conducting them from the barracks, passed through the courtyard, which was full of soldiers and nobles. In some places they were conversing in crowds, evidently over the same news which the under starosta of Zabludovo had brought to the knights. On all faces were depicted lively alarm and a certain feverish expectation. Isolated groups of officers and nobles were listening to the speakers, who standing in the midst of them gesticulated violently. On the way were heard the words, "Vilna is burning! Vilna is burned! No trace of it, nor the ashes! Warsaw is taken!" "Untrue, not taken yet!" "The Swedes are in Little Poland. The people of Sieradz will resist." "They will not resist, they will follow the example of Great Poland." "Treason! Misfortune!" "O God, God! It is unknown where to put sabre or hand." Such words as these, more and more terrible, struck the ears of the knights, but they went on pushing after Harasimovich through the soldiers and nobles with difficulty. In places acquaintances greeted Wołodyjowski. "How is your health, Michael?" "'Tis evil with us, we are perishing." "With the forehead, brave colonel." "And what guests are these whom you are taking to the prince?" Pan Michael answered not, wishing to escape delay, and in this fashion they went to the main body of the castle, in which The janissaries of the prince in chain mail and gigantic white caps were on guard. In the antechamber and on the main staircase, set around with orange trees, the throng was still greater than in the courtyard. They were discussing there the arrest of Gosiewski and Yudytski, for the affair had become known, and roused the minds of men to the utmost. They were astonished and lost in surmises; they were indignant or praised the foresight of the prince, but all hoped to hear the explanation of the riddle from Radzivill himself; therefore a river of heads was flowing along the broad staircase up to the hall of audience, in which at that time the prince was to receive colonels and the most intimate nobility. Soldiers disposed along the stone banisters to see that the throng was not to dance, repeated, from moment to moment, "Slowly, gracious gentlemen, slowly!" And the crowd pushed forward or halted for a moment, when a soldier stopped the way with a halberd so that those in front might have time to enter the hall. At last the blue vaultings of the hall gleamed before the open door, and our acquaintances entered. Their glances fell first on an elevation, placed in the depth of the hall, occupied by a brilliant retinue of knights and lords in rich, many-colored dresses. In front stood an empty armchair, pushed forward beyond the others. This chair had a lofty back, ending with the gilded coronet of the prince, from beneath which flowed downward orange-colored velvet trimmed with ermine. The prince was not in the hall yet, but Harasimovich, conducting the knights without interruption, pushed through the nobility till he reached a small door concealed in the wall at the side of the elevation. There he directed them to remain, and disappeared through the door. After a while he returned with the announcement that the prince asked them to enter. The two Skshetuskis, with Zagloba and Wołodyjowski, entered a small but very well lighted room, having walls covered with letters stamped in flowers, which were gilded. The officers halted on seeing in the depth of the room, at a table covered with papers, two men conversing intently. One of them, still young, dressed in foreign fashion, wearing a wig with long locks falling to his shoulders, whispered something in the ear of his elder companion. The latter heard him with frowning brow, and nodded from time to time. So much was he occupied with the subject of the conversation that he did not turn attention at once to those who had entered. He was a man somewhat beyond 40 years, of gigantic stature and great shoulders. He wore a scarlet Polish coat, fastened at the neck with costly brooches. He had an enormous face, with features expressing pride, importance, and power. It was at once the face of an angry lion, of a warrior, and a ruler. Long pendant mustaches lent it a stern expression, and altogether in its strength and size it was as if struck out of a marble with great blows of a hammer. The brows were at that moment frowning from intense thought, but it could easily be seen that when they were frowning from anger, woe to those men and those armies on whom the thunders of that anger should fall. There was something so great in the form that it seemed to those knights that not only the room, but the whole castle was too narrow for it. In fact, their first impression had not deceived them, for sitting in their presence was Yanush Radziwill, Prince at Birj and Dębicki, voevoda of Vilna and grand hetman of Lithuania, a man so powerful and proud that in all his immense estates, in all his dignities, nay, in Jmud and in Lithuania itself, it was too narrow for him. The younger man in the long wig and foreign dress was Prince Boguslav, the cousin of Yanush. After a while he whispered something more in the ear of the hetman, and at last said audibly, "I will leave, then, my signature on the document and go." "Since it cannot be otherwise, go," said Yanush, "though I would that you remained, for it is unknown what may happen." "You have planned everything properly. Henceforth it is needful to look carefully to the cause, and now I commit you to God." "May the Lord have in care our whole house and bring it praise. Adieu, mon frère, adieu." The two princes shook hands; then Boguslav went out hurriedly, and the grand hetman turned to the visitors. "Pardon me, gentlemen, that I let you wait," said he, with a loud, deliberate voice, "but now time and attention are snatched from us on every side. I have heard your names, and rejoice in my soul that God sent me such knights in this crisis. Be seated, dear guests. Who of you is Pan Yan Skshetuski?" "I am, at the service of your highness." "Then you are a starosta. Pardon me, I forgot." "I am not a starosta," answered Yan. "How is that?" asked the prince, frowning with his two mighty brows. "They have not made you a starosta for what you did as Zbaraj?" "I have never asked for the office." "But they should have made you starosta without the asking. How is this? What do you tell me? You rewarded with nothing? Forgotten entirely? This is a wonder to me. But I am talking at random. It should astonish no man, for in these days only he is rewarded who has the back of a willow, light bending. You are not a starosta, upon my word. Thanks be to God that you have come hither, for here we have not such short memories, and no service remains unrewarded. How is it with you, worthy Colonel Wołodyjowski?" "I have earned nothing yet. Leave that to me, and now take this document drawn up in Rosieni, by which I give to you Dębicka for life. It is not a bad piece of land, and 100 ploughs go out to work there every spring. Take even that, for I cannot give more, and tell Pan Skshetuski that Radzivill does not forget his friends, nor those who give their service to the country under his leadership." "Your princely highness," stammered Pan Michael, in confusion. "Say nothing, and pardon that it is so small, but tell this gentleman that he who joins his fortune for good and ill with that of Radzivill will not perish. I am not king, but if I were, God is my witness that I would never forget such Yan Skshetuski or such a Zagloba." "That is I," said Zagloba, pushing himself forward sharply, for he had begun to be impatient that there was no mention of him. "I thought it was you, for I have been told that you were a man of advanced years. I went to school in company with your highness's worthy father, and there was such knightly impulse in him from childhood that he took me to his confidence, for I loved the lance before Latin." To Pan Stanislav, who knew Zagloba less, it was strange to hear this, since only the day before Zagloba said in Upita that he had gone to school, not with the late Prince Krzysztof, but with Yanush himself, which was unlikely, for Prince Yanush was notably younger. "Indeed," said the prince. "So then you are from Lithuania by family?" "From Lithuania," answered Zagloba without hesitation. "Then I know that you need no reward, for we Lithuanians are used to be fed with ingratitude. As God is true, if I should give you your desert, gentlemen, there would be nothing left for myself. But such is fate. We give our blood, lives, fortunes, and no one nods a head to us. Ah, 'tis hard! But as they sow, will they reap. That is what God and justice command. It is you who saw the famous Burlai and cut off 3 heads at a blow in Zbaraj?" "I slew Burlai, your highness," answered Zagloba, "for it was said that no man could stand before him. I wished therefore to show younger warriors that manhood was not extinct in the Commonwealth. But as to cutting off the 3 heads, it may be that I did that in the thick of battle, but in Zbaraj some one else did it." The prince was silent a while, then continued, "Does not that contempt pain you, gentlemen, with which they pay you?" "What is to be done, your highness, even if it is disagreeable to a man?" said Zagloba. "Well, comfort yourselves, for that must change. I am already your debtor, since you have come here, and though I am not king, still with me it will not end with promises." "Your princely highness," said Pan Yan, quickly and somewhat proudly, "we have come hither not for rewards and estates, but because the enemy has invaded the country, and we wish to go with our strength to assist it under the leadership of a famous warrior. My cousin Stanislav saw at Uistsie fear, disorder, shame, treason, and finally the enemy's triumph. Here, under a great leader and a faithful defender of our country and king, we will serve. Here not victories, not triumphs, but defeats and death await the enemy. This is why we have come to offer our service to your highness. We are soldiers, we want to fight, and are impatient for battle." "If such is your desire, you will be satisfied," answered the prince with importance. "You will not wait long, though at first we shall march on another enemy, for the ashes of Vilna demand vengeance. Today or tomorrow we shall march in that direction, and God grant will redeem the wrongs with interest. I will not detain you longer, gentlemen. You need rest, and work is burning me. But come in the evening to the hall. Maybe some proper entertainment will take place before the march, for a great number of fair heads have assembled under our protection at Kyedani before the war. Worthy Colonel Wołodyjowski, entertain these welcome guests as if in your own house. And remember that what is mine is yours. Pan Harasimovich, tell my brother nobles assembled in the hall that I will not go out, for I have not the time, and this evening they will learn everything that they wish to know. Be in good health, gentlemen, and be friends of Radzivill, for that is greatly important for him now." When he had said this, that mighty and proud lord gave his hand in turn to Zagloba, the two Skshetuskis, Volodyovski, and Kharlamp, as if to equals. His stern face grew radiant with a cordial and friendly smile, and that inaccessibleness usually surrounding him as with a dark cloud vanished completely. "That is a leader, that is a warrior," said Stanislav, when on the return they had pushed themselves through the throng of nobles assembled in the audience hall. "I would go into fire after him," cried Zagloba. "Did you notice how he had all my exploits in his memory? It will be hot for the Swedes when that lion roars, and I second him. There is not another such man in the Commonwealth, and of the former men only Prince Yeremi first and second Konispolski the father might be compared with him. That is not some mere castellan, the first of his family to sit in a senator's chair, on which he has not yet smoothed out the wrinkles of his trousers, and still turns up his nose and calls the nobles younger brothers, and gives orders right away to paint his portrait, so that while dining he may have his senatorship before him, since he has nothing to look at behind. Pan Michael, you have come to fortune. It is evident now that if a man rubs against Radzivill, he will gild at once his threadbare coat. It is easier to get promotion here, I see, than a quart of rotten pears with us. Stick your hands into the water in this place, and with closed eyes you will catch a pike. For me he is the magnet of magnets. God give you luck, Pan Michael. You are as confused as a young woman just married, but that is nothing. What is the name of your life estate? Dudkovo or something? Heathen names in this country. Throw nuts against the wall, and you will have in the writing the proper name of a village or noble. But names are nothing if the income is only good. I am terribly confused, I confess, said Pan Michael, because what you say about easy promotion is not true. More than once have I heard old soldiers charge the prince with avarice, but now unexpected favors are showered one after the other. Stick that document behind your belt, do that for me, and if any one in future complains of the thanklessness of the prince, draw it out and give it to him on the nose. You will not find a better argument. One thing I see clearly, The prince is attracting people to his person, and is forming plans for which he needs help," said Pan Yan. "But have you not heard of those plans?" asked Zagloba. "Has he not said that we have to go to avenge the ashes of Vilna? They complain that he has robbed Vilna, but he wants to show that he not only does not need other people's property, but is ready to give of his own. That is a beautiful ambition, Yan. God give us more of such senators." Conversing thus, they found themselves in the courtyard, to which every moment rolled in now divisions of mounted troops, now crowds of armed nobles, and now carriages rolled in, bringing persons from the country around, with their wives and children. Seeing this, Pan Michael drew all with him to the gate to look at those entering. "Who knows, Michael, this is your fortunate day? Maybe there is a wife for you among these nobles' daughters," said Zagloba. "Look, see, there an open carriage is approaching, and in it something white is sitting." "That is not a lady, but a man who may marry me to one," answered the swift-eyed Wołodyjowski, for from a distance he recognized the Bishop Parchevski, coming with Father Byalozor, Archdiacon of Vilna. "If they are priests, how they are visiting a Calvinist? What is to be done? When it's necessary for public affairs they must be polite." "Oh, it is crowded here! Oh, it is noisy!" cried Zagloba with delight. "A man grows rusty in the country, like an old key in a lock. Here I think of better times. I'm a rascal if I don't make love to some pretty girl to day." Zagloba's words were interrupted by the soldiers keeping guard at the gate, who rushing out from their booths stood in two ranks to salute the bishop, and he rode past, making the sign of the cross with his hand on each side, blessing the soldiers and the nobles assembled nearby. "The prince is a polite man," said Zagloba, "since he honors the bishop, though he does not recognize the supremacy of the church. God grant this to be the first step toward conversion." "Oh, nothing will come of it. Not few were the efforts of his first wife, and she accomplished nothing, only died from vexation. But why do the Scots not leave the line? It is evident that another dignitary will pass." In fact, a whole retinue of armed soldiers appeared in the distance. "Those are Ganhoff's dragoons, I know them," said Volodyovski, "but some carriages are in the middle." At that moment the drums began to rattle. "Oh, it is evident that some one greater than the Bishop of Jmud is there," cried Zagloba. "Wait, they are here already." "There are two carriages in the middle." "True. In the first sits Pan Korf, the voevoda of Venden." "Of course," cried Pan Yan. "That is an acquaintance from Zbaraj." The voevoda recognized them, and first Volodyovski, whom he had evidently seen oftener, in passing he leaned from the carriage and cried, "I greet you, gentlemen, old comrades. See, I bring guests." In the second carriage, with the arms of Prince Yanush, drawn by 4 white horses, sat 2 gentlemen of lordly mien, dressed in foreign fashion, in broad-brimmed hats, from under which the blond curls of wigs flowed to their shoulders over white lace collars. One was very portly, wore a pointed light blond beard, and mustaches bushy and turned up at the ends. The other was younger, dressed wholly in black. He had a less knightly form, but perhaps a higher office, for a gold chain glittered on his neck, with some order at the end. Apparently both were foreigners, for they looked with curiosity at the castle, the people, and the dresses. "What sort of devils?" cried Zagloba. "I do not know them, I have never seen them," answered Volodyovski. Meanwhile the carriages passed, and began to turn in the yard, so as to reach the main entrance of the castle, but the dragoons remained outside the gate. Volodyovski knew the officer leading them. "Tokarzevich!" called he. "Come to us, please." "With the forehead, worthy Colonel." "And what kind of hedgehogs are you bringing?" "Those are Swedes." "Swedes!" "Yes, and men of distinction. The portly one is Count Löwenhaupt, and the slender man is Benedict Schitta, Baron from Duderhoff." "Duderhoff?" asked Zagloba. "What do they want here?" inquired Wołodyjowski. "God knows," answered the officer. "We escorted them from Birji. Undoubtedly they have come to negotiate with our prince, for we heard in Birji that he is assembling a great army and is going to move on Livonia." "Ah, rascals! You are growing timid!" cried Zagloba. "Now you are invading Great Poland, now you are deposing the king, and now you are paying court to Radzivill, so that he should not tickle you in Livonia. Wait, you will run away to your Dunderhof till your stockings are down. We'll soon dunder with you. Long life to Radzivill!" "Long life!" repeated the nobles, standing near the gate. "Defender of the country, our shield! Against the Swedes, worthy gentlemen, against the Swedes!" A circle was formed. Every moment nobles collected from the yard, seeing which Zagloba sprang on the low guard post of the gate and began to cry, "Worthy gentlemen, listen! Whoso does not know me, to him I will say that I am that defender of Zbaraj, who with this old hand slew Burlai, the greatest hetman after Khmyelnitski. Who has not heard of Zagloba was shelling peas, it is clear, in the first period of the Cossack war, or filling hens for eggs, or herding calves, labors which I do not connect with such honorable cavaliers as you." "He is a great knight!" called numerous voices. "There is no greater in the Commonwealth. Here!" "Listen, honorable gentlemen. My old bones craved repose. Better for me to rest in the bakehouse, to eat cheese and cream, to walk in the gardens and gather apples, or putting my hands behind my back to stand over harvesters or pat a girl on the shoulder. And it is certain that for the enemy it would have been better to leave me at rest, for the Swedes and the Cossacks know that I have a very heavy hand, and God grant that my name is as well known to you, gentlemen, as to the enemy." "What kind of rooster is that crowing so loud?" asked some voice in the crowd, suddenly. "Don't interrupt! Would you were dead!" cried others. But Zagloba heard him. "Forgive that cockerel, gentlemen," said he, "for he knows not yet on which end of him is his tail, nor on which his head." The nobles burst into mighty laughter, and the confused disturber pushed quickly behind the crowd to escape the sneers which came raining on his head. "I'll return to the subject," said Zagloba. "I repeat, rest would be proper for me. But because the country is in a paroxysm, because the enemy is trampling our land, I am here, worthy gentlemen, with you to resist the enemy in the name of that mother who nourished us all. Whoso will not stand by her today, whoso will not run to save her, is not a son, but a stepson, he is unworthy of her love. I, an old man, am going, let the will of God be done. And if it comes to me to die, with my last breath will I cry, 'Against the Swedes! Brothers, against the Swedes!' Let us swear that we will not drop the sabre from our hands till we drive them out of the country." "We are ready to do that without oath!" cried numbers of voices. "We will go where our hetman the prince leads us. We will go where 'tis needful. Worthy brothers, you have seen how two stocking wearers came here in a gilded carriage. They know that there is no trifling with Radzivill. They will follow him from chamber to chamber, and kiss him on the elbows to give them peace. But the prince, worthy gentlemen, with whom I have been advising and from whom I have just returned, has assured me, in the name of all Lithuania, that there will be no negotiations, no parchments, nothing but war and war. War! War!" repeated as an echo the voices of the hearers. "But because the leader," continued Zagloba, "will begin the more boldly, the surer he is of his soldiers, let us know him, worthy gentlemen, our sentiments. And now let us go under the windows of the prince and shout, 'Down with the Swedes!' After me, worthy gentlemen." Then he sprang from the post and moved forward, and after him the crowd. They came under the very windows with an uproar increasing each moment, till at last it was mingled in one gigantic shout, "Down with the Swedes! Down with the Swedes!" Immediately Pan Korf, the voevoda of Vendeng, ran out of the antechamber, greatly confused; after him Ganhoff, and both began to restrain the nobles, quieting them, begging them to disperse. "For God's sake!" said Korf, "in the upper hall the window panes are rattling. You gentlemen do not think what an awkward time you have chosen for your shouting. How can you treat envoys with disrespect, and give an example of insubordination? Who roused you to this?" "I," said Zagloba. "Your grace, tell the prince in the name of us all, that we beg him to be firm, that we are ready to remain with him to the last drop of our blood." "I thank you, gentlemen, in the name of the hetman, I thank you, but I beg you to disperse. Consider, worthy gentlemen, by the living God, consider, that you are sinking the country. Whoso insults an envoy today renders a bare service to the Commonwealth. What do we care for envoys? We want to fight, not negotiate." "Your courage comforts me. The time for fighting will come before long, God grant very soon. Rest now before the expedition. It is time for a drink of spirits and lunch. It is bad to fight on an empty stomach." "That is true as I live!" cried Zagloba first. "True, he struck the right spot. Since the prince knows our sentiments, we have nothing to do here." And the crowd began to disperse. The greater part flowed on to rooms in which many tables were already spread. Zagloba sat at the head of one of them. Pan Korf and Colonel Ganhoff returned then to the prince, who was sitting at council with the Swedish envoys, Bishop Parchevski, Father Białozor, Pan Adam Komorowski, and Pan Aleksander Mierzejewski, a courtier of Yan Kazimierz, who was stopping for the time in Kyedani. "Who incited the tumult?" asked the prince, from whose lion-like face anger had not yet disappeared. "It was that noble who has just come here, that famous Zagloba," answered Pan Korf. "That is a brave knight," said the prince, "but he is beginning to manage me too soon." Having said this, he beckoned to Colonel Ganhoff, and whispered something in his ear. Zagloba, meanwhile, delighted with himself, went to the lower halls with solemn tread, having with him Wołodyjowski, with Yan and Stanislav Skshetuski. "Well, friends, I have barely appeared, and have roused love for the country in those nobles. It will be easier now for the prince to send off the envoys with nothing, for all he has to do is to call upon us. That will not be, I think, without reward, though it is more a question of honor with me. Why have you halted, Michael, as if turned to stone, with eyes fixed on that carriage at the gate?" "That is she!" said Wołodyjowski, with twitching mustaches. "By the living God, that is she herself!" "Who?" "Panna Billevich." "She who refused you?" "The same. Look, gentlemen, look! Might not a man wither away from regret?" "Wait a minute," said Zagloba; "we must have a closer look." Meanwhile the carriage, describing a half circle, approached the speakers. Sitting in it was a stately noble with gray mustaches, and at his side Panna Aleksandra, beautiful as ever, calm and full of dignity. Pan Michael fixed on her a complaining look and bowed low, but she did not see him in the crowd. "That is some lordly child," said Zagloba, gazing at her fine, noble features. "Too delicate for a soldier. I confess that she is a beauty, but I prefer one of such kind that for the moment you would ask, 'Is that a cannon or a woman?'" "Do you know who that is who has just passed?" asked Pan Michael of a noble standing near. "Of course," answered the noble. "That is Pan Tomasz Billevich, sword bearer of Rosiani. All here know him, for he is an old servant and friend of the Radzivills." End of chapter 13, part 2. Recording by Weronika Ciołko.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 14. The prince did not show himself to the nobles that day till evening, for he dined with the envoys and some dignitaries with whom he had held previous council. But orders had come to the colonels to have the regiments of Radzivill's guard ready, and especially the infantry under foreign officers. It smelt of powder in the air. The castle, though not fortified, was surrounded with troops as if a battle was to be fought at its walls. Men expected that the campaign would begin on the following morning at latest. Of this there were visible signs, for the countless servants of the prince were busied with packing into wagons arms, valuable implements, and the treasury of the prince. Harasimovich told the nobles that the wagons would go to Tykocin in Podlasie, for it was dangerous to leave the treasury in the undefended castle of Kyedani. Military stores were also prepared to be sent after the army. Reports went out that Gosiewski was arrested because he would not join the squadrons stationed at Troki with those of Radziwill, thus exposing the whole expedition to evident destruction. Moreover, preparations for the march, the movement of troops, the rattle of cannon drawn out of the castle arsenal, and all that turmoil which ever accompanied the first movements of military expeditions, turned attention in another direction and caused the knights to forget the arrest of Pan Gosiewski and Cavalier Yudytski. The nobles, dining in the immense lower halls attached to the castle, spoke only of the war, of the fire at Vilna, now burning 10 days, and burning with ever-growing fury, of news from Warsaw, of the advance of the Swedes, and of the Swedes themselves, against whom, as against faith-breakers attacking a neighbour in spite of treaties still valid for 6 years, hearts and minds were indignant and souls filled with rancour. News of swift advances, of the capitulation of Wistie, of the occupation of Great Poland and the large towns, of the threatened invasion of Mazovia and the inevitable capture of Warsaw, not only did not cause alarm, but on the contrary roused daring and a desire for battle. This took place since the causes of Swedish success were evident to all. Hitherto the Swedes had not met a real army once, or a real leader. Radziwill was the first warrior by profession with whom they had to measure strength, and who at the same time roused in the nobility absolute confidence in his military gifts, especially as his colonels gave assurance that they would conquer the Swedes in the open field. "Their defeat is inevitable," said Pan Stankiewicz, an old and experienced soldier. "I remember former wars, and I know that they always defended themselves in castles, in fortified camps, and in trenches. They never dared to come to the open field, for they feared cavalry greatly, and when trusting in their numbers they did not come out, they received a proper drilling. It was not victory that gave Great Poland into their hands, but treason and the imbecility of general militia." "True," said Zagloba. "The Swedish people are weak, for their land is terribly barren, and they have no bread. They grind pine cones, and of that sort of flour make ash cakes which smell of resin. Others go to the seashore and devour whatever the waves throw up, besides fighting about it as a titbit. Terrible destitution. So there are no people more greedy for their neighbours' goods. Even the Tartars have horse-flesh in plenty, but these Swedes do not see meat once a year, and are pinched with hunger unless when a good haul of fish comes." Here Zagloba turned to Stankiewicz. "Have you ever made the acquaintance of the Swedes?" "Under Prince Krzysztof, the father of the present hetman." "And I under Koniec-Polski, the father. We gave Gustavus Adolphus many crushing defeats in Prussia, and took no small number of prisoners. There I became acquainted with them through and through, and learned all their methods. Our men wondered at them not a little, but you must know that the Swedes are a people always wading in water, and having their greatest income from the sea, are divers exquisitissimi. What would you, gentlemen, say to what we made them do? We would throw one of the rascals into a hole in the ice, and he would swim out through another hole with a live herring in his mouth." "In God's name, what do you tell us? May I fall down a corpse on this spot, if with my own eyes I have not seen this done at least 100 times, as well as other wonderful customs of theirs. I remember also that as soon as they fed on Prussian bread, they did not want to go home. Pan Stankiewicz says truly that they are not sturdy soldiers. They have infantry which is so-so, but the cavalry, God pity us, for there are no horses in their country, and they cannot train themselves to riding from childhood." "Probably we shall not attack them first, but march on Vilna," said Pan Szczyt. "True. I gave that advice to the prince myself, when he asked what I thought of this matter," answered Zagloba. "But when we have finished with the others, we will go against the Swedes. The envoys upstairs must be sweating." "They are received politely," said Pan Zalenski, "but they will not affect the least thing. The best proof of that is that orders are issued to the army." Dear God, said Pan Tvarkovski, judge of Rossyeni. "How alacrity comes with danger! We were well nigh despairing when we had to do with one enemy, but now we have two." "Of course," answered Stankiewicz. "It happens not infrequently that we let ourselves be beaten until patience is lost, and then in a moment vigor and daring appear. Is it little that we have suffered, little endured? We relied on the king and the general militia of the kingdom, not counting on our own force, till we are in a dilemma. Now we must either defeat both enemies or perish completely. God will assist us. We have had enough of this delay. They have put the dagger to our throats. We too will put it to theirs. We'll show the kingdom fellows what sort of soldiers we are. There will be no Witsiye with us, as God is in heaven." In the measure of the cups, heads became heated, and warlike ardor increased. At the brink of a precipice the last effort often brings safety. This was understood by those crowds of soldiers and that nobility whom so recently Yan Kazimir had called to Grodno with despairing universals to form the general militia. Now all hearts, all minds were turned to Radziwill. All lips repeated that terrible name, which till recently had ever been coupled with victory. In fact, he had but to collect and move the scattered and rouse the strength of the country to stand at the head of a power sufficient to end both wars with victory. After dinner the colonels were summoned to the prince in the following order: Mirski, lieutenant of the armored squadron of the hetman, and after him Stankiewicz, Ganhoff, Kharlamp, Wołodyjowski, and Solohob. All soldiers wondered a little that they were asked singly, and not collectively to council. But it was a pleasant surprise, for each came out with some reward, with some evident proof of the prince's favor. In return the prince asked only loyalty and confidence, which all offered from heart and soul. The hetman asked anxiously also if Kmita had returned, and ordered that Pan Andrei's arrival be reported to him. Kmita came, but late in the evening, when the hall was lighted and the guests had begun to assemble. He went first to the barracks to change his uniform. There he found Wołodyjowski and made the acquaintance of the rest of the company. "I am uncommonly glad to see you and your famous friends," said he, shaking the hand of the little knight, "as glad as to see a brother. You may be sure of this, for I am unable to pretend. It is true that you went through my forehead in evil fashion, but you put me on my feet afterward, which I shall not forget till death. In presence of all I say that had it not been for you, I should be at this moment behind the grating. Would more such men were born! Who thinks differently is a fool, and may the devil carry me off if I will not clip his ears. Say no more. I will follow you into fire, even should I perish. Let any man come forward who does not believe me." Here Pan Andrei cast a challenging look on the officers, but no one contradicted him, for all loved and respected Pan Michael. But Zagloba said, "This is a sulphurous sort of soldier. Give him to the hangman. It seems to me that I shall have a great liking to you for the love you bear Pan Michael, for I am the man to ask first how worthy he is." "Worthier than any of us," said Kmita with his usual abruptness. Then he looked at the Skshetuskis, at Zagloba, and added, Pardon me, gentlemen, I have no wish to offend anyone, for I know that you are honorable men and great knights. Be not angry, for I wish to deserve your friendship." "There is no harm done," said Pan Yan. "What's in the heart may come to the lip. Let us embrace," cried Zagloba. "No need to say such a thing twice to me." They fell into each other's arms. Then Kmita said, "Today we must drink. It cannot be avoided." "No need to say such a thing twice to me," said Zagloba like an echo. "We'll slip away early to the barracks, and I'll make provision." Pan Michael began to twitch his mustaches greatly. "You will have no great wish to slip out," thought he, looking at Kmita, "when you see who is in the hall to-night." And he opened his mouth to tell Kmita that the sword-bearer of Rossyeni and Olenka had come, but he grew, as it were, faint at heart, and turned the conversation. "Where is your squadron?" asked he. "Here, ready for service. Harasimovich was with me, and brought an order from the prince to have the men on horseback at midnight. I asked him if we were all to march. He said not. I know not what it means. Of other officers some have the same orders, others have not. But all the foreign infantry have received it. Perhaps a part of the army will march to-night and a part in the morning," said Pan Yan. "In every case I will have a drink here with you, gentlemen. Let the squadron go on by itself. I can come up with it afterward in an hour." At that moment Harasimovich rushed in. "Sirin, great mighty banneret of Orsha!" cried he, bowing in the doorway. "What? Is there a fire? I am here," said Kmita. "To the prince, to the prince!" "Straightway, only let me put on my uniform. Boy, my coat and belt, or I'll kill thee." The boy brought the rest of the uniform in a twinkle, and a few minutes later Pan Kmita, arrayed as for a wedding, was hurrying to the prince. He was radiant, he seemed so splendid. He had a vest of silver brocade with star-shaped buttons, from which there was a gleam over his whole figure. The vest was fastened at the neck with a great sapphire. Over that a coat of blue velvet, a white belt of inestimable value, so thin that it might be drawn through a finger ring. A silver-mounted sword set with sapphires hung from the belt by silk pendants. Behind the belt was thrust the baton which indicated his office. This dress became the young knight wonderfully, and it would have been difficult in that countless throng gathered at Kyedani to find a more shapely man. Pan Michael sighed while looking at him, and when Kmita had vanished beyond the door of the barracks, he said to Zagloba, "With a fair head there is no opposing a man like that." "But take 30 years from me," answered Zagloba. When Kmita entered, the prince also was dressed, attended by 2 negroes. He was about to leave the room. The prince and Pan Andrei remained face to face. "God give you health for hurrying," said the hetman. "At the service of your highness. But the squadron?" "According to order." "The men are reliable?" "They will go into fire, to hell." "That is good. I need such men, and such as you, equal to anything. I repeat continually that on no one more than you do I count." "Your highness, my services cannot equal those of all soldiers. But if we have to march against the enemy of the country, God sees that I shall not be in the rear." "I do not diminish the services of the old," said the prince, "though there may come such perils, such grievous junctures, that the most faithful will totter. May he perish for nothing who deserts the person of your highness in danger." The prince looked quickly into the face of Kmita. "And you will not draw back?" The young knight flushed. "What do you wish to say, your princely highness? I have confessed to you all my sins, and the sum of them is such that I thank only the fatherly heart of your highness for forgiveness. But in all these sins one is not to be found, ingratitude." "Nor disloyalty. You confess to me as to a father. I not only forgave you as a father, but I came to love you as that son, whom God has not given me, for which reason it is often oppressive for me in the world. Be then a friend to me." When he had said this, the prince stretched out his hand. The young knight seized it, and without hesitation pressed it to his lips. They were both silent for a long time. Suddenly the prince fixed his eyes on the eyes of Kmita and said, "Panna Billevich is here." Kmita grew pale and began to mutter something unintelligible. "I sent for her on purpose so that the misunderstanding between you might be at an end. You will see her at once, as the mourning for her grandfather is over. Today, too, though God sees that my head is bursting from labor, I have spoken with the sword-bearer of Rossyeni." Kmita seized his head. "With what can I repay your highness? With what can I repay?" I told him emphatically that it is my will that you and she would be married, and he will not be hostile. I commanded him also to prepare the maiden for it gradually. We have time. All depends upon you, and I shall be happy if a reward from my hand goes to you. And God grant you to await many others, for you must rise high. You have offended because you are young, but you have won glory not the last in the field. And all young men are ready to follow you everywhere. As God lives, you must rise high. Small offices are not for such a family as yours. If you know, you are a relative of the Kishkis, and my mother was a Kishki, but you need sedateness. For that, marriage is the best thing. Take that maiden, if she has pleased your heart, and remember who gives her to you. Your Highness, I shall go wild, I believe. My life, my blood belongs to your Highness. What must I do to thank you? What? Tell me, command me. Return good for good. Have faith in me, have confidence that what I do for the public good. Do not fall away from me when you see the treason and desertion of others, when malice increases, when— Here the prince stopped suddenly. I swear, said Kmita with ardor, and give my word of honor to remain by the person of your Highness, my leader, father, and benefactor, to my last breath. Then Kmita looked with eyes full of fire at the prince, and was alarmed at the change which had suddenly come over him. His face was purple, the veins swollen, drops of sweat were hanging thickly on his lofty forehead, and his eyes cast an unusual gleam. "What is the matter, your Highness?" asked the knight unquietly. "Nothing, nothing." Radziwill rose, moved with hurried step to a kneeling desk, and taking from it a crucifix, said with powerful smothered voice, "Swear on this cross that you will not leave me till death." In spite of all his readiness and ardor, Kmita looked for a while at him with astonishment. "On this passion of Christ, swear!" insisted the hetman. "On this passion of Christ, I swear!" said Kmita, placing his finger on the crucifix. "Amen," said the prince with solemn voice. An echo in the lofty chamber repeated somewhere under the arch, "Amen," and a long silence followed. There was to be heard only the breathing of the powerful breast of Radziwill. Kmita did not remove from the hetman his astonished eyes. "Now you are mine," said the prince at last. "I have always belonged to your Highness," answered the young knight hastily, "but be pleased to explain to me what is passing. Why does your Highness doubt? Or does anything threaten your person? Has any treason? Have any machinations been discovered?" "The time of trial is approaching," said the prince gloomily. "And as to enemies, do you not know that Pan Gosiewski, Pan Yudytski, and the voevoda of Vityebsk would be glad to bury me in the bottom of the pit? This is the case. The enemies of my house increase, treason spreads, and public defeats threaten. Therefore, I say, the hour of trial draws near." Kmita was silent, but the last words of the prince did not dispel the darkness which had settled around his mind. And he asked himself in vain what could threaten at that moment the powerful Radziwill, for he stood at the head of greater forces than ever. In Kyedani itself and in the neighborhood there were so many troops that if the prince had such power before he marched to Shklov, the fortune of the whole war would have come out differently beyond doubt. Gosiewski and Yudytski were, it is true, ill wishers, but he had both in his hands and under guard, and as to the voevoda of Vityebsk, he was too virtuous a man, too good a citizen, to give cause for fear of any opposition or machinations from his side on the eve of a new expedition against enemies. "God knows I understand nothing," cried Kmita, being unable in general to restrain his thoughts. "You will understand all to-day," said Radziwill calmly. "Now let us go to the hall." And taking the young colonel by the arm, he turned with him toward the door. They passed from a number of rooms. From a distance out of the immense hall came the sound of the orchestra, which was brought on purpose by Prince Boguslav. They were playing a minuet, which at that time was danced at the French court. The mild tones were blended with the sound of many voices. Prince Radziwill halted and listened. "God grant," said he after a moment, "that all these guests whom I have received under my roof will not pass to my enemies to-morrow." "Your Highness," said Kmita, "I hope that there are no Swedish adherents among them." Radziwill quivered and halted suddenly. "What do you wish to say?" "Nothing, worthy prince, but that honorable soldiers are rejoicing there." "Let us go on. Time will show, and God will decide who is honorable. Let us go." At the door itself stood 20 pages, splendid lads, dressed in feathers and satin. Seeing the hetman, they formed in 2 lines. When the prince came near, he asked, Has her princely highness entered the hall?" "She has, your highness." "And the envoys?" "They are here also." "Open." Both halves of the door opened in the twinkle of an eye. A flood of light poured in and illuminated the gigantic form of the hetman, who, having behind him Kmita and the pages, went toward the elevation on which were placed chairs for the most distinguished guests. A movement began in the hall. At once all eyes were turned to the prince, and one shout was wrested from hundreds of breasts: "Long live Radzivill! Long live! Long live the hetman! Long live!" The prince bowed with head and hand, then began to greet the guests assembled on the elevation, who rose the moment he entered. Among the best known, besides the princess herself, were the two Swedish envoys, the envoy of Moscow, the voevoda of Venden, Bishop Barchevski, the priest Bielozor, Pan Komorowski, Pan Mirzyjewski, Pan Chlebovich, Starosta of Jmud, brother-in-law of the hetman, a young Pats, Colonel Ganhoff, Colonel Mirski, Weisenhoff, the envoy of the Prince of Courland, and ladies in the suite of the princess. The hetman, as was proper for a welcoming host, began by greeting the envoys, with whom he exchanged a few friendly words. Then he greeted others, and when he had finished he sat on the chair with a canopy of ermine and gazed at the hall in which shouts were still sounding: "May he live! May he be our hetman! May he live!" Kmita, hidden behind the canopy, looked also at the throng. His glance darted from face to face, seeking among them the beloved features of her who at that moment held all the soul and heart of the knight. His heart beat like a hammer. "She is here. After a while I shall see her, I shall speak to her," said he in thought, and he sought and sought with more and more eagerness, with increasing disquiet. There, beyond the feathers of a fan, some dark brows are visible, a white forehead and blond hair. That is she. Kmita held his breath as if fearing to frighten away the picture. Then the feathers moved and the face was disclosed. No, that is not Olenka, that is not that dear one, the dearest. His glance flies further, embraces charming forms, slips over feathers and satin, faces blooming like flowers, and is mistaken each moment. That is she, not she. Till at last, see, in the depth near the drapery of the window, something white is moving, and it grew dark in the eyes of the knight. That was Olenka, the dear one, the dearest. The orchestra begins to play. Again throngs pass, ladies are moving around, shapely cavaliers are glittering. But he, like one blind and deaf, sees nothing, only looks at her as eagerly as if beholding her for the first time. She seems the same Olenka from Vodokty, but also another. In that great hall and in that throng she seems, as it were, smaller, and her face more delicate, one would say childlike. You might take her all in your arms and caress her, and then again she is the same, though different. The very same features, the same sweet lips, the same lashes casting shade on her cheeks, the same forehead, clear, calm, beloved. Here memory, like lightning flashes, began to bring before the eyes of Pan Andrei that servants' hall in Vodokty, where he saw her the first time, and those quiet rooms in which they had sat together. What delight only just to remember! And the sleigh ride to Mitruny, the time that he kissed her. After that people began to estrange them, and to rouse her against him. "Thunderbolts crush it!" cried Kmita in his mind. "What have I had, and what have I lost? How near she has been, and how far she is now!" She sits there far off like a stranger. She does not even know that he is here. Wrath, but at the same time immeasurable sorrow seized Pan Andrei, sorrow for which he had no expression save a scream from his soul, but a scream that passed not his lips. "O thou Olenka!" More than once Kmita was so enraged at himself for his previous deeds that he wished to tell his own men to stretch him out and give him 100 blows, but never had he fallen into such a rage as that time when after long absence he saw her again, still more wonderful than ever, more wonderful indeed than he had imagined. At that moment he wished to torture himself, but because he was among people, in a worthy company, he only ground his teeth, and, as if wishing to give himself still greater pain, he repeated in mind, "It is good for thee thus, thou fool, good for thee." Then the sounds of the orchestra were silent again, and Pan Andrei heard the voice of the hetman, "Come with me." Kmita woke as from a dream. The prince descended from the elevation and went among the guests. On his face was a mild and kindly smile, which seemed still more to enhance the majesty of his figure. That was the same lordly man who, in his time, while receiving Queen Maria Ludwika in Nieporente, astonished, amazed, and eclipsed the French courtiers, not only by his luxury, but by the polish of his manners, the same of whom Jean Laboureur wrote with such homage in the account of his journey. This time he halted every moment before the most important matrons, the most respectable nobles and colonels, having for each of the guests some kindly word, astonishing those present by his memory and winning in a twinkle all hearts. The eyes of the guests followed him wherever he moved. Gradually he approached the sword-bearer of Rossyeni, Pan Billevich, and said, "I thank you, old friend, for having come, though I had the right to be angry. Billevice is not 100 miles from Kyedani, but you are a rara avis, rare bird, under my roof." "Your highness," answered Pan Billevich, bowing low, "he wrongs the country who occupies your time. But I was thinking to take vengeance on you by going myself to Billevice, and I think still you would have received with hospitality an old comrade of the camp." Hearing this, Pan Billevich flushed with delight, and the prince continued, Time is ever lacking, but when you give in marriage your relative, the granddaughter of the late Pan Heraclius, of course I shall come to the wedding, for I owe it to you and to her." "God grant that as early as possible," answered the sword-bearer. "Meanwhile I present to you Pan Kmita, the banneret of Orsha, of those Kmitas who were related to the Kishkis, and through the Kishkis to the Radzivills. You must have heard his name from Heraclius, for he loved the Kmitas as brothers." With the forehead, repeated the sword-bearer, who was awed somewhat by the greatness of the young cavalier's family, heralded by Radzivill himself. "I greet the sword-bearer, my benefactor, and I offer him my services," said Pan Andrei, boldly and not without a certain loftiness. "Pan Heraclius was a father and a benefactor to me, and though his work was spoiled later on, still I have not ceased to love all the Billeviches as if my own blood were flowing in them." "Especially," said the prince, placing his hand confidentially on the young man's shoulder, "since he has not ceased to love a certain Panna Billevich, of which fact he has long since informed us." "And I will repeat it before every one's face," said Kmita, with vehemence. "Quietly, quietly," said the prince. "This, you see, worthy sword-bearer, is a cavalier of sulphur and fire, therefore he has made some trouble. But because he is young and under my special protection, I hope that when we petition together we shall obtain a reversal of the sentence from that charming tribunal." "Your highness will accomplish what you like," answered Pan Billevich. "The maiden must exclaim, as that pagan priestess did to Alexander the Great, 'Who can oppose thee?' And we, like that Macedonian, will stop with that prophecy," replied the prince, smiling. "But enough of this. Conduct us now to your relative, for I shall be glad to see her. Let that work of Pan Heraclius which was spoiled be mended." "I serve your highness. There is the maiden. She is under the protection of Pani Voynilovich, our relative, but I beg pardon if she is confused, for I have not had time to forewarn her." The foresight of Pan Billevich was just. Luckily that was not the first moment in which Olenka saw Pan Andrei at the side of the hetman. She was able therefore to collect herself somewhat, but for an instant presence of mind almost left her, and she looked at the young knight as if she were looking at a spirit from the other world, and for a long time she could not believe her eyes. She had really imagined that that unfortunate was either wandering somewhere through forests without a roof above his head, deserted by all, hunted by the law, as a wild beast is hunted by man, or enclosed in a tower, gazing with despair through the iron grating on the glad world of God. The Lord alone knew what terrible pity sometimes gnawed her heart and her eyes for that lost man. God alone could count the tears which in her solitude she had poured out over his fate, so terrible, so cruel, though so deserved. But now he is in Kyedani, free, at the side of the hetman, proud, splendid, in silver brocade and in velvet, with the baton of a colonel at his belt, with head erect, with commanding, haughty, heroic face, and the grand hetman Radzivill himself places his hand confidentially on his shoulder. Marvellous and contradictory feelings interwove themselves at once in the heart of the maiden. Therefore a certain great relief, as if someone had taken a weight from her shoulders, and a certain sorrow as well that so much pity and grief had gone for naught. Also the disappointment which every honest soul feels at sight of perfect impunity for grievous offences and sins. also joy, with a feeling of personal weakness, with admiration bordering on terror, before that young hero who was able to swim out of such a whirlpool. End of chapter 14, part 1. Chapter 14, part 2 of the Deluge, volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin, Chapter 14, Part 2. Meanwhile, the prince, the sword-bearer, and Kmita had finished conversation and were drawing near. The maiden covered her eyes with her lids and raised her shoulders, as a bird does its wings when wishing to hide its head. She was certain that they were coming to her. Without looking, she saw them, felt that they were nearer and nearer, that they were before her. She was so sure of this that without raising her lids, she rose suddenly and made a deep courtesy to the prince. He was really before her, and said, "By the passion of the Lord! Now I do not wonder at this young man, for a marvellous flower has bloomed here. I greet you, my lady. I greet you with my whole heart and soul, beloved granddaughter of my Billevich. Do you know me?" "I know your highness," answered the maiden. "I should not have known you. You were still a young, unblossomed thing when I saw you last, not in this ornament in which I see you now. But raise those lashes from your eyes. As God lives, fortunate is the diver who gets such a pearl, ill-fated he who had it and lost it. Here he stands before you, so despairing, in the person of this cavalier. Do you know him?" "I know," whispered Olenka, without raising her eyes. "He is a great sinner, and I have brought him to you for confession. Impose on him what penance you like, but refuse not absolution, for despair may bring him to still greater sins." Here the prince turned to the sword-bearer and Pani Voynillovich. "Let us leave the young people, for it is not proper to be present at a confession, and also my faith forbids me." After a moment Pan Andrei and Olenka were alone. The heart beat in Olenka's bosom as the heart of a dove over which a falcon is hovering, and he too was moved. His usual boldness, impulsiveness, and self-confidence had vanished. For a long time both were silent. At last he spoke in a low, stifled voice. "You did not expect to see me, Olenka?" "I did not," whispered the maiden. "As God is true, you would be less alarmed if a Tartar were standing here near you. Fear not. See how many people are present. No harm will meet you from me. And though we were alone, you would have nothing to fear, for I have given myself an oath to respect you. Have confidence in me." For a moment she raised her eyes and looked at him. "How can I have confidence? It is true that I sinned, but that is past, and will not be repeated. When on the bed and near death, after that duel with Wołodyjowski, I said to myself, 'Thou wilt not take her by force, by the sabre, by fire, but by honorable deeds wilt thou deserve her and work out thy forgiveness. The heart in her is not of stone, and her anger will pass. She will see thy reformation and will forgive.' Therefore I swore to reform, and I will hold to my oath. God blessed me at once, for Wołodyjowski came and brought me a commission. He had the power not to give it, but he gave it. He is an honorable man. Now I need not appear before the courts, for I am under the hetman's jurisdiction. I confessed all my offences to the prince as to a father. He not only forgave me, but promised to settle everything and to defend me against the malice of men. May God bless him! I shall not be an outlaw, I shall come to harmony with people, win glory, serve the country, repair the wrongs I have committed. What will you answer? Will you not say a good word to me?" He gazed at Olenka and put his hands together, as if praying to her. "Can I believe?" "You can. As God is dear to me, it is your duty to believe. The hetman believed, and Pan Wołodyjowski too. All my acts are known to them, and they believed me. You see they did. Why should you alone have no trust in me?" "Because I have seen the result of your deeds, people's tears, and graves not yet grown over with grass." "They will be grown over, and I will moisten them with tears." "Do that first." "Give me only the hope that when I do that I shall win you. It is easy for you to say, 'Do that first.' Well, I do it. Meanwhile you have married another. May God not permit such a thing, for I should go wild. In God's name, I implore you, Olenka, to give me assurance that I shall not lose you before I come to terms with your nobles. Do you remember? You have written me of this yourself. I keep the letter, and when my soul is deeply downcast, I read it. I ask you only to tell me again that you will wait, that you will not marry another. You know that by the will I am not free to marry another. I can only take refuge in a cloister. Oh, that would be a treat for me! By the living God, mention not the cloister, for the very thought of it makes me shudder. Mention it not, Olenka, or I will fall down here at your feet, in the presence of all, and implore you not to do so. You refused Wołodyjowski, I know, for he told me himself. He urged me to win you by good deeds. But what use in them if you are to take the veil? If you tell me that virtue should be practised for its own sake, I will answer that I love you to distraction, and I will hear of nothing else. When you left Vodokty, I had barely risen from the bed, but I began to search for you. When I was enlisting my squadron, every moment was occupied. I had no time to eat food, to sleep at night, but I ceased not to seek you. I was so affected that without you there was neither life for me nor rest. I was so deeply in the toils that I lived only on sighs. At last I learned that you were in Billevice with the sword-bearer. Then, I tell you, I wrestled with the thoughts, as with a bear, to go or not to go. I dared not go, lest I should be treated to gall. I said to myself at last, I have done nothing good yet. I will not go. Finally the prince, my dear father, took pity on me and sent to invite you and your uncle to Kyedani, so that I might fill even my eyes with my love. Since we are going to the war, I do not ask you to marry me tomorrow, but if with God's favor I hear a good word from you, I shall feel easier. You, my only soul. I have no wish to die, but in battle death may strike any man, and I shall not hide behind others. Therefore 'tis your duty to forgive me as a man, before death. May God preserve you and guide you, responded the maiden in a mild voice, by which Pan Andrei knew at once that his words had produced their effect. You, my true gold, I thank you even for that. But you will not go to the cloister? I will not go yet. God bless you. And as snow melts in springtime, their mutual distrust was now melting, and they felt nearer to each other than a moment before. Their hearts were easier, and in their eyes it grew clear. But still she had promised nothing, and he had the wit to ask for nothing that time. But she felt herself that it was not right for her to close the road to the reform of which he had spoken so sincerely. Of his sincerity she had no doubt for a moment, for he was not a man who could pretend. But the great reason why she did not repulse him again, why she left him hope, was this, that in the depth of her heart she loved yet that young hero. Love had brought her a mountain of bitterness, disillusion, and pain, but love survived, ever ready to believe and forgive without end. He is better than his acts, thought the maiden, and those are living no longer who urged him to sin. He might from despair permit himself to do something a second time. He must never despair. And her honest heart was rejoiced at the forgiveness which it had given. On Olenka's cheeks a flush came forth as fresh as a rose under the morning dew. Her eyes had a gleam sweet and lively, and it might be said that brightness issued from them to the hall. People passed and admired the wonderful pair, for in truth such a noble couple it would have been difficult to find in that hall, in which, however, were collected the flower of the nobility. Besides, both, as if by agreement, were dressed in like colours, for she wore silver brocade fastened with sapphire, and a sack of blue Venetian velvet. Like a brother and sister, said persons who did not know them, but others said straightway, impossible, for his eyes are too ardent toward her. Meanwhile in the hall the marshal announced that it was time to be seated at table, and at once there was an unusual movement. Count Löwenhaupt, all in lace, went in advance, with the princess on his arm. Her train was borne by two very beautiful pages. Next after them Baron Schitte escorted Pani Chlebovich. Next followed Bishop Porchevsky with Father Bialozor, both looking troubled and gloomy. Prince Janusz, who in the procession yielded to the guests, but at the table took the highest place next to the princess, escorted Pani Korf, wife of the voivode of Vendem, who had been visiting about a week at Kyedani. And so the whole line of couples moved forward, like a 100-coloured serpent, unwinding and changing. Kmita escorted Olenka, who rested her arm very lightly on his, but he glanced sidewise at the delicate face, was happy, gleaming like a torch. The greatest magnate among those magnates, since he was near the greatest treasure. Thus moving to the sound of the orchestra, they entered the banqueting hall, which looked like a whole edifice by itself. The table was set in the form of a horseshoe for 300 persons, and was bending under silver and gold. Prince Janusz, as having in himself a portion of kingly majesty and being the blood relative to so many kings, took the highest place at the side of the princess, and all, when passing him, bowed low and took their places according to rank. But evidently, as it seemed to those present, the hetman remembered that this was the last feast before an awful war in which the destiny of great states would be decided, for his face was not calm. He simulated a smile and joyousness, but he looked as if a fever were burning him. At times a visible cloud settled on his menacing forehead, and those sitting near him could see that that forehead was thickly covered with drops of sweat. At times his glance ran quickly over the assembled faces, and halted questioningly on the features of various colonels. Then again those lion brows frowned on a sudden, as if pain had pierced them, or as if this or that face had roused in him wrath. And a wonderful thing, the dignitaries sitting near the prince, such as the envoys, Bishop Porchewski, Father Bialozor, Pan Komorowski, Pan Mierzejewski, Pan Chlebovich, the voivode of Wenden and others, were equally distraught and disturbed. The two sides of the immense horseshoe sounded with a lively conversation, and the bustle usual at feasts. But the centre of it was gloomy and silent, whispered rare words, or exchanged wondering and, as it were, alarmed glances. But there was nothing wonderful in that, for lower down sat colonels and knights whom the approaching war threatened at most with death. It is easier to fall in a war than to bear the responsibility for it. The mind of the soldier is not troubled, for when he has redeemed his sins with his blood, he flies from the battlefield to heaven. He alone bends his head heavily, who in his soul must satisfy God and his own conscience, and who on the eve of the decisive day knows not what chalice the country will give him to drink on the morrow. This was the explanation which men gave themselves at the lower parts of the table. Always before each war he talks thus with his own soul, said the old Colonel Sienkiewicz to Zagloba. But the gloomier he is, the worse for the enemy, for on the day of battle he will be joyful to a certainty. The lion too growls before battle, said Zagloba, so as to rouse in himself fierce hatred for the enemy. As to great warriors, each has his custom. Hannibal used to play dice. Scipio Africanus declaimed verses. Pan Koniec Polski, the father, always conversed about fair heads. And I like to sleep an hour or so before battle, though I am not averse to a glass with good friends. See, gentlemen, Bishop Porchewski is as pale as a sheet of paper, said Stanislav Skshetuski. For he is sitting at a Calvinist's table, and may swallow easily something unclean in the food, explained Zagloba in a low voice. To drinks, the old people say, the devil has no approach, and those can be taken everywhere, but food, and especially soups, one should avoid. So it was in the Crimea, when I was there in captivity. The Tatar mullahs or priests knew how to cook mutton with garlic in such a way that whoever tasted it was willing that moment to desert his faith and accept their scoundrel of a prophet. Here Zagloba lowered his voice still more. Not through contempt for the prince do I say this, but I advise you, gentlemen, to let the food pass, for God protects the guarded. What do you say? Whoso commends himself to God before eating is safe. With us in Great Poland there is no end of Lutherans and Calvinists, but I have not heard that they bewitched food. With you in Great Poland there is no end of Lutherans, and so they sniffed around at once with the Swedes, said Zagloba, and are in a friendship with them now. In the prince's place, I would hunt those envoys away with dogs, instead of filling their stomachs with dainties. But look at that Löwenhaupt. He is eating just as if he were to be driven to the fair with a rope around his leg before the month's end. Besides, he will stuff his pockets with dried fruit for his wife and children. I have forgotten how that other fellow from over the sea is called. Oh, may thou— Father, ask Michael, said Jan. Pan Michael was sitting not far away, but he heard nothing, he saw nothing, for he was between two ladies. On his left sat Panna Sielavski, a worthy maiden about 40 years old, and on his right Olenka, beyond whom sat Kmita. Panna Sielavski shook her feather-decked head above the little knight and narrated something with great rapidity. He looked at her from time to time with a vacant stare, and answered continually, "As true as life, gracious lady," but understood not a word she said, for all his attention was turned to the other side. He was seizing with his ear the sound of Olenka's words, the flutter of her silver dress, and from sorrow moving his moustaches in such fashion as if he wished to frighten away Pan Sielavski with them. "Oh, that is a wonderful maiden! Oh, but she is beautiful!" said he in his mind. "Oh, God, look down on my misery, so there is no lonelier orphan than I. My soul is piping within me to have my own beloved, and on whomsoever I look another soldier stands quartered there. Where shall I go, ill-fated wanderer?" "And after the war, what do you think of doing?" inquired Panna Sielavski, all at once, pursing up her mouth and fanning herself violently. "I shall go to a monastery," said the little knight testily. "Who mentions monastery here at the banquet?" cried Kmita joyously, bending in front of Olenka. "Oh, that is Pan Wołodyowski." "There is nothing like that in your head," retorted Pan Michael, "but I think I shall go." Then the sweet voice of Olenka sounded in his ear. "Oh, no need to think of that. God will give you a wife beloved of your heart and honest as you are." The good Pan Michael melted at once. "If anyone were to play on a flute to me, it would not be sweeter to my ear." The increasing bustle stopped further conversation, for it had come now to the glasses. Excitement increased. Colonels disputed about the coming war, frowning and casting fiery glances. Pan Zagloba was describing to the whole table the siege of Zbaraj. And the ardor and daring of the hearers rose till the blood went to their faces and hearts. It might seem that the spirit of the immortal Yarema was flying above that hall, and had filled the souls of the soldiers with heroic inspiration. "That was a leader," said the famous Mirski, who led all Radzivill's hussars. "I saw him only once, but to the moment of my death I shall remember it." "Jove with thunderbolts in his grasp!" cried old Stankiewicz. "It would not have come to this were he alive now. Yes, think of it! Beyond Romny he had forests cut down to open a way for himself to the enemy. The victory at Berestechko was due to him. And in the most serious moment God took him." "God took him," repeated Pan Yan in a loud voice, "but he left a testament behind him for all coming leaders and dignitaries, and for the whole Commonwealth. This is it, to negotiate with no enemy, but to fight them all." "Not to negotiate, to fight," repeated a number of powerful voices. "Fight! Fight!" The heat became great in the hall, and the blood was boiling in the warriors; therefore glances began to fall like lightning flashes, and the heads, shaven on the temples and lower forehead, began to steam. "Our prince, our hetman, will be the executioner of that will," said Mirski. Just at that moment an enormous clock in the upper part of the hall began to strike midnight, and at the same time the walls trembled, the window panes rattled plaintively, and the thunder of cannon was heard saluting in the courtyard. Conversation was stopped, silence followed. Suddenly at the head of the table they began to cry, "Bishop Parchevski has fainted! Water!" There was confusion. Some sprang from their seats to see more clearly what had happened. The bishop had not fainted, but had grown very weak, so that the marshal supported him in his chair by the shoulders, while the wife of the voevoda of Venden sprinkled his face with water. At that moment the second discharge of cannon shook the window panes. After it came a third and a fourth. "Leave the Commonwealth! May its enemies perish!" shouted Zagloba. But the following discharges drowned his speech. The nobles began to count 10, 11, 12. Each time the window panes answered with a mournful groan. The candles quivered from the shaking. 13, 14. The bishop is not used to the thunder. With his timidity he has spoiled the entertainment. The prince too is uneasy. See, gentlemen, how swollen he is. 15, 16. Hey! They are firing as if in battle. 19, 20. Quiet there! The prince wants to speak, called the guests at once, from various parts of the table. The prince wishes to speak. There was perfect silence, and all eyes were turned to Radzivill, who stood like a giant with a cup in his hand. But what a sight struck the eyes of those feasting! The face of the prince was simply terrible at that moment, for it was not pale, but blue and twisted, as if in a convulsion, by a smile which he strove to call to his lips. His breathing, usually short, became still shorter. His broad breast welled up under the gold brocade, his eyes were half covered with their lids, and there was a species of terror and an iciness of that powerful face such as are usual on features stiffening in the moments before death. "What troubles the prince? What is taking place here?" was whispered unquietly around, and an ominous foreboding straitened all hearts. Startled expectation was on every face. He began to speak, with a short voice broken by asthma. "Gracious gentlemen, this toast will astonish many among you, or simply it will terrify them. But whoso trusts and believes in me, whoso really wishes the good of the country, whoso is a faithful friend of my house, will drink it with a will, and repeat after me, Vivat Carolus Gustavus Rex, from this day forth ruling over us graciously. Vivat!" repeated the two envoys, Löwenhaupt and Schitte, then some tens of officers of the foreign command. But in the hall there reigned deep silence. The colonels and the nobles gazed at one another with astonishment, as if asking whether the prince had not lost his senses. A number of voices were heard at last at various parts of the table. "Do we hear aright? What is it?" Then there was silence again. Unspeakable horror, coupled with amazement, was reflected on faces, and the eyes of all were turned again to Radziwill, but he continued to stand, and was breathing deeply, as if he had cast off some immense weight from his breast. The colour came back by degrees on his face. Then he turned to Pan Komorovski and said, "It is time to make public the compact which we have signed this day, so that those present may know what course to take. Read, your grace." Komorovski rose, unwound the parchment lying before him, and began to read the terrible compact, beginning with these words: "Not being able to act in a better and more proper way in this most stormy condition of affairs, after the loss of all hope of assistance from the most serene king, we, the lords and states of the Grand Principality of Lithuania, forced by extremity, yield ourselves to the protection of the most serene king of Sweden on these conditions: 1. To make war together against mutual enemies, excepting the king and the kingdom of Poland. 2. The Grand Principality of Lithuania will not be incorporated with Sweden, but will be joined to it in such manner as hitherto with the kingdom of Poland. That is, people shall be equal to people, senate to senate, and knighthood to knighthood in all things. 3. Freedom of speech at the diets shall not be prohibited to any man. 4. Freedom of religion is to be inviolable." And so Pan Komorovski read on further, amid silence and terror, till he came to the paragraph: "This act we confirm with our signature for ourselves and our descendants. We promise and stipulate," when a murmur rose in the hall, like the first breath of a storm shaking the pine woods. But before the storm burst, Pan Stankiewicz, grey as a pigeon, raised his voice and began to implore: "Your Highness, we are unwilling to believe our own ears. By the wounds of Christ, must the labor of Vladislav and Sigismund Augustus come to nothing? Is it possible, is it honorable to desert brothers, to desert the country, and unite with the enemy? Remember the name which you bear, the services which you have rendered the country, the fame of your house, hitherto unspotted. Tear and trample on that document of shame. I know that I ask not in my own name alone, but in the name of all soldiers here present and nobles. It pertains to us also to consider our own fate. Gracious prince, do not do this. There is still time. Spare yourself. Spare us. Spare the Commonwealth. Do it not. Have pity. Have pity," called hundreds of voices. All the colonels sprang from their places and went toward him, and the grey Stankiewicz knelt down in the middle of the hall between the two arms of the table, and then was heard more loudly: "Do that not! Spare us!" Radziwill raised his powerful head, and lightnings of wrath began to fly over his forehead. Suddenly he burst out: "Does it become you, gentlemen, first of all to give an example of insubordination? Does it become soldiers to desert their leader, their hetman, and bring forward protests? Do you wish to be my conscience? Do you wish to teach me how to act for the good of the country? This is not a diet, and you are not called here to vote. But before God I take the responsibility." And he struck his broad breast with his fist, and looking with flashing glance on the officers, after a while he shouted again: "Whoso is not with me is against me. I knew you, I knew what would happen, but know ye that the sword is hanging over your heads." "Gracious prince, our hetman," implored old Stankiewicz, "spare yourself and spare us." But his speech was interrupted by Stanislav Skshetuski, who, seizing his own hair with both hands, began to cry with despairing voice: "Do not implore him, that is vain. He has long cherished this dragon in his heart. Woe to thee, O Commonwealth! Woe to us all! Two dignitaries at the two ends of the Commonwealth have sold the country, cried Jan Skshetuski. A curse on this house! Shame and God's anger! Hearing this, Zagloba shook himself free from amazement and burst out. Ask him how great was the bribe he took from the Swedes. How much have they paid him? How much have they promised him yet? Oh, gentlemen, here is a Judas Iscariot. May you die in despair. May your race perish. May the devil tear out your soul, O traitor! Traitor! Thrice traitor! With this, Sienkiewicz, in an ecstasy of despair, drew the colonel's baton from his belt and threw it with a rattle at the feet of the prince. Mirski threw his next. The third was Józefowicz, the fourth Hochsitz, the fifth, pale as a corpse, Wołodyjowski, the sixth Oskierko, and the batons rolled on the floor. Meanwhile, in that den of the lion, these terrible words were repeated before the eyes of the lion from more and more mouths every moment: "Traitor! Traitor!" All the blood rushed to the head of the haughty magnate. He grew blue. It seemed that he would tumble next moment a corpse under the table. "Ganhoff and Kmita, to me!" bellowed he with a terrible voice. At that moment 4 double doors leading to the hall opened with a crash, and in marched divisions of Scottish infantry, terrible, silent, musket in hand. Ganhoff led them from the main door. "Halt!" cried the prince. Then he turned to the colonels. "Whoso is with me, let him go to the right side of the hall. I am a soldier. I serve the hetman. Let God be my judge," said Kharlamp, passing to the right side. "And I," said Mieleshko, "not mine will be the sin. I protested as a citizen. As a soldier I must obey," added a third, Niewiarowski, who, though he had thrown down his baton before, was evidently afraid of Radziwill now. After them passed over a number of others, and quite a large group of nobles, but Mirski, the highest in office, and Sienkiewicz, the oldest in years, Hochsitz, Wołodyjowski, and Oskierko remained where they were, and with them the two Skshetuskis, Zagloba, and a great majority as well of the officers of various heavy and light squadrons as of nobles. The Scottish infantry surrounded them like a wall. Kmita, the moment the prince proposed a toast in honor of Karl Gustav, sprang up from his seat with all the guests, stared fixedly, and stood as if turned to stone, repeated with pallid lips, "God, God, God, what have I done?" At the same time a low voice, but for his ear distinct, whispered near by, "Pan Andrei." He seized suddenly his hair with his hands. "I am cursed for the ages! May the earth swallow me!" A flame flashed out on Olenka's face. Her eyes, bright as stars, were fixed on Kmita. "Shame to those who remain with the hetman! Choose! O God all-powerful, what are you doing? Choose!" "Jesus! O Jesus!" cried Kmita. Meanwhile the hall was filled with cries. Others had thrown their batons on the feet of the prince, but Kmita did not join them. He did not move even when the prince shouted, "Ganhoff and Kmita to me," nor when the Scottish infantry entered the hall, and he stood torn with suffering and despair, with wild look, with blue lips. Suddenly he turned to Panna Billevich and stretched his hands to her. "Olenka, Olenka!" repeated he with a sorrowful groan, like a child whom some wrong is confronting. But she drew back with aversion and fear in her face. "Away, traitor!" she answered with force. At that moment Ganhoff commanded, "Forward!" and the division of Scots surrounding the prisoners moved toward the door. Kmita began to follow them like one out of his mind, not knowing where he was going or why he was going. The banquet was ended. End of chapter 14.
Chapter 15 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 15. That same night the prince held a long consultation with the voevoda of Wenden and with the Swedish envoys. The result of the treaty had disappointed his expectations, and disclosed to him a threatening future. It was the prince's plan to make the announcement in time of feasting, when minds are excited and inclined to agreement. He expected opposition in every event, but he counted on adherents also. Meanwhile the energy of the protest had exceeded his reckoning. Save a few tens of Calvinist nobles and a handful of officers of foreign origin, who as strangers could have no voice in the question, all declared against the treaty concluded with Karl Gustav, or rather with his field marshal and brother-in-law, Pontus de la Gardie. The prince had given orders, it is true, to arrest the stubborn officers of the army, but what of that? What will the squadrons say? Will they not think of their colonels? Will they not rise in mutiny to rescue their officers by force? If they do, what will remain to the proud prince beyond a few dragoon regiments and foreign infantry? Then the whole country, all the armed nobles, and Sapyeha, voevoda of Vityebsk, a terrible opponent of the house of Radziwill, ready to fight with the whole world in the name of the unity of the Commonwealth. Other colonels whose heads he cannot cut off, and Polish squadrons will go to Sapyeha, who will stand at the head of all the forces of the country, and Prince Radziwill will see himself without an army, without adherents, without significance. What will happen then? These were terrible questions, for the position was terrible. The prince knew well that if he were deserted, the treaty on which he had toiled so much in secret would by the force of events lose all meaning, and the Swedes would despise him, or take revenge for the discovered deceit. But he had given them his byrnie as a guarantee of his loyalty. By that he had weakened himself the more. Karl Gustav was ready to scatter rewards and honours with both hands for a powerful Radziwill, but Radziwill weak and deserted by all he would despise, and if the changing wheel of fortune should send victory to Yan Kazimir, final destruction would come to that lord who this day, in the morning, had no equal in the Commonwealth. When the envoys and the voevoda of Wenden had gone, the prince seized with both hands his head weighed down with care, and began to walk with swift steps through the room. From without came the voices of the Scottish guards and the rattle of the departing carriages of the nobles. They drove away quickly and hurriedly, as if a pest had fallen on the lordly castle of Kyedani. A terrible disquiet rent the soul of Radziwill. At times it seemed to him that besides himself there was some other person who walked behind him and whispered in his ear, abandonment, poverty, and infamy as well. But he, the voevoda of Vilna and grand hetman, was already trampled upon and humiliated. Who would have admitted yesterday that in all Kyedani, in Lithuania, nay, in the whole world, there could be found a man who would dare to shout before his eyes, "Traitor"? Nevertheless he had heard it, and he lives yet, and they who spoke that word are living too. Perhaps if he were to re-enter that hall of the banquet, he would still hear as an echo among the cornices under the vaults, "Traitor, traitor." And wild, mad rage seized at moments the breast of the oligarch. His nostrils dilated, his eyes shot lightnings, veins came out on his forehead. Who here dares to oppose his will? His enraged mind brought before his eyes the picture of punishments and torments for rebels who had the daring not to follow his feet like a dog. And he saw their blood flowing from the axes of executioners, he heard the crunching of their bones broken by the wheel, and he took delight in and sated himself with visions of blood. But when more sober judgment reminded him that behind those rebels is an army, that he cannot take their heads with impunity, an unendurable and hellish unquiet came back and filled his soul, and someone whispered anew in his ear, abandonment, poverty, judgment, and infamy. How is that? Is it not permitted to Radziwill to decide the fate of the country, to retain it for Yan Kazimir, or give it to Karl Gustav, to give, to convey, to present to whom it may please him?" The magnate looked before himself with amazement. "Who, then, are the Radzivills? Who were they yesterday? What was said everywhere in Lithuania? Was that all deception? Will not Prince Boguslav join the Grand Hetman with his regiments, after him his uncle the Elector of Brandenburg, and after all three Karl Gustav, the Swedish king, with all his victorious power, before which recently all Germany trembled through the length and the breadth of it? Did not the Polish Commonwealth itself extend its arms to the new master, and yield at the mere report of the approach of the Lion of the North? Who will offer resistance to that unrestrained power? On one side the King of Sweden, the Elector of Brandenburg, the Radzivills, in case of necessity, Hmelnitski too, with all his power, and the Hospodar of Wallachia, and Rakotsky of Transylvania, almost half Europe. On the other side the Voevoda of Vityebsk, with Mirski, Pan Stanievitch, and those three nobles who had just come from Lukovo, and also a few rebellious squadrons. What is that? A jest? An amusement?" Then suddenly the prince began to laugh loudly. "By Lucifer and all the diet of hell, it must be that I have gone mad. Let them all go to the Voevoda of Vityebsk." But after a while his face had grown gloomy again. The powerful admit only powerful to alliance. Radzivill casting Lithuania at the feet of the Swedes will be sought for. Radzivill asking aid against Lithuania will be despised. What is to be done? The foreign officers will stay with him, but their power is not enough, and if the Polish squadrons go over the Voevoda of Vityebsk, he will have the fate of the country in his hands. Each foreign officer will carry out commands, it is true, but he will not devote his whole soul to the cause of Radzivill. He will not give himself to it with ardor, not merely as a soldier, but as an adherent. For devotion there is absolute need, not of foreigners, but of men of his own people, to attract others by their names, by their bravery, by their reputation, by their daring example and readiness to do everything. He must have adherents in the country, even for show. Who of his own men responded to the prince? Kharlamp, an old worn-out soldier, good for service and nothing more. Nyevyarovski, not loved in the army and without influence. Besides these, a few others of still less distinction. No man of another kind, no man whom an army would follow, no man to be the apostle of a cause. There remained Kmita, young, enterprising, bold, covered with great knightly glory, bearing a famous name, standing at the head of a powerful squadron, partly fitted out at his own expense, a man as it were created to be the leader of all the bold and restless spirits of Lithuania, and withal full of ardor. If he should take up the cause of Radzivill, he would take it up with the faith which youth gives. He would follow his hetman blindly, and spread the faith in his name. And such an apostle means more than whole regiments, whole divisions of foreigners. He would be able to pour his faith into the heart of the young knighthood, to attract it and fill the camp of Radzivill with men. But he too had hesitated evidently. He did not cast his baton, it is true, at the feet of the hetman, but he did not stand at his side in the first moment. It is impossible to reckon on any one, impossible to be sure of any man, thought the prince gloomily. They will all go to the Voevoda of Vityebsk, and no man will wish to share with me. Infamy, whispered his conscience. Lithuania, answered on the other hand pride. It had grown dim in the room, for the wicks had burned long on the candles, but through the windows flowed in the silver light of the moon. Radzivill gazed at those rays and fell into deep thought. Gradually something began to grow dark in those rays. Certain figures rose up each moment, increasing in number, till at last the prince saw, as it were, an army coming toward him from the upper trails of the sky on the broad road of the moonbeams. Regiments are marching, armoured hussars and light horse, a forest of banners are waving. In front rides some man without a helmet, apparently a victor returning from war. Around is quiet, and the prince hears clearly the voice of the army and people. Vivat defensor patriae! Vivat defensor patriae! Live the defender of the country! The army approaches, each moment increasing in number. Now he can see the face of the leader. He holds the baton in his hand, and by the number of bunchuks (horsetails) on his standard, Radzivill can see that he is the grand hetman. "In the name of the Father and the Son," cries the prince, "that is Sapyeha, that is the voevoda of Vityebsk. And where am I? And what is predestined to me?" "Infamy," whispers his conscience. "Lithuania," answers his pride. The prince clapped his hands. Harasimovich, watching in the adjoining room, appeared at once in the door and bent double. "Lights!" said the prince. Harasimovich snuffed the candles, then went out and returned with a candlestick in his hand. "Your highness," said he, "it is time to repose. The cocks have crowed a second time." "I have no wish to sleep," replied the prince. "I dozed, and the nightmare was suffocating me. What is there new?" "Some nobleman brought a letter from Nyesvyej, from the Prince Michael, but I did not venture to enter unsummoned." "Give me the letter at once." Harasimovich gave the sealed letter. The prince opened it, and began to read as follows: "May God guard and restrain your highness from such plans as might bring eternal infamy and destruction to our house. Set your mind on a hair shirt rather than on dominion. The greatness of our house lies at my heart also, and the best proof of this is in the efforts which I made in Vienna that we should have a vote in the Diets of the Empire. But I will not betray the country nor my king for any reward or earthly power, so as not to gather after such a sowing a harvest of infamy during life and damnation after death. Consider, your highness, the services of your ancestors and their unspotted fame. Think of the mercy of God while the time is fitting. The enemy have surrounded me in Nyesvyej, and I know not whether this letter will reach your hands. But though destruction threatens me every moment, I do not ask God to rescue me, but to restrain your highness from those plans and bring you to the path of virtue. Even if something evil is done already, it is possible yet to draw back, and it is necessary to blot out the offences with a swift hand. But do not expect aid from me, for I say in advance that without regard to bonds of blood I will join my forces with those of Pan Gosyevski and the voevoda of Vityebsk, and 100 times rather would I turn my arms against your highness than put my hands voluntarily to that infamous treason. I commend your highness to God. Michael Kazimir, Prince in Nyesvyej, and Olita, Chamberlain of the Grand Principality of Lithuania." When the hetman had finished the letter he dropped it on his knee, and began to shake his head with a painful smile on his face. "And he leaves me, my own blood rejects me, because I wished to adorn our house with a glory hitherto unknown. Ah, it is difficult. Boguslav remains, and he will not leave me. With us is the Elector and Karl Gustav, and who will not sow will not reap." "Infamy," whispered his conscience. "Is your highness pleased to give an answer?" asked Harasimovich. "There will be no answer." "May I go and send the attendants?" "Wait. Are the guards stationed carefully?" "They are." "Are orders sent to the squadrons?" "They are." "What is Kmita doing?" "He was knocking his head against the wall and crying about disgrace. He was wriggling like a mudfish. He wanted to run after the Billeviches, but the guards would not let him. He drew his sabre; they had to tie him down. He is lying quietly now." "Has the sword bearer of Rossyeni gone?" "There was no order to stop him." "I forgot," said the prince. "Open the windows, for it is stifling, and asthma is choking me. Tell Kharlamp to go to Upita for the squadron and bring it here at once. Give him money. Let him pay the men for the first quarter and let them get merry. Tell him that he will receive Dydkyemie for life instead of Wołodyowski. The asthma is choking me. Wait, according to order? What is Kmita doing? As I said, your highness, he is lying quietly. True, you told me. Give the order to send him here. I want to speak with him. Have his fetters taken off. Your highness, he is a madman. Have no fear. Go. Harasimovich went out. The prince took from a Venetian cabinet a case with pistols, opened it, and placed it near at hand on the table by which he sat. In a quarter of an hour Kmita entered, attended by 4 Scottish soldiers. The prince ordered the men to withdraw, and remained face to face with Kmita. There did not seem to be one drop of blood in the visage of the young man, so pale was it, but his eyes were gleaming feverishly. For the rest he was calm, resigned, though apparently sunk in endless despair. Both were silent for a while. The prince spoke first. "You took an oath on the crucifix not to desert me." "I shall be damned if I keep that oath, damned if I break it. It is all one to me." "Even if I had brought you to evil, you would not be responsible." "A month ago judgments and punishments threatened me for killing. To day it seems to me that then I was as innocent as a child." "Before you leave this room you will feel absolved from all your previous sins," said the prince. Suddenly, changing his tone, he inquired with a certain confidential kindness, "What do you think it was my duty to do in the face of 2 enemies 100-fold stronger than I, enemies against whom I could not defend this country?" "To die!" answered Kmita, rudely. "You soldiers, who can throw off so easily the pressing burden, are to be envied. To die, for him who has looked death in the eyes and is not afraid, there is nothing in the world simpler. Your head does not ache over this, and it will occur to the mind of none that I had roused an envenomed war and had died without making a treaty. Not a stone would be left on a stone in this country. May God not permit this, for even in heaven my soul could not rest. O terque quaterque beati! O thrice and 4 times blessed, are ye who can die! Do you think that life does not oppress me, that I am not hungry for everlasting sleep and rest? But I must drain the chalice of gall and vinegar to the bottom. It is needful to save this unhappy land, and for its salvation to bend under a new burden. Let the envious condemn me for my pride. Let them say that I betrayed the country to exalt myself. God has seen me. God is the judge whether I desire this elevation, and whether I would not resign it, could matters be otherwise. Find you who desert me of salvation. Point out the road, ye who call me a traitor, and this night I will tear that document and rouse all the squadrons from slumber to move on the enemy." Kmita was silent. "Well, why are you silent?" exclaimed Radzivill, in a loud voice. "I will make you grand hetman in my place and voevoda of Vilna. You must not die, for that is no achievement, but save the country. Defend the occupied provinces, avenge the ashes of Vilna, defend Jmud against Swedish invasion. Nay, defend the whole Commonwealth, drive beyond the boundaries every enemy, rush 3 on 1,000, die not, for that is not permitted, but save the country." "I am not hetman and voevoda of Vilna," answered Kmita, "and what does not belong to me is not on my head. But if it is a question of rushing the 3rd against thousands, I will go." "Listen then, soldier, since your head has not to save the country, leave it to mine." "I cannot," said Kmita, with set teeth. Radzivill shook his head. "I did not count on the others. I looked for what happened, but in you I was deceived. Interrupt not, but listen. I placed you on your feet, I freed you from judgment and punishment, I gathered you to my heart as my own son. Know you why? Because I thought that in you was a daring soul, ready for grand undertakings. I needed such men, I hide it not. Around me was no man who would dare to look at the sun with unflinching eye. There were men of small soul and petty courage. To such never show a path other than that on which they and their fathers have travelled, for they will halt, saying that you have sent them on a devious way. And still, where, if not to the precipice, have we all come by these old roads? What is happening to the Commonwealth which formerly could threaten the world? Here the prince seized his head in his hands and repeated thrice, "Oh God, God, God!" After a while he continued, "The time of God's anger has come, a time of such misfortunes and of such a fall that with the usual methods we cannot rise from this sickness, and if I wish to use new ones, which alone can bring us salvation, even those desert me on whose readiness I counted, whose duty it was to have confidence, who took oath on the cross to trust me. By the blood and wounds of Christ, do you think that I submitted to the protection of Karl Gustav for ever, that in truth I think to join this country to Sweden, that the treaty for which I am called a traitor will last beyond a year? Why do you look with astonished eyes? You will be still more astonished when you hear all. You will be more astonished, for something will happen which no one will think of, no one admit, which the mind of a common man has not power to grasp. But I say to you, tremble not, for in this is the country's salvation. Do not draw back, for if I find no one to help me, possibly I may perish, but with me will perish the Commonwealth, and ye all for the ages. I alone can save, but I must bend and trample all obstacles. Woe to him who opposes me, for God himself will crush him through me. Whether he be the voevoda of Vityebsk, or Pan Gosiewski, or the army, or a refractory nobility, I wish to save the Commonwealth, and to me all ways, all methods are good for that end. Rome in times of disaster named dictators. Such power, nay, greater and more lasting, is needful to me. Not pride draws me to it. Whoso feels equal to this power, let him take it instead of me. But if no one does, I will take the power, though these walls should fall first on my head." Then the prince stretched both his hands upward, as if in fact he wished to support the arches falling upon his head, and there was in him something so gigantic that Kmita opened his eyes and gazed as if he had never seen him before, and at last he asked with changed voice, "Whither art thou striving, your highness? What do you wish?" "A crown!" cried Radzivill. "Jesus, Mary!" A moment of deep silence followed, but an owl on the tower of the castle began to hoot shrilly. "Listen," said the prince, "it is time to tell you all. The Commonwealth is perishing, and must perish. There is no salvation on earth for it. The question is to save first from the ruin this country, Lithuania, this our immediate fatherland, and then make the whole Commonwealth rise from its own ashes as the phoenix rises. I will do this, and the crown, which I desire, I will place as a burden on my head, so as to bring out from this great tomb a new life. Do not tremble, the ground will not open. Everything stands in its own place, but new times are coming. I give this country to the Swedes so as to stop with Swedish arms another army, to drive him beyond the boundaries, to win back what is lost, and force with the sword a treaty from that enemy in his own capital. Do you hear me? But in rocky, hungry Sweden there are not men enough, not forces enough, not sabres enough to take possession of this immense Commonwealth. They may defeat our army once and a second time, but to hold us in obedience they cannot. If one Swede were given as a guard to every 10 men in this land, there would still be many tens of them without guards. Karl Gustav knows this well, and neither does he wish nor is he able to take the whole Commonwealth. He will occupy Royal Prussia, most of Great Poland, and will be content with that. But to hold in coming time these acquisitions securely, he must break the union of the kingdom with us, otherwise he could not remain in those provinces. What will happen then to this country? To whom will it be given? Well, I refuse the crown which God and fortune places on my head. It will be given to him who at this moment is in possession. But Karl Gustav is not willing to consent to this act, which would increase a neighboring power too greatly, and create for himself a formidable enemy. But if I refuse the crown, he will be forced to consent. Have I the right then to refuse? Can I allow that to take place which would threaten us with final ruin? For the 10th and the 100th time I ask, where are there other means of salvation? Let the will of God then be done. I take this burden on my shoulders. The Swedes are on my side. The Elector, our relative, promises aid. I will free the country from war. With victories and extension of boundaries will begin the rule of my house. Peace and prosperity will flourish. Fire will not burn towns and villages. Thus it will be. Thus it must be. So help me God and the Holy Cross. I feel within me power and strength from heaven. I desire the happiness of this land, and that is not yet the end of my plans. And by those heavenly lights I swear, by those trembling stars, that if only strength and health remain to me, I will build anew all this edifice, now tumbling to ruins. I will make it stronger than ever." Fire was flashing from the pupils and eyes of the prince. His whole form shed an uncommon halo. "Your Highness," cried Kmita, "I cannot grasp that thought. My head is bursting, my eyes fear to look ahead." "Besides," said Radzivill, as if pursuing the further course of his own thoughts, "the Swedes will not deprive Yan Kazimir of the kingdom nor of rule, but will leave him in Mazovia and Little Poland. God has not given him posterity. An election will come in time. Whom will they choose to the throne if they wish a further union with Lithuania? When did the kingdom grow strong and crush the Knights of the Cross? After Vladislav Yagyello had mounted the throne. It will be the same this time. The Poles can call to the throne only him who will be reigning here. They cannot and will not call another, for they would perish, because the breath would not remain in their breasts between the Germans and the Turks, and as it is, the Cossack cancer is gnawing the kingdom. They can call no one else. Blind is he who does not see this, foolish who does not understand it. Both countries will unite again, and become one power in my house. Then I shall see if those kinglets of Scandinavia will remain in their Prussia and Great Poland acquired to-day. Then I will say to them, Quos ego, and with this foot will crush their lean ribs, and create a power such as the world has not seen, such as history has not described. Perhaps I may carry the cross with fire and sword to Constantinople, and in peace at home terrify the enemy. Thou great God, who orderest the circuits of the stars, grant me to save this ill-fated land for thy glory and that of all Christendom. Give me men to understand my thought, men to put their hands to salvation. There is where I stand." Here the prince opened his arms and raised his eyes aloft. "Thou seest me, thou judgest me." Mighty prince!" cried Kmita. "Go, desert me, cast the baton at my feet, break your oath, call me traitor. Let no thorn be lacking in that prickly crown which they have put on my head. Destroy ye the country, thrust it over the precipice, drag away the hand that could save it, and go to the judgment of God. Let him decide between us." Kmita cast himself on his knees before Radzivill. "Mighty prince, I am with you to the death. Father of the country, savior." Radzivill put both hands on his head, and again followed a moment of silence. Only the owl hooted unceasingly on the tower. "You will receive all that you have yearned for and wished," said the prince, with solemnity. "Nothing will miss you, and more will meet you than your father and mother desired. Rise, future grand hetman and voevoda of Vilna." It had begun to dawn in the sky. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 16. Pan Zagloba had his head mightily full when he hurled the word traitor thrice at the eyes of the terrible hetman. At an hour nearer morning, when the wine had evaporated from his bald head, and he found himself with the two Skshetuskis and Pan Michael in a dungeon of Kyedani Castle, he saw, when too late, the danger to which he had exposed his own neck and the necks of his comrades, and was greatly cast down. "But what will happen now?" asked he, gazing with dazed look on the little knight in whom he had special trust in great peril. "May the devil take life, it is all one to me," answered Wołodyjowski. "We shall live to such times and such infamy as the world and this kingdom have not seen hitherto," said Pan Yan. "Would that we might live to them," answered Zagloba. "We could restore virtue in others by our good example. But shall we live? That is the great question." "This is a terrible event, passing belief," said Pan Stanislav. "Where has the like of it happened? Save me, gentlemen, for I fear that there is confusion in my head. 2 wars, a third, the Cossack, and in addition treason, like a plague. Radzieyovski, Opalinski, Grudzinski, Radziwill. The end of the world is coming, and the day of judgment. It cannot be otherwise. May the earth open under our feet. As God is dear to me, I am losing my mind." And clasping his hand at the back of his head, he began to pace the length and width of the cellar like a wild beast in a cage. "Shall we begin to pray, or what?" asked he at last. "Merciful God, save us." "Be calm," said Zagloba. "This is not the time to despair." Pan Stanislav ground his teeth on a sudden. Rage carried him away. "I wish you were killed," cried he to Zagloba. "It was your thought to come to this traitor. May vengeance reach you and him." "Bethink yourself, Stanislav," said Pan Yan, sternly. "No one could foresee what has happened. Endure, for you are not the only man suffering, and know that our place is here and not elsewhere. Merciful God, pity not us, but the ill-fated country." Stanislav made no answer, but wrung his hands till the joints were cracking. They were silent. Pan Michael, however, began to whistle through his teeth in despair, and feigned indifference to everything happening around him, though, in fact, he suffered doubly, first for the misfortune of the country, and secondly because he had violated his obedience to the hetman. The latter was a terrible thing for him, a soldier to the marrow of his bones. He would have preferred to die 1,000 times. "Do not whistle, Pan Michael," said Zagloba. "All one to me." "How is it? Is no one of you thinking whether there are not means of escape? It is worth while to exercise one's wits on this. Are we to rot in this cellar, when every hand is needed for the country, when one man of honor must settle 10 traitors?" "Father is right," said Pan Yan. "You alone have not become stupid from pain. What do you suppose? What does that traitor think of doing with us? Surely he will not punish us with death." Pan Michael burst out in a sudden laugh of despair. "But why not? I am curious to learn. Has he not authority? Has he not the sword? Do you not know Radziwill?" "Nonsense! What right do they give him?" "Over me, the right of a hetman; over you, force." "For which he must answer." "To whom? The King of Sweden?" "You give me sweet consolation, there is no denying that." "I have no thought of consoling you." They were silent, and for a time there was nothing to be heard but the measured tread of Scottish infantry at the door of the cellar. "There is no help here," said Zagloba, "but stratagem." No one gave an answer, therefore he began to talk again after a while. "I will not believe that we are to be put to death. If, for every word spoken in haste and in drink, a head were cut off, not one noble in this Commonwealth would walk around with his head on his shoulders. But neminem captivabimus? Is that a trifle?" "You have an example in yourself and in us," answered Stanislav. "Well, that happened in haste, but I firmly believe that the prince will take a second thought. We are strangers; in no way do we come under his jurisdiction. He must respect opinion, and not begin with violence, so as not to offend the nobles. As true as life, our party is too large to have the heads cut from all of us. Over the officers he has authority, I cannot deny that. But, as I think, he will look to the army, which surely will not fail to remember its own." "And where is your squadron, Michael?" "In Upita." "But tell me, are you sure that the men will be true to you?" "Whence should I know? They like me well enough, but they know that the hetman is above me." Zagloba meditated a while. "Give me an order to them to obey me in everything, as they would you, if I appear among them." "You think that you are free." "There is no harm in that. I have been in hotter places, and God saved me. Give an order for me and the two Skshetuskis. Whoso escapes first will go straight to the squadron and bring it to rescue the others." "You are raving. It is a pity to lose time in empty talk. Who will escape from this place? Besides, on what can I give an order? Have you paper, ink, pen? You are losing your head." "Desperation!" cried Zagloba. "Give me even your ring." "Here it is, and let me have peace." Zagloba took the ring, put it on his little finger, and began to walk and meditate. Meanwhile the smoking candle went out, and darkness embraced them completely. Only through the grafting of the high window a couple of stars were visible, twinkling in the clear sky. Zagloba's eye did not leave the grating. "If heaven-dwelling Podbipienta were living and with us," mattered the old man, "he would tear up that grating, and in an hour we should see ourselves beyond Kyedani." "But raise me to the window," said Pan Yan, suddenly. Zagloba and Pan Stanislav placed themselves at the wall. In a moment Yan was on their shoulders. "It cracks! As God is dear to me, it cracks!" cried Zagloba. "What are you talking about, father? I haven't begun to pull it yet." "Crawl up with your cousin. I'll hold you somehow. More than once I pitied Pan Michael because he was so slender, but now I regret that he is still not thinner so as to slip through like a snake." But Yan sprung down from their shoulders. "The Scots are standing on this side," said he. "May God turn them into pillars of salt, like Lot's wife," said Zagloba. "It is so dark here that you might strike a man in the face and he could not see you. It will soon be daybreak. I think they will bring us food of some kind, for even Lutherans do not put prisoners to a hunger death. Perhaps, too, God will send reflection to the hetman. Often in the night conscience starts up in a man, and the devils pinch sinners. Can it be there is only one entrance to this cellar? I will look in the daytime. My head is somehow heavy, and I cannot think out a stratagem. Tomorrow God will strengthen my wit, but now we will say the Lord's Prayer and commit ourselves to the Most Holy Lady in this heretical dungeon." In fact, they began a moment later to say the Lord's Prayer and the litany to the Mother of God, then Yan, Stanislav, and Wołodyjowski were silent, for their breasts were full of misfortune, but Zagloba growled in a low voice and muttered: "It must be beyond doubt that tomorrow he will say to us, 'Out, out!' either, or 'Join Radzivill and I will pardon everything.' But we shall see who outwits the other. Do you pack nobles into prison? Have you no respect for age or services? Very good. To whom the loss, to him the weeping. The foolish will be under and the wise on top. I will promise what you like, but what I observe would not make a patch for your boot. If you do not hold to the country, he is virtuous who holds not to you. This is certain, that final ruin is coming on the Commonwealth if its foremost dignitaries join the enemy. This has never been in the world hitherto, and surely a man may lose his senses from it. Are there in hell torments sufficient for such traitors? What was wanting to such a Radzivill? Is it little that the country has given him, that he should sell it like a Judas, and in the very time of its greatest misfortunes, in the time of 3 wars? Just is thy anger, O Lord! Only give swiftest punishment. So be it. Amen. If I could only get out of here quickly, I would create partisans for thee, mighty hetman. Thou wilt know how the fruits of treason taste. Thou wilt look on me yet as a friend, but if thou findest no better, do not hunt a bear unless thy skin is not dear to thee." Thus did Zagloba converse with himself. Meanwhile 1 hour passed, and a second. At last day began to dawn. The gray light falling through the grating dissipated slowly the darkness in the cellar, and brought out the gloomy figures sitting at the walls. Wołodyjowski and the Skshetuskis were slumbering from weariness. But when things were more visible, and when from the courtyard came the sounds of soldiers' footsteps, the clatter of arms, the tramp of hoofs, and the sound of trumpets at the gate, The knights sprang to their feet. "The day begins not too favorably for us," said Yan. "God grant it to end more favorably," answered Zagloba. "Do you know what I have thought in the night? They will surely treat us with the gift of life if we will take service with Radzivill and help him in his treason. We ought to agree to that, so as to make use of our freedom and stand up for the country." "May God preserve me from putting my name to treason," answered Yan. "For though I should leave the traitor afterward, my name would remain among those of traitors as an infamy to my children. I will not do that. I prefer to die." "Neither will I," said Stanislav. "But I tell you beforehand that I will. No one will think that I did it voluntarily or sincerely. May the devils take that dragon Radzivill. We shall see yet who gets the upper hand." Further conversation was stopped by the sounds in the yard. Among them were the ominous accents of anger and indignation. At the same time single voices of command, the echo of footsteps of whole crowds, and heavy thunder as of cannon in motion. "What is going on?" asked Zagloba. "Maybe there is some help for us." "There is surely an uncommon uproar," said Wołodyowski. "But raise me to the window, for I shall see right away what it is." Yan took Wołodyowski and raised him as he would a boy. Pan Michael caught the grating and looked carefully through the yard. "There is something going on, there is," said he, with sudden alertness. "I see the Hungarian castle regiment of infantry which Oskyerko led. They loved him greatly, and he too is arrested. They are demanding him surely. As God lives, they are in order of battle. Lieutenant Stahovich is with them. He is a friend of Oskyerko." At that moment the cries grew still louder. "Ganhoff has ridden up. He is saying something to Stahovich. And what a shout! I see that Stahovich with 2 officers is walking away from the troops. They are going of course as a deputation to the hetman. As God is dear to me, mutiny is spreading in the army. The cannon are pointed against the Hungarians, and the Scottish regiment is also in order of battle. Men from the Polish squadrons are gathering to the Hungarians. Without them they would not be so daring, for in the infantry there is stern discipline." "In God's name!" cried Zagloba. "In that is salvation for us. Pan Michael, are there many Polish squadrons? If they rise, it will be a rising." "Stankievich hussars and Mirski's mailed squadrons are 2 days' march from Kyedani," answered Wołodyowski. "If they had been here, the hetman would not have dared to arrest their commanders." "Wait! There are Kharlamp's dragoons, 1 regiment, Mylieshko's another. They are for the prince. Niewiarowski declared also for the prince, but his regiment is far away. 2 Scottish regiments." "Then there are 4 with the prince?" "And the artillery under Korf, 2 regiments." "Oh, that is a strong force." "And Kmita's squadron well equipped, 600 men." "And on whose side is Kmita?" "I do not know." "Did you see him? Did he throw down his baton?" "We know not." "Who are against the prince? What squadrons?" "First, these Hungarians evidently, 200 men, then a number of detached men from the commands of Mirski and Stankievich, some nobles and Kmita. But he is uncertain." "God grant him! By God's mercy! Too few, too few." "These Hungarians are as good as 2 regiments, old soldiers and tried. But wait! They are lighting the matches at the cannon. It looks like a battle." Yan and Stanislav were silent. Zagloba was writhing as in a fever. "Slay the traitors! Slay the dog brothers! Ai, Kmita, Kmita! All depends on him. Is he daring?" "As the devil, ready for anything." "It must be that he will take our side." "Mutiny in the army! See to what the hetman has brought things!" cried Wołodyowski. "Who is the mutineer, the army or the hetman who rose against his own king?" asked Zagloba. "God will judge that. Wait! Again there is a movement. Some of Kharlamp's dragoons take the part of the Hungarians. The very best nobles serve in that regiment. Hear how they shout." "The colonels! The colonels!" cried threatening voices in the yard. "Pan Michael, by the wounds of God, cry to them to send for your squadron, and for the armored regiment and the hussars." "Be silent." Zagloba began to shout himself. "But send for the rest of the Polish squadrons, and cut down the traitors." "Be silent there." Suddenly, not in the yard, but in the rear of the castle, rang forth a sharp salvo of muskets. Jesus Mary!" cried Wołodyjowski. "Pan Michael, what is that?" "Beyond doubt they have shot Stahovich and the 2 officers who went as a deputation," said Wołodyjowski feverishly. "It cannot be otherwise." "By the passion of our Lord! Then there is no mercy. It is impossible to hope." The thunder of shots drowned further discourse. Pan Michael grasped the grating convulsively and pressed his forehead to it, but for a while he could see nothing except the legs of the Scottish infantry stationed at the window. Salvos of musketry grew more and more frequent; at last the cannon were heard. The dry knocking of bullets against the wall over the cellar was heard distinctly, like hail. The castle trembled to its foundation. "Jump down, Michael, or you will be killed!" cried Yan. "By no means. The balls go higher, and from the cannon they are firing in the other direction. I will not jump down for anything." And Wołodyjowski, seizing the grating more firmly, drew himself entirely to the window sill, where he did not need the shoulder of Pan Yan to hold him. In the cellar it became really dark, for the window was small and Pan Michael, though slender, filled it completely; but as a recompense the men below had fresh news from the field of battle every minute. "I see now!" cried Pan Michael. "The Hungarians are resting against the wall and are firing. I was afraid that they would be forced to a corner, then the cannon would destroy them in a moment. Good soldiers, as God is dear to me! Without officers they know what is needed. There is smoke again. I see nothing." The firing began to slacken. "O merciful God, delay not thy punishment!" cried Zagloba. "And what, Michael?" asked Yan. "The Scots are advancing to the attack." "Oh, brimstone thunderbolts! That we must sit here!" cried Stanislav. "They are there already, the halberd men. The Hungarians meet them with the sabre. Oh my God, that you cannot look on! What soldiers!" "Fighting with their own, and not with an enemy." "The Hungarians have the upper hand. The Scots are falling back on the left. As I love God! Myeleshko's dragoons are going over to them. The Scots are between 2 fires. Korf cannot use his cannon, for he would strike the Scots. I see Ganhoff uniforms among the Hungarians. They are going to attack the gate. They wish to escape. They are advancing like a storm, breaking everything." "How is that? I wish they would capture this castle," cried Zagloba. "Never mind. They will come back tomorrow with the squadrons of Mirski and Stankievich. Oh, Kharlamp is killed! No! He rises. He is wounded. They are already at the gate. What is that? Just as if the Scottish guard at the gate were coming over to the Hungarians, for they are opening the gate. The dust is rising on the outside. I see Kmita. Kmita is rushing through the gate with cavalry." "On whose side is he? On whose side?" cried Zagloba. For a moment Pan Michael gave no answer, but very soon the clatter of weapons, shrieks, and shouts were heard with redoubled force. "It is all over with them!" cried Pan Michael, with a shrill voice. "All over with whom? With whom?" "With the Hungarians. The cavalry has broken them, is trampling them, cutting them to pieces. Their flag is in Kmita's hand. The end! The end!" When he had said this, Wołodyjowski dropped from the window and fell into the arms of Pan Yan. "Kill me!" cried he. "Kill me, for I had that man under my sabre and let him go with his life. I gave him his commission. Through me he has assembled that squadron with which he will fight now against the country. I saw whom he got, dog brothers, gallows birds, robbers, ruffians, such as he is himself. God grant me to meet him once more with the sabre. God! Lengthen my life to the death of that traitor, for I swear that he will not leave my hands again." Meanwhile cries, the trample of hoofs, and salvos of musketry were thundering yet with full force. After a time, however, they began to weaken, and an hour later silence reigned in the castle of Kyedani, broken only by the measured tread of the Scottish patrols and words of command. "Pan Michael, look out once more and see what has happened," begged Zagloba. "What for?" asked the little knight. "Whoso is a soldier will guess what has happened. Besides, I saw them beaten. Kmita triumphs here." "God give him to be torn with horses, the scoundrel, the hell dweller! God give him to guard a harem for Tartars." Chapter 17 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 17. Pan Michael was right. Kmita had triumphed. The Hungarians and a part of the dragoons of Mylieshko and Kharlamp, who had joined them, lay dead close together in the court of Kyedani. Barely a few tens of them had slipped out and scattered around the castle and the town, where the cavalry pursued them. Many were caught; others never stopped of a certainty till they reached the camp of Sapyeha, voevoda of Vityebsk, to whom they were the first to bring the terrible tidings of the grand hetman's treason, of his desertion to the Swedes, of the imprisonment of the colonels, and the resistance of the Polish squadrons. Meanwhile Kmita, covered with blood and dust, presented himself with the banner of the Hungarians before Radzivill, who received him with open arms. But Pan Andrei was not delighted with the victory. He was as gloomy and sullen as if he had acted against his heart. "Your Highness," said he, "I do not like to hear praises, and would rather 100 times fight the enemy than soldiers who might be of service to the country. It seems to a man as if he were spilling his own blood." "Who is to blame, if not those insurgents?" answered the prince. "I too would prefer to send them to Vilna, and I intended to do so, but they chose to rebel against authority. What has happened will not be undone. It was and it will be needful to give an example." "What does your Highness think of doing with the prisoners?" "A ball in the forehead of every 10th man. Dispose the rest among other regiments. You will go today to the squadrons of Mirski and Sienkiewicz, announce my order to them to be ready for the campaign. I make you commander over those 2 squadrons, and over the 3rd, that of Wołodyjowski. The lieutenants are to be subordinate to you, and obey you in everything. I wished to send Kharlamp to that squadron at first, but he is useless. I have changed my mind." "What shall I do in case of resistance? For with Wołodyjowski are Lauda men who hate me terribly." "Announce that Mirski, Sienkiewicz, and Wołodyjowski will be shot immediately." "Then they may come in arms to Kyedani to rescue these officers. All serving under Mirski are distinguished nobles." "Take a regiment of the Scottish infantry and a German regiment. First surround them, then announce the order." "Such is the will of your Highness." Radzivill rested his hand on his knees and fell to thinking. "I would gladly shoot Mirski and Sienkiewicz were they not respected in the whole country as well as in their own regiments. I fear tumult and open rebellion, an example of which we have just had before our eyes. I am glad, thanks to you, that they have received a good lesson, and each squadron will think twice before rising against us. But it is imperative to act swiftly, so that resisting men may not go to the voevoda of Vityebsk." "Your Highness has spoken only of Mirski and Sienkiewicz, but you have not mentioned Wołodyjowski and Oskyerko." "I must spare Oskyerko too, for he is a man of note and widely related; but Wołodyjowski comes from Russia and has no relatives here. He is a valiant soldier, it is true; I counted on him, so much the worse that I was deceived. If the devil had not brought hither those wanderers his friends, he might have acted differently. But after what has happened, a bullet in the forehead waits him, as well as those 2 Skshetuskis and that 3rd fellow, that bull who began first to bellow, 'Traitor, traitor!'" Pan Andrei sprang up as if burned with iron. "Your Highness, the soldiers say that Wołodyjowski saved your life at Tisbyhova." "He did his duty; therefore I wanted to give him Dębicka for life. Now he has betrayed me, hence I give command to shoot him." Kmita's eyes flashed, and his nostrils began to quiver. "Your Highness, that cannot be." "How cannot be?" asked Radzivill, frowning. "I implore your Highness," said Kmita, carried away, "that a hair not fall from Wołodyjowski. Forgive me, I implore. Wołodyjowski had the power not to deliver me to the commission, for it was sent to him and left at his disposal. But he gave it. He plucked me out of the whirlpool. Through that act of his I passed into the jurisdiction of your Highness. He did not hesitate to save me, though he and I were trying to win the same woman. I owe him gratitude, and I have vowed to repay him. Your Highness, grant for my sake that no punishment touch him or his friends. A hair should not fall from the head of either of them, and as God is true, it will not fall while I live. I implore your Highness." Pan Andrei entreated and clasped his hands, but his words were ringing with anger, threats, and indignation. His unrestrained nature gained the upper hand, and he stood above Radzivill with flashing eyes and a visage like the head of an angry bird of prey. The hetman too had a storm in his face. Before his iron will and despotism, everything hitherto in Lithuania and Russia had bent. No one had ever dared to oppose him, no one to beg mercy for those once condemned. But now Kmita's entreating was merely for show. In reality he presented demands, and the position was such that it was impossible to refuse him. At the very beginning of his career of treason, the despot felt that he would have to yield more than once to the despotism of men and circumstances, and would be dependent on adherents of far less importance than this one. That Kmita, whom he wished to turn into a faithful dog, would be rather a captive wolf, ready when angry to bite its master's hand. All this roused the proud blood of Radzivill. He resolved to resist, for his inborn terrible vengefulness urged him to that. "Wołodyjowski and the other 3 must lose their heads," said he with a loud voice. But to speak thus was to throw powder on the fire. "If I had not dispersed the Hungarians, these are not the men who had lost their heads," shouted Kmita. "How is this? Are you renouncing my service already?" asked the hetman, threateningly. "Your highness," answered Pan Andrei with passion, "I am not renouncing. I am begging, imploring. But the harm will not happen. These men are famous in all Poland. It cannot be, it cannot be. I will not be a Judas to Wołodyjowski. I will follow your highness into fire, but refuse not this favor." "But if I refuse?" "Then give command to shoot me. I will not live. May thunderbolts split me. May devils take me living to hell." "Remember, unfortunate, before whom you are speaking." "Bring me not to desperation, your highness." "To a prayer I may give ear, but a threat I will not consider." "I beg, I implore." Here Pan Andrei threw himself on his knees. "Permit me, your highness, to serve you not from constraint but with my heart, or I shall go mad." Radzivill said nothing. Kmita was kneeling. Pallor and flushes chased each other like lightning gleams over his face. It was clear that a moment more and he would burst forth in terrible fashion. "Rise," said Radzivill. Pan Andrei rose. "To defend a friend you are able. I have the test that you will also be able to defend me, and will never desert. But God made you out of nitre, not of flesh, and have a care that you run not to fluid. I cannot refuse you anything. Listen to me. Sienkiewicz, Mirski, and Oskyerko I will send to the Swedes at Birji. Let the 2 Skshetuskis and Wołodyjowski go with them. The Swedes will not tear off their heads there, and it is better that they sit out the war in quiet." "I thank your highness, my father," cried Andrei. "Wait," said the prince. "I have respected your oath already too much, now respect mine. I have recorded death in my soul to that old noble. I have forgotten his name, that bellowing devil who came here with Skshetuski. He is the man who first called me traitor. He mentioned a bribe, he urged on the others, and perhaps there would not have been such opposition without his insolence." Here the prince struck the table with his fist. "I should have expected death sooner, and the end of the world sooner, than that any one would dare to shout at me, Radzivill, to my face, 'Traitor,' in presence of people. There is not a death, there are not torments befitting such a crime. Do not beg me for him. It is useless." But Pan Andrei was not easily discouraged when once he undertook a thing. He was not angry now, nor did he blaze forth. But seizing again the hand of the hetman, he began to cover it with kisses and to entreat with all the earnestness in his soul. "With no rope or chain could your highness bind my heart as with this favor. Only do it not halfway or in part, but completely. That noble said yesterday what all thought. I myself thought the same till you opened my eyes. May fire consume me if I did not. A man is not to blame for being unwise. That noble was so drunk that what he had on his heart he shouted forth. He thought that he was defending the country, and it is hard to punish a man for love of country. He knew that he was exposing his life, and shouted what he had on his mind. He neither warms nor freezes me, but he is to Pan Volodyovski as a brother, or quite as a father. Wołodyjowski would mourn for him beyond measure, and I do not want that. Such is the nature within me, that if I wish good to a man I would give my soul for him. If any one has spared me, but killed my friend, may the devil take him for such a favor. Your Highness, my father, benefactor, do a perfect kindness. Give me this noble, and I will give you all my blood, even tomorrow, this day, this moment." Radziwill gnawed his mustaches. "I determined death to him yesterday in my soul." What the hetman and voevoda of Vilna determined, that can the Grand Prince of Lithuania and, God grant in the future, the King of Poland, as a gracious monarch, efface. Pan Andrei spoke sincerely what he felt and thought, but had he been the most adroit of courtiers, he could not have found a more powerful argument in defense of his friends. The proud face of the magnate grew bright at the sound of those titles which he did not possess yet, and he said: "You have so understood me that I can refuse you nothing. They will all go to Birji. Let them expiate their faults with the Swedes, and when that has happened of which you have spoken, ask for them a new favor." "As true as life I will ask, and may God grant as quickly as possible," said Kmita. "Go now and bear the good news to them." "The news is good for me, not for them, and surely they will not receive it with gratitude, especially since they did not suspect what threatened them. I will not go, your highness, for it would seem as if I were hurrying to boast of my intercession." "Do as you please about that, but lose no time in bringing the squadrons of Mirski and Sienkiewicz. Immediately after there will be another expedition for you, from which surely you will not flee." "What is that?" "You will go to ask on my behalf Pan Billevich, the sword bearer of Rossyeni, to come to me here at Kyedani with his niece and stay during the war. Do you understand?" Kmita was confused. He will not be ready to do that. He went from Kyedani in a great rage. "I think that the rage has left him already. In every case take men, and if they will not come of their own will, put them in a carriage, surround it with dragoons, and bring them. He was as soft as wax when I spoke with him. He blushed like a maiden and bowed to the floor, but he was as frightened at the name of the Swedes as the devil is at holy water, and went away. I want him here for myself and for you. I hope to form out of that wax a candle that I can light when I like and for whom I like. It will be all the better if it happens so, but if not I will have a hostage. The Billeviches are very powerful in Jmud, for they are related to almost all the nobles. When I have one of them in my hands, and that one the eldest, the others will think twice before they undertake anything against me. Furthermore, behind them and your maiden are all that throng of Lauda men, who, if they were to go to the camp of the voevoda of Vityebsk, would be received by him with open arms. That is an important affair, so important that I think to begin with the Billeviches. In Volodyovski's squadron are Lauda men only, the guardians of your maiden. If that is true, begin by conveying her to Kyedani. Only listen, I will undertake to bring the sword bearer to our side, but do you win the maiden as you can. When I bring over the sword bearer, he will help you with the girl. If she is willing, I will have the wedding for you at once. If not, take her to the altar without ceremony. When the storm is over, all will be well. That is the best method with women. She will weep, she will despair, when they drag her to the altar, but the next day she will think that the devil is not so terrible as they paint him, and the third day she will be glad. How did you part from her yesterday?" "As if she had given me a slap in the face." "What did she say?" "She called me a traitor. I was almost struck with paralysis." "Is she so furious? When you are her husband, tell her that a distaff is fitter for her than public affairs, and hold her tight." "Your highness does not know her. She must have a thing, either virtue or vice, according to that she judges, and more than one man might envy her mind. Before you can look around, she has struck the point." "She has struck you to the heart. Try to strike her in like manner." "If God would grant that, your highness! Once I took her with armed hand, but afterward I vowed to do so no more. And something tells me that if I were to take her by force to the altar, it would not be to my heart, for I have promised her and myself not to use force again. If her uncle is convinced, he will convince her, and then she will look on me differently. Now I will go to Billeviche and bring them both here, for I am afraid that she may take refuge in some cloister. But I tell your highness the pure truth. that though it is a great happiness for me to look on that maiden, I would rather attack the whole Swedish power than stand before her at present, for she does not know my honest intentions and holds me a traitor. If you wish, I will send another, Kharlamp or Myeleshko. No, I would rather go myself. Besides, Kharlamp is wounded. That is better. I wanted to send Kharlamp yesterday to Wołodyjowski's squadron to take command, and if need be to force it to obedience. But he is an awkward fellow, and it turns out that he knows not how to hold his own men. I have no service for him. Go first for the sword bearer and the maiden, and then to those squadrons. In an extreme case do not spare blood, for we must show the Swedes that we have power and are not afraid of rebellion. I will send the colonels away at once under escort. I hope that Pontus de la Gardie will consider this a proof of my sincerity. Myeleshko will take them. The beginning is difficult. I see that half of Lithuania will rise against me. That is nothing, your highness. Whoso has a clean conscience fears no man. I thought that all the Radzivills at least would be on my side, but see what Prince Michael writes from Nyesvyej. Here the hetman gave Kmita the letter of Casimir Michael. Pan Andrei cast his eyes over the letter. If I knew not the intentions of your highness, I should think him right, and the most virtuous man in the world. God give him everything good. He speaks what he thinks. Set out now, said the prince, with a certain impatience. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18, Part 1 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 18, Part 1. Kmita, however, did not start that day, nor the following, for threatening news began to arrive at Kyedani from every side. Toward evening a courier rushed in with tidings that Mirski's squadron and Stankiewicz also were marching to the hetman's residence, prepared to demand with armed hand their colonels, that there was terrible agitation among them, and that the officers had sent deputations to all the squadrons posted near Kyedani, and farther on to Podlyasy and Zabludovo, with news of the hetman's treason and with a summons to unite in defense of the country. From this it was easy to see that multitudes of nobles would fly to the insurgent squadrons and form an important force, which it would be difficult to resist in unfortified Kyedani, especially since not every regiment which Radzivill had at hand could be relied on with certainty. This changed all the calculations and plans of the hetman, but instead of weakening, it seemed to rouse his courage still more. He determined to move at the head of his faithful Scottish regiments, cavalry and artillery, against the insurgents, and stamp out the fire at its birth. He knew that the soldiers without colonels were simply an unorganized throng, that would scatter from terror at the mere name of the hetman. He determined also not to spare blood, and to terrify with examples the whole army, all the nobles, nay, all Lithuania, so that it should not dare even to tremble beneath his iron hand. Everything that he had planned must be accomplished, and accomplished with his own forces. That very day a number of foreign officers went to Prussia to make new enlistments, and Kyedani was swarming with armed men. The Scottish regiments, the foreign cavalry, the dragoons of Myeleshko and Kharlamp, with the fire people of Pankorf, were preparing for the campaign. The prince's haiduks, his servants, and the citizens of Kyedani were obliged to increase the military forces, and it was determined to hasten the transfer of the prisoners to Birji, where it would be safer to keep them than in exposed Kyedani. The prince hoped with reason that to transport the colonels to a remote fortress, in which, according to treaty, there must be a Swedish garrison already, would destroy in the minds of the rebellious soldiers all hope of rescuing them, and deprive the rebellion itself of every basis. Pan Zagloba, the Shatskis, and Wołodyjowski were to share the lot of the others. It was already evening when an officer with lantern in hand entered the cellar in which they were, and said, "Prepare, gentlemen, to follow me." "Whither?" asked Zagloba, with a voice of alarm. "That will be seen. Hurry, hurry." "We come." They went out. In the corridor, Scottish soldiers armed with muskets surrounded them. Zagloba grew more and more alarmed. "Still they would not lead us to death without a priest, without confession," whispered he in the ear of Wołodyjowski. Then he turned to the officer. "What is your rank, I pray?" "What is my rank to you?" "I have many relatives in Lithuania, and it is pleasant to know with whom one has to do." "No time for inquiries, but he is a fool who is ashamed of his name. I am Roh Kovalski, if you wish to know." "That is an honorable stock. The men are good soldiers, the women are virtuous. My grandmother was a Kovalski, but she made an orphan of me before I came to the world. Are you from the Vererush or the Korab Kovalskis?" "Do you want to examine me as a witness in the night?" "Oh, I do this because you are surely a relative of mine, for we have the same build. You have large bones and shoulders, just like mine, and I got my form from my grandmother." "Well, we can talk about that on the road. We shall have time." "On the road?" said Zagloba, and a great weight fell from his breast. He breathed like a bellows, and gained courage at once. "Pan Michael," whispered he, "did I not say that they would not cut our heads off?" Meanwhile they had reached the courtyard. Night had fallen completely. In places red torches were burning or lanterns gleaming, throwing an uncertain light on groups of soldiers, horse and foot, of various arms. The whole court was crowded with troops. Clearly they were ready to march, for a great movement was manifest on all sides. Here and there in the darkness gleamed lances, gun barrels, horses' hoofs clattered on the pavement. Single horsemen hurried between the squadrons, undoubtedly officers giving commands. Kovalski stopped the convoy and the prisoners before an enormous wagon drawn by 4 horses, and having a box made, as it were, of ladders. "Take your places, gentlemen," said he. "Some one is sitting there already," said Zagloba, clambering up. "But our packs?" "They are under the straw," said Kovalski. "Hurry, hurry." "But who are sitting here?" asked Zagloba, looking at dark figures stretched on the straw. "Mirski, Sienkiewicz, Oskyerko," answered the voices. "Wołodyjowski, Jan, and Stanislav Skshetuski, and Zagloba," answered our knights. "With the forehead, with the forehead." "With the forehead. We are travelling in honorable company. And whither are they taking us, do you know, gentlemen?" "You are going to Birji," said Kovalski. When he said this, he gave the command. A convoy of 50 dragoons surrounded the wagon and moved on. The prisoners began to converse in a low voice. "They will give us to the Swedes," said Mirski. "I expected that." "I would rather sit among enemies than traitors," answered Sienkiewicz. "And I would rather have a bullet in my forehead," said Wołodyjowski, "than sit with folded arms during such an unfortunate war." "Do not blaspheme, Michael," answered Zagloba, "for from the wagon, should a convenient moment come, you may give a plunge, and from Birji also; but it is hard to escape with a bullet in the forehead. I foresaw that the traitor would not dare to put bullets in our heads." "Is there a thing which Radzivill does not dare to do?" asked Mirski. "It is clear that you have come from afar and know him not. On whomsoever he has sworn vengeance, that man is as good as in the grave, and I remember no instance of his forgiving any one the slightest offense." "But still he did not dare to raise hands on me," answered Zagloba. "Who knows if you have not to thank me for your lives?" "And how?" "Because the Khan loves me wonderfully, for I discovered a conspiracy against his wife when I was a captive in the Crimea. And our gracious king, Yan Kazimir, loves me too. Radzivill, the son of such a one, did not wish to break with 2 such potentates, for they might reach him even in Lithuania." "Ah! What are you saying? He hates the king as the devil does holy water, and would be still more envenomed against you did he know you to be a confidant of the king," observed Sienkiewicz. "I think this," said Oskyerko. "To avoid odium, the hetman would not stain himself with our blood, but I could swear that this officer is bearing an order to the Swedes in Birji to shoot us on the spot." "Oi!" exclaimed Zagloba. They were silent for a moment. Meanwhile the wagon had rolled into the square of Kyedani. The town was sleeping; there were no lights in the windows, only the dogs before the houses snapped angrily at the passing party. "Well," said Zagloba, "we have gained time anyhow, and perhaps a chance will serve us, and some stratagem may come to my head." Here he turned to the old colonels. "Gentlemen, you know me little, but ask my comrades about the hot places in which I have been, and from which I have always escaped. Tell me what kind of officer is this who commands the convoy? Could he be persuaded to not adhere to a traitor, but take the side of his country and join us?" "That is Roh Kovalski, of the Korab Kovalskis," answered Oskyerko. "I know him, I know him. You might as well persuade his horse as him, for as God is bountiful, I know not which is more stupid." "But why did they make him officer?" "He carried the banner with Myeleshko's dragoons. For this no wit is needed. But he was made an officer because his fist pleased the prince, for he breaks horseshoes, wrestles with tame bears, and the man has not yet been discovered whom he cannot bring to the earth." "Has he such strength?" "That he has such strength is true. But were his superior to order him to batter down a wall with his head, he would fall to battering it without a moment's delay. He is ordered to take us to Birji, and he will take us even if the earth had to sink." "'Pon my word," said Zagloba, who listened to this conversation with great attention, "he is a resolute fellow." "Yes, but with him resolution consists in stupidity alone. When he has time and is not eating, he is sleeping. It is an astonishing thing, which you will not believe, but once he slept 48 hours in the barracks, and yawned when they dragged him from the plank bed." "This officer pleases me greatly," said Zagloba, "for I always like to know with whom I have to do." When he had said this, he turned to Kovalski. "But come this way, please," cried he, in a patronizing tone. "What is it?" asked Kovalski, turning his horse. "Have you gorelka?" "I have." "Give it." "How give it?" "You know, gracious Kovalski, that it were not permitted you would have had an order not to give it; but since you have not an order, give it." "Ah!" said Kovalski, astonished, "as I live! But that is like forcing." "Forcing or not forcing, it is permitted you. And it is proper to assist a blood relative and an older man who, if he had married your mother, might have been your father as easily as wink." "What relative are you of mine?" "I am, for there are two stocks of Kovalskis, they who use the seal of Verush, and have a goat painted on their shield, with upraised hind leg, and they who have on their shield the ship in which their ancestor Kovalski sailed from England across the sea to Poland, and these are my relatives through my grandmother, and this is why, too, I have the ship on my shield." "As God lives! You are my relative." "Are you a Korab (ship)?" "A Korab." "My own blood, as God is dear to me!" cried Zagloba. "It is lucky that we have met, for in very truth I have come here to Lithuania to see the Kovalskis, and though I am in bonds while you are on horseback, and in freedom I would gladly embrace you, for what is one's own is one's own." "How can I help you? They commanded me to take you to Birji. I will take you. Blood is blood, but service is service." "Call me uncle," said Zagloba. "Here is a gorelka for you, uncle," said Kovalski. "I can do that much." Zagloba took the flask gladly and drank to his liking. Soon a pleasant warmth spread through his members. It began to grow clear in his brain, and his mind became bright. "Come down from the horse," he said to Kovalski, "and sit here a short time in the wagon. Let us talk, for I should like to have you say something about our family. I respect service, but this too is permitted." Kovalski did not answer for a while. "This was not forbidden," said he at last. Soon after he was sitting at the side of Zagloba, and stretched himself gladly on the straw with which the wagon was filled. Zagloba embraced him heartily. "How is the health of thy old father? God help me, I've forgotten his name." "Roh also." "That's right, that's right. Roh begat Roh. That is according to command. You must call your son Roh as well, so that every hoopoe may have his top knot. But are you married?" "Of course. I am Kovalski, and here is Pani Kovalski. I don't want any other." So saying, the young officer raised to the eyes of Zagloba the hilt of a heavy dragoon sabre, and repeated, "I don't want any other." "Proper," said Zagloba. "Roh, son of Roh, you are greatly pleasing to me. A soldier is best accommodated when he has no wife save such a one, and I will say more, she will be a widow before you will be a widower. The only pity is that you cannot have young Rohs by her, for I see that you are a keen cavalier, and it would be a sin were such a stock to die out." "Oh, no fear of that," said Kovalski. "There are 6 brothers of us." "And all Kos?" "Does uncle know that if not the first, then the second has to be Roh? For Roh is our special patron." Let us drink again." "Very well." Zagloba raised the bottle. He did not drink all, however, but gave it to the officer and said, "To the bottom, to the bottom. It is a pity I cannot see you," continued he. "The night is so dark that you might hit a man in the face. You would not know your own fingers by sight. But hear me, Ro, where was that army going from Kyedani when we drove out?" "Against the insurgents." "The Most High God knows who is insurgent, you or they." "I an insurgent? How could that be? I do what my hetman commands." "But the hetman does not do what the king commands, for surely the king did not command him to join the Swedes. Would you not rather slay the Swedes than give me, your relative, into their hands?" "I might, but for every command there is obedience." "And Pani Kovalski would rather slay Swedes. I know her. Speaking between us, the hetman has rebelled against the king and the country. Don't say this to any one, but it is so, and those who serve him are rebels too." "It is not proper for me to hear this. The hetman has his superior, and I have mine. What is his own belongs to the hetman, and God would punish me if I were to oppose him. That is an unheard of thing." "You speak honestly. But think, Ro, if you were to happen into the hands of those insurgents, I should be free, and it would be no fault of yours, for nec Hercules contra plures. I do not know where those squadrons are, but you must know, and you see we might turn toward them a little." "How is that?" "As if we went by chance to them. It would not be your fault if they rescued us. You would not have me on your conscience, and to have a relative on a man's conscience, believe me, is a terrible burden." "Oh, uncle, what are you saying? As God lives, I will leave the wagon and sit on my horse. It is not I who will have uncle on my conscience, but the hetman. While I live, nothing will come of this talk." "Nothing is nothing," said Zagloba. "I prefer that you speak sincerely, though I was your uncle before Radzivill was your hetman. And do you know, Ro, what an uncle is?" "An uncle is an uncle." "You have calculated very adroitly; but when a man has no father, the Scripture says that he must obey his uncle. The power of an uncle is as that of a father, which it is a sin to resist. For consider even this, that whoever marries may easily become a father, but in your uncle flows the same blood as in your mother. I am not in truth the brother of your mother, but my grandmother must have been your grandmother's aunt. Know then that the authority of several generations rests in me, for like everything else in the world we are mortal, therefore authority passes from one of us to another, and neither the hetman nor the king can ignore it, nor force any one to oppose it. It is sacred. Has the full hetman, or even the grand hetman, the right to command not merely a noble or an officer, but any kind of camp follower, to rise up against his father, his mother, his grandfather, or his blind old grandmother? Answer me that, Ro. Has he the right?" "What?" asked Kovalski with a sleepy voice. "Against his blind old grandmother," repeated Zagloba. "Who in that case would be willing to marry and beget children or wait for grandchildren? Answer me that, Ro." "I am Kovalski, and this is Pani Kovalski," said the still sleepier officer. "If it is your wish, let it be so," answered Zagloba. "Better indeed that you have no children; there will be fewer fools to storm around in the world. Is it not true, Ro?" Zagloba held down his ear, but heard nothing. No answer now. "Ro, Ro!" called he, in a low voice. Kovalski was sleeping like a dead man. "Are you sleeping?" muttered Zagloba. "Wait a bit. I will take this iron pot off your head, for it is of no use to you. This cloak is too tight at the throat; it might cause apoplexy. What sort of relative were I, did I not save you?" Here Zagloba's hands began to move lightly about the head and neck of Kovalski. In the wagon all were in a deep sleep. The soldiers too nodded in the saddles; some in front were singing in a low voice, while looking out the road carefully, for the night, though not rainy, was exceedingly dark. After a time, however, the soldier leading Kovalski's horse behind the wagon saw in the darkness the cloak and bright helmet of his officer. Kovalski, without stopping the wagon, slipped out and nodded to give him the horse. In a moment he mounted. "Pan Commandant, where shall we stop to feed?" asked the sergeant, approaching him. Pan Ro gave no word in reply, but moving forward passed slowly those riding in front and vanished in the darkness. Soon there came to the ears of the dragoons the quick tramp of a horse. "The commandant has gone at a gallop," they said to one another. Surely he wants to look around to see if there is some public house near by. It is time to feed the horses. Time. A half hour passed, an hour, 2 hours, and Pan Kovalski seemed to be ahead all the time, for somehow he was not visible. The horses grew very tired, especially those drawing the wagon, and began to drag on slowly. The stars were leaving the sky. "Gallop to the commandant," said the sergeant. "Tell him the horses are barely able to drag along, and the wagon horses are tired." One of the soldiers moved ahead, but after an hour returned alone. "There is neither trace nor ashes of the commandant," said the soldier. "He must have ridden 5 miles ahead." The soldiers began to grumble. "It is well for him he slept through the day, and just now on the wagon. But do thou, soldier, pound through the night with the last breath of thy horse and thyself." "There is an inn 80 rods distant," said the soldier who had ridden ahead. "I thought to find him there, but no. I listened, trying to hear the horse, nothing to be heard. The devil knows where he is." "We will stop at the inn anyhow," said the sergeant. "We must let the horses rest." In fact, they halted before the inn. The soldiers dismounted. Some went to knock at the door, others untied bundles of hay hanging at the saddles, to feed the horses even from their hands. The prisoners woke when the movement of the wagon ceased. "But where are we going?" asked old Sienkiewicz. "I cannot tell in the night," answered Wołodyjowski, "especially as we are not going to Upita." "But does not the load from Kyedani to Birji lie through Upita?" asked Pan Yan. "It does, but in Upita is my squadron, which clearly the prince fears may resist; therefore he ordered Kovalski to take another road. Just outside Kyedani we turned to Dalnovo and Kroki. From the second place we shall surely go through Besagoli and Shavli. It is a little out of the way, but Upita and Ponyevyej will remain at the right. On this road there are no squadrons, for all that were there were brought to Kyedani so as to have them at hand." "But Pan Zagloba," said Sienkiewicz, "instead of thinking of stratagems, as he promised, is sleeping sweetly and snoring." "Let him sleep. It is clear that he was wearied from talk with that stupid commandant, relationship with whom he confessed. It is evident that he wanted to capture him, but with no result. Whoso would not leave Radzivill for his country will surely not leave him for a distant relative." "Are they really relatives?" asked Oskyerko. "They? They are as much relatives as you and I," answered Wołodyjowski. "When Zagloba spoke of their common escutcheon, I knew it was not true, for I know well that his is called Wechsel in the forehead." "And where is Pan Kovalski? He must be with the soldiers or in the inn." "I should like to ask him to let me sit on some soldier's horse," said Mirski, "for my bones are benumbed." "He will not grant that," said Sienkiewicz, "for the night is dark; you could easily put spurs to the horse and be off. Who could overtake?" "I will give him my word of honor not to attempt escape. Besides, dawn will begin directly." "Soldier, where is the commandant?" asked Wołodyjowski of a dragoon standing near. "Who knows?" "How, who knows? When I ask thee to call him, call him." "We know not ourselves, Colonel, where he is," said the dragoon. "Since he crawled out of the wagon and rode ahead, he has not come back." "Tell him when he comes that we would speak with him." "As the colonel wishes," answered the soldier. The prisoners were silent. From time to time only loud yawning was heard on the wagon; the horses were chewing hay at one side. The soldiers around the wagon, resting on the saddles, were dozing. Others talked in a low voice, or refreshed themselves each with what he had, for it turned out that the inn was deserted and tenantless. The night had begun to grow pale. On its eastern side the dark background of the sky was becoming slightly gray; the stars, going out gradually, twinkled with an uncertain, failing light. Then the roof of the inn became hoary; the trees growing near it were edged with silver; the horses and men seemed to rise out of the shade. After a while it was possible to distinguish faces, and the yellow color of the cloaks. The helmets began to reflect the morning gleam. Wołodyjowski opened his arms and stretched himself, yawning from ear to ear. Then he looked at the sleeping Zagloba. All at once he threw back his arms and shouted, "May the bullet strike him! In God's name, gracious gentlemen, look here!" "What has happened?" asked the colonels, opening their eyes. Look here!" said Wołodyjowski, pointing at the sleeping form. The prisoners turned their glances in the direction indicated, and amazement was reflected on every face. Under the burka and in the cap of Zagloba slept, with the sleep of the just, Pan Kovalski, but Zagloba was not in the wagon. "He has escaped, as God is dear to me," said the astonished Mirski, looking around on every side, as if he did not yet believe his own eyes. "Oh, he is a finished rogue. May the hangman—" cried Sienkiewicz. "He took the helmet and yellow cloak of that fool, and escaped on his horse." "Vanished as if he had dropped into the water." "He said he would get away by stratagem." "They will never see him again." "Gentlemen," said Wołodyowski with delight, "you know not that man, and I swear to you today that he will rescue us yet. I know not how, when, with what means, but I swear that he will." "God grant it! One cannot believe his eyesight," said Pan Stanislav. The soldiers now saw what had happened. An uproar rose among them. One crowded ahead of the other to the wagon, stared at their commandant, dressed in a camel's hair burka and lynx skin cap, and sleeping soundly. The sergeant began to shake him without ceremony. "Commandant! Commandant!" "I am Kovalski, and this is Pani Kovalski," muttered Roh. "Commandant, a prisoner has fled." Kovalski sat up in the wagon and opened his eyes. "What?" "A prisoner has fled, that bulky noble who was talking with the commandant." The officer came to his senses. "Impossible!" cried he, with terrified voice. "How was it? What happened? How did he escape?" "In the helmet and cloak of the commandant. The soldiers did not know him; the night was dark." "Where is my horse?" cried Kovalski. "The horse is gone. The noble fled on him." "On my horse?" "Yes." Kovalski seized himself by the head. "Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews!" After a while he shouted, "Give here that dog faith, that son of such a one who gave him the horse." "Pan Commandant, the soldier is not to blame. The night was dark; you might have struck a man in the face, and he took your helmet and cloak, rode near me, and I did not know him. If your grace had not sat in the wagon, he could not have done it." "Kill me! Kill me!" cried the unfortunate officer. "What is to be done?" "Kill him! Catch him!" "That cannot be done in any way. He is on your horse, the best horse. Ours are terribly road weary. He fled at the first cock crow. We cannot overtake him." "Hunt for a wind in the field," said Sienkiewicz. Kovalski, in a rage, turned to the prisoners. "You helped him to escape. I will—" Here he balled his gigantic fist and began to approach them. Then Mirski said threateningly, "Shout not, and remember that you are speaking to superiors." Kovalski quivered, and straightened himself involuntarily, for really his dignity in presence of such a Mirski was nothing, and all his prisoners were a head above him in rank and significance. Sienkiewicz added, "If you had been commanded to take us, but raise no voice, for to morrow you may be under the command of any one of us." Kovalski stared and was silent. "There is no doubt you have fooled away your head, Pan Roh," said Oskyerko. "To say, as you do, that we helped him is nonsense, for to begin with we were sleeping, just as you were, and secondly each one would have helped himself rather than another. But you have fooled away your head. There was no one to blame here but you. I would be the first to order you shot, since being an officer you fell asleep like a badger, and allowed a prisoner to escape in your own helmet and cloak, nay, on your own horse, an unheard of thing, such as has not happened since the beginning of the world." "An old fox has fooled the young man," said Mirski. "Jesus Mary! I have not even the sabre!" cried Kovalski. "Will not the sabre be of use to him?" asked Sienkiewicz, laughing. "Pan Oskyerko has said well, you have fooled away your head. You must have had pistols in the holsters too?" "I had!" said Kovalski, as if out of his mind. Suddenly he seized his head with both hands. "And the letter of the prince to the commandant of Birji! What shall I, unfortunate man, do now? I am lost for the ages. God give me a bullet in the head." "That will not miss you," said Mirski seriously. "How will you take us to Birji now? What will happen if you say you have brought us as prisoners, and we, superior in rank, say that you are to be thrown into the dungeon? Whom will they believe? Do you think that the Swedish commandant will detain us for the reason simply that Pan Kovalski will beg him to do so? He will rather believe us and confine you underground." "I am lost!" groaned Kovalski. "Nonsense!" said Wołodyowski. "What is to be done, Pan Commandant?" asked the sergeant. "Go to all the devils!" roared Kovalski. "Do I know what to do? Where to go? God give thunderbolts to slay thee!" Go on to Birji, you will see," said Mirski. "Turn back to Kyedani," cried Kovalski. "If they will not plant you at the wall there and shoot you, may bristles cover me," said Oskyerko. "How will you appear before the hetman's face? Tfu! Infamy awaits you, and a bullet in the head, nothing more." "For I deserve nothing more," cried the unfortunate man. "Nonsense, Pan Roh! We alone can save you," said Oskyerko. "You know that we were ready to go to the end of the world with the hetman, and perish. We have shed our blood more than once for the country, and always shed it willingly, but the hetman betrayed the country. He gave this land to the enemy, he joined with them against our gracious lord, to whom we swore allegiance. Do you think that it came easy to soldiers like us to refuse obedience to a superior, to act against discipline, to resist our own hetman? But whoso today is with the hetman is against the king. Whoso today is with the hetman is a traitor to the king and the Commonwealth. Therefore we cast down our batons at the feet of the hetman, for virtue, duty, faith, and honor so commanded. And who did it? Was it I alone? No. Pan Mirski, Pan Sienkiewicz, the best soldiers, the worthiest men. Who remained with the hetman? Disturbers. But why do you not follow men better, wiser, and older than yourself? Do you wish to bring infamy on your name and be trumpeted forth as a traitor? Enter into yourself, ask your conscience what you should do: remain a traitor with Radzivill the traitor, or go with us, who wish to give our last breath for the country, shed the last drop of our blood for it? Would the ground had swallowed us before we refused obedience to the hetman, but would that our souls never escaped hell if we were to betray the king and the country for the profit of Radzivill." This discourse seemed to make a great impression on Kovalski. He stared, opened his mouth, and after a while said, "What do you wish of me, gentlemen?" "To go with us to the voevoda of Vityebsk, who will fight for the country." "But when I have an order to take you to Birji?" "Talk with him," said Mirski. "We want you to disobey the command, to leave the hetman, and go with us. Do you understand?" said Oskyerko impatiently. "Say what you like, but nothing will come of that. I am a soldier. What would I deserve if I left the hetman? It is not my mind, but his; not my will, but his. When he sins he will answer for himself and for me, and it is my dog duty to obey him. I am a simple man. What I do not effect with my hand, I cannot with my head. But I know this: it is my duty to obey, and that is the end of it." "Do what you like," cried Mirski. "It is my fault," continued Roh, "that I commanded to return to Kyedani, for I was ordered to go to Birji. But I became a fool through that noble, who, though a relative, did to me what a stranger would not have done. I wish he were not a relative, but he is. He had not got in his heart to take my horse, deprive me of the favor of the prince, and bring punishment on my shoulders. That is the kind of relative he is. But, gentlemen, you will go to Birji, let come what may afterward." "A pity to lose time, Pan Oskyerko," said Wołodyjowski. "Turn again toward Birji!" cried Kovalski to the dragoons. They turned toward Birji a second time. Pan Roh ordered one of the dragoons to sit in the wagon; then he mounted that man's horse and rode by the side of the prisoners, repeating for a time, "A relative! And to do such a thing!" The prisoners, hearing this, though not certain of their fate and seriously troubled, could not refrain from laughter. At last Wołodyjowski said, "Comfort yourself, Pan Kovalski, for that man has hung on a hook persons not such as you. He surpassed Hmelnitski himself in cunning, and in stratagems no one can equal him." Kovalski said nothing, but fell away a little from the wagon, fearing ridicule. He was shamefaced in presence of the prisoners and of his own soldiers, and was so troubled that he was pitiful to look at. End of chapter 18, part 1. Chapter 18, Part 2 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 18, Part 2. Meanwhile, the colonels were talking of Zagloba and of his marvelous escape. "In truth, 'tis astonishing," said Wołodyjowski, "that there are not in the world straits out of which that man could not save himself. When strength and bravery are of no avail, he escapes through stratagem. Other men lose courage when death is hanging over their heads, or they commit themselves to God, waiting for what will happen. But he begins straightway to work with his head, and always thinks out something. He is as brave in need as Achilles, but prefers to follow Ulysses. I would not be his guard, though he were bound with chains, said Sienkiewicz, for it is nothing that he will escape, but besides he will expose a man to ridicule. Of course, said Pan Michael. Now he will laugh at Kovalski to the end of his life, and God guard a man from coming under his tongue, for there is not a sharper in the Commonwealth. And when he begins, as is his custom, to color his speech, then people are bursting from laughter. But you say that in need he can use his saber? Asked Sienkiewicz. Of course, he slew Burley at Zabraj in view of the whole army. Well, God save us, cried Sienkiewicz. I have never seen such a man. He has rendered us a great service by his escape, said Oskyerko, for he took the letters of the hetman, and who knows what was written in them against us. I do not think that the Swedish commandant at Birji will give ear to us and not to Kovalski. That will not be, for we come as prisoners, and he as commanding the convoy, but certainly they will not know what to do with us. In every case they will not cut off our heads, and that is the main thing. I spoke as I did merely to confuse Kovalski completely, said Mirski, but that they will not cut off our heads, as you say, is no great consolation, God knows. Everything so combines that it would be better not to live. Now another war, a civil war, will break out, that will be final ruin. What reason have I, old man, to look on these things? Or I, who remember other times, said Sienkiewicz. You should not say that, gentlemen, for the mercy of God is greater than the rage of men, and his almighty hand may snatch us from the whirlpool precisely when we least expect. Holy are these words, said Pan Yan, and to us, men from under the standard of the late Prince Yeremy, it is grievous to live now, for we were accustomed to victory, and still one likes to serve the country if the Lord God would give at last a leader who is not a traitor, but one whom a man might trust with his whole heart and soul. Oi, true, true, said Pan Michael. A man would fight night and day. But I tell you, gentlemen, that this is the greatest despair, said Mirski, for everyone wanders as in darkness and asks himself what to do, and uncertainty stifles him like a nightmare. I know not how it is with you, but mental disquiet is rending me. And when I think that I cast my baton at the feet of the hetman, that I was the cause of resistance and mutiny, the remnants of my gray hair stand on my head from terror. So it is. But what is to be done in the presence of open treason? Happy are they who do not need to give themselves such questions, and seek for answers in their souls. A leader, a leader! May the merciful Lord give a leader, said Sienkiewicz, raising his eyes toward heaven. Do not men say that the Voivoda of Vitebsk is a wonderfully honest man? Asked Pan Stanislav. They do, replied Mirski, but he has not the baton of grand or full hetman, and before the king clothes him with the office of hetman, he can act only on his own account. He will not go to the Swedes or anywhere else, that is certain. Pan Gosyevski, full hetman, is a captive in Kyedani. Yes, for he is an honest man, said Oskyerko. When news of that came to me I was distressed, and had an immediate foreboding of evil. Pan Michael fell to thinking, and said after a while, I was in Warsaw once, and went to the king's palace. Our gracious lord, since he loved soldiers, and had praised me for the Bereshko affair, knew me at once, and commanded me to come to dinner. At this dinner I saw Pan Charnyetski, as the dinner was specifically for him. The king grew a little merry from wine, pressed Charnyetski's head, and said at last, Even should the time come in which all will desert me, you will be faithful. With mine own ears I heard that said, as it were with prophetic spirit. Pan Charnyetski, from emotion, was hardly able to speak. He only repeated, to the last breath, to the last breath. And then the king shed tears. Who knows if those were not prophetic words, for the time of disaster had already come, said Mirski. Charnyetski is a great soldier, replied Sienkiewicz. There are no lips in the Commonwealth which do not repeat his name. They say, said Pan Yan, that the Tartars, who are aiding Revera Potocki against Hmelnitski, are so much in love with Charnyetski that they will not go where he is not with them." "That is real truth," answered Oskyerko. "I heard that told in Kyedani before the hetman. We were all praising at that time Charnyetski wonderfully, but it was not to the taste of Radzivill, for he frowned and said, 'He is quartermaster of the king, but he might be under Sarstoda with me at Toitskin.'" Envy, it is clear, was gnawing at him. It is a well-known fact that an apostate cannot endure the luster of virtue. Thus did the captive colonels converse; then their speech was turned again to Zagloba. Wołodyjowski assured them that aid might be looked for from him, for he was not the man to leave his friends in misfortune. "I am certain," said he, "that he has fled to Upita, where he will find my men, if they are not yet defeated, or taken by force to Kyedani. With them he will come to rescue us, unless they refuse to come, which I do not expect, for in the squadron are Lauda men chiefly, and they are fond of me." "But they are old clients of Radzivill," remarked Mirski. "True, but when they hear of the surrender of Lithuania to the Swedes, the imprisonment of the full hetman and Pan Yudytski, of you and me, it will turn their hearts away greatly from Radzivill. Those are honest nobles. Pan Zagloba will neglect nothing to paint the hetman with soot, and he can do that better than any of us." "True," said Pan Stanislav, "but meanwhile we shall be in Birji." "That cannot be, for we are making a circle to avoid Upita, and from Upita the road is direct as if cut with a sickle. Even were they to start a day later, or 2 days, they could still be in Birji before us and block our way. We are only going to Shavli now, and from there we shall go to Birji directly, but you must know that it is nearer from Upita to Birji than to Shavli." "As I live, it is nearer, and the road is better," said Mirski, "for it is a high road." "There it is, and we are not yet in Shavli." Only in the evening did they see the hill called Saltuves Kalnas, at the foot of which Shavli stands. On the road they saw that disquiet was reigning in all the villages and towns through which they passed. Evidently news of the hetman's desertion to the Swedes had run all through Jmud. Here and there the people asked the soldiers if it were true that the country was to be occupied by Swedes. Here and there crowds of peasants were leaving the villages with their wives, children, cattle, and effects, and going to the depths of the forest, with which the whole region was thickly covered. In places the aspect of the peasants was almost threatening, for evidently the dragoons were taken for Swedes. In villages inhabited by nobles they were asked directly who they were and where they were going, and when Kovalski, instead of answering, commanded them to leave the road, it came to shouts and threats to such a degree that muskets leveled for firing were barely sufficient to open a passage. The highway leading from Kovno through Shavli to Mitava was covered with wagons and carriages, in which were the wives and children of nobles wishing to take refuge from war in estates in Courland. In Shavli itself, which was an appanage of the king, there were no private squadrons of the hetman, or men of the quota, but here the captive colonels saw for the first time a Swedish detachment, composed of 25 knights, who had come on a reconnaissance from Birji. Crowds of Jews and citizens were staring at the strangers. The colonels too gazed at them with curiosity, especially Wołodyjowski, who had never before seen Swedes. Hence he examined them eagerly, with the desiring eyes with which a wolf looks at a flock of sheep. Pan Kovalski entered into communication with the officer, declared who he was, where he was going, whom he was conveying, and requested him to join his men to the dragoons, for greater safety on the road. But the officer answered that he had an order to push as far possible into the depth of the country, so as to be convinced of its condition, therefore he could not return to Birji. But he gave assurance that the road was safe everywhere, for small detachments sent out from Birji were moving in all directions. Some were sent even as far as Kyedani. After he had rested till midnight and fed the horses, which were very tired, Pan Ro moved on his way, turning from Shavli to the east through Yohavashkili and Pasvut towards Birji, so as to reach the direct highway from Upita and Ponyevyej. "If Zagloba comes to our rescue," said Wołodyjowski, about daylight, "it will be the easiest to take this road, for he could start right at Upita." "Maybe he is lurking somewhere," said Pan Stanislav. "I had hope till I saw the Swedes," said Stankyevich, "but now it strikes me that there is no help for us." Zagloba has a head to avoid them or to fool them, and he will be able to do so. But he does not know the country. The Lauda people know it, for some of them take hemp, wainscots, and pitch to Riga, and there is no lack of such men in my squadron. The Swedes must have occupied all the places about Birji. Fine soldiers, those whom we saw in Shavli, I must confess, said the little knight. Man for man, splendid. Did you notice what well-fed horses they had? Those are Livland horses, very powerful, said Mirski. Our hussar and armored officers send to Livland for horses, since our beasts are small. Tell me of the Swedish infantry, put in Sienkiewicz. Though a cavalry makes a splendid appearance, it is inferior. Whenever one of our squadrons, and especially of the important divisions, rushed on their cavalry, the Swedes did not hold out while you could say Our Father twice. You have tried them in old times, said the little knight, but I have no chance of testing them. I tell you, gentlemen, when I saw them now in Shavli, with their beards yellow as flax, ants began to crawl over my fingers. I, the soul would to paradise, but sit thou here in the wagon and sigh. The colonels were silent, but evidently not Pan Michael alone was burning with such friendly feeling toward the Swedes, for soon the following conversation of the dragoons surrounding the wagon came to the ears of the prisoners. "Did you see those pagan dog faiths?" said one soldier. "We were to fight with them, but now we must clean their horses." "May the bright thunderbolts crush them," muttered another dragoon. "He, quiet, the Swede, will teach thee manners with a broom over thy head." Or I, him. "Thou art a fool. Not such as thou wish to rush at them. Thou seest what has happened." "We are taking the greatest knights to them, as if into the dog's mouth. They, the sons of Jew mothers, will abuse these knights." "Without a Jew you cannot talk with such trash. The commandant in Shavli had to send for a Jew right away." "May the plague kill them." Here the first soldier lowered his voice somewhat and said, "They say the best soldiers do not wish to fight against their own king." "Of course not. Did you not see the Hungarians, or how the hetman used troops against those resisting? It is unknown yet what will happen. Some of our dragoons too took part with the Hungarians. These men very likely are shot by this time." "That is a reward for faithful service." "To the devil with such work, a Jew's service." "Halt!" cried on a sudden Kovalski riding in front. "May a bullet halt in thy snout," muttered a voice near the wagon. "Who is there?" asked the soldiers of one another. "Halt!" came a second command. The wagon stopped. The soldiers held in their horses. The day was pleasant, clear. The sun had risen, and by its rays was to be seen, on the highway ahead, clusters of dust rising as if herds or troops were coming. Soon the dust began to shine, as if some one were scattering sparks in the bunches of it, and lights glittered each moment more clearly, like burning candles surrounded with smoke. "Those spears are gleaming!" cried Pan Michael. "Troops are coming. Surely some Swedish detachment. With them only infantry have spears, but there the dust is moving quickly. That is cavalry. Our men!" "Ours! Ours!" repeated the dragoons. "Form!" thundered Pan Roh. The dragoons surrounded the wagon in a circle. Pan Wołodyjowski had flame in his eyes. "Those are my Lauda men with Zagloba! It cannot be otherwise." Now only 40 rods divided those approaching from the wagon, and the distance decreased for every instant, for the coming detachment was moving at a trot. Finally, from out the dust pushed a strong body of troops moving in good order, as if to attack. In a moment they were nearer. In the first rank, a little from the right side, moved, under a bunchuk, some powerful man with a baton in his hand. Scarcely had Wołodyjowski put eye on him when he cried, "Pan Zagloba! As I love God, Pan Zagloba!" A smile brightened the face of Pan Yan. "It is he and no one else, and under a bunchuk. He has already created himself hetman. I should have known him by that whim anywhere. That man will die as he was born." "May the Lord God give him health," said Oskyerko. Then he put his hands around his mouth and began to call, "Gracious Kovalski, your relative is coming to visit you." But Pan Roh did not hear, for he was just forming his dragoons. and it is only justice to declare that though he had a handful of men, and on the other side a whole squadron was rolling against him, he was not confused, nor did he lose courage. He placed the dragoons in 2 ranks in front of the wagon, but the others stretched out and approached in a half circle, Tartar fashion, from both sides of the field. But evidently they wished to parley, for they began to wave a flag and cry, "Stop! Stop!" "Forward!" cried Kovalski. "Yield!" was cried from the road. "Fire!" commanded in answer Kovalski. Dull silence followed. Not a single dragoon fired. Pan Roh was dumb for a moment. Then he rushed as if wild on his own dragoons. "Fire, dog faiths!" roared he with a terrible voice, and with one blow of his fist he knocked from his horse the nearest soldier. Others began to draw back before the rage of the man, but no one obeyed the command. All at once they scattered like a flock of frightened partridges in the twinkle of an eye. "Still I would have those soldiers shot," muttered Mirski. Meanwhile Kovalski, seeing that his own men had left him, turned his horse to attacking ranks. "For me death is there!" cried he with a terrible voice. And he sprang at them like a thunderbolt, but before he had passed half the distance a shot rattled from Zagloba's ranks. Pan Roh's horse thrust his nose into the dust and fell, throwing his rider. At the same moment a soldier of Wołodyjowski's squadron pushed forward like lightning and caught by the shoulder the officer rising from the ground. "That is Yuzva Bertram!" cried Wołodyjowski. "Yuzva Footless!" Pan Roh in his turn seized Yuzva by the skirt, and the skirt remained in his hand. Then they struggled like 2 enraged falcons, for both had gigantic strength. Bertram's stirrup broke, he fell to the ground and turned over, but he did not let Pan Roh go, and both formed as it were one ball, which rolled along the road. Others ran up. About 20 hands seized Kovalski, who tore and dragged like a bear in a net. He hurled men around, as a wild boar hurls dogs. He raised himself again, and did not give up the battle. He wanted to die, but he heard tens of voices repeating the words, "Take him alive! Take him alive!" At last his strength forsook him, and he fainted. Meanwhile Zagloba was at the wagon, or rather on the wagon, and had seized in his embraces Pan Yan, the little knight, Mirski, Sienkiewicz, and Oskyerko, calling with a panting voice, "Ha! Zagloba was good for something. Now we will give it to that Radzivill. We are free gentlemen, and we have men. We'll go straight away to ravage his property. Well, did the stratagem succeed? I should have got you out, if not in one way, in another. I am so blown that I can barely draw breath. Now for Radzivill's property, gracious gentlemen. Now for Radzivill's property. You do not know yet as much of Radzivill as I do." Further outbursts were interrupted by the Lauda men, who ran one after another to greet their colonel. The Bertrams, the Smoky Gostievskis, the Domashevskis, the Stankins, and the Gashtovs crowded around the wagon, and powerful throats bellowed continually, "Vivat! Vivat!" "Gracious gentlemen," said the little knight when it grew somewhat quieter, "most beloved comrades, I thank you for your love. It is a terrible thing that we must refuse obedience to the hetman, and raise hands against him, but since his treason is clear, we cannot do otherwise. We will not desert our country and our gracious king. Vivat Johannes Casimirus Rex!" "Vivat Johannes Casimirus Rex!" repeated 300 voices. "Attack the property of Radzivill!" shouted Zagloba. "Empty his larders and cellars." "Horses for us!" cried the little knight. They galloped for horses. Then Zagloba said, "Pan Michael, I was hetman over these people in place of you, and I acknowledge willingly that they acted with manfulness, but as you are now free, I yield the command into your hands." "Let your grace take command, as superior in rank," said Pan Michael, turning to Mirski. "I do not think of it, and why should I?" said the old colonel. "Then perhaps Pan Stankyevich?" "I have my own squadron, and I will not take his from a stranger. Remain in command. Ceremony is chopped straw, satisfaction is oats. You know the men, they know you, and they will fight better under you." "Do so, Michael, do so, for otherwise it would not be well," said Pan Yan. "I will do so." So saying, Pan Michael took the baton from Zagloba's hands, drew up the squadron for marching, and moved with his comrades to the head of it. "And where shall we go?" asked Zagloba. To tell the truth, I don't know myself, for I have not thought of that," answered Pan Michael. "It is worth while to deliberate on what we should do," said Mirski, "and we must begin at once. But may I be permitted first to give thanks to Pan Zagloba in the name of all, that he did not forget us in straits, and rescued us so effectually." "Well," said Zagloba, with pride, raising his head and twisting his mustache, "without me you would be in Birji. Justice commands to acknowledge that what no man can think out, Zagloba thinks out. Pan Michael, we were in straits not like these. Remember how I saved you when we were fleeing before the Tartars with Helena?" Pan Michael might have answered that in that juncture not Zagloba saved him, but he Zagloba; still he was silent, and his mustache began to quiver. The old noble spoke on. "Thanks are not necessary, since what I did for you today, you certainly would not fail to do for me tomorrow in case of need. I am as glad to see you free as if I had gained the greatest battle. It seems that neither my hand nor my head has grown very old yet." "Then you went straightway to Upita?" asked Wołodyowski. "But where should I go? To Kyedani? Crawl into the wolf's throat? Of course to Upita, and it is certain that I did not spare the horse, and a good beast he was. Yesterday early I was in Upita, and at midday we started for Birji, in the direction in which I expected to meet you." "And how did my men believe you at once? For with the exception of 2 or 3 who saw you at my quarters, they did not know you." "To tell the truth, I had not the least difficulty. For first of all I had your ring, Pan Michael, and secondly the men had just learned of your arrest and the treason of the hetman. I found a deputation to them from Pan Mirski's squadron and that of Pan Sienkiewicz, asking to join them against the hetman, the traitor. When I informed them that you were being taken to Birji, it was as if a man had thrust a stick into an ant hill. Their horses were at pasture, boys were set at once to bring them in, and at midday we started. I took the command openly, for it belonged to me." "But, father, where did you get the bunchuk?" asked Pan Yan. "We thought from a distance that you were the hetman." "Of course, I did not look worse than he. Where did I get the bunchuk? Well, at the same time with the deputations from the resisting squadrons came also Pan Schicht, with a command to the Lauda men to march to Kyedani, and he brought a bunchuk to give greater weight to the command. I ordered his arrest on the spot, and had the bunchuk borne above me, to deceive the Swedes if I met them." "As God lives, he thought all out wisely!" cried Oskyerko. "As Solomon!" added Stankyevich. Zagloba swelled up as if he were yeast. "Let us take counsel at once as to what should be done," said he at last. "If it is agreeable to the company to listen to me with patience, I will tell what I have thought over on the road. I do not advise you to commence war with Radzivill now, and this for 2 reasons. First, because he is a pike, and we are perches. It is better for perches never to turn head to a pike, for he can swallow them easily, but tail, for then the sharp scales protect them. May the devil fix him on a spit in all haste, and baste him with pitch lest he burn overmuch." "Secondly?" asked Mirski. "Secondly," answered Zagloba, "if at any time by any fortune we should fall into his hands, he would give us such a flaying that all the magpies in Lithuania would have something to scream about. See what was in that letter which Kovalski was taking to the Swedish commandant at Birji, and know the voevoda of Vilna, in case he was unknown to you hitherto." So saying, he unbuttoned his vest, and taking from his bosom a letter, gave it to Mirski. "Pshaw! It is in German or Swedish," said the old colonel. "Who can read this letter?" It appeared that Pan Stanislav alone knew a little German, for he had gone frequently to Toruń (Thorn), but he could not read writing. "I will tell you the substance of it," said Zagloba. "When in Upita the soldiers sent to the pasture for their horses, there was a little time. I gave command to bring to me by the locks a Jew whom everyone said was dreadfully wise, and he, with a sabre at his throat, read quickly all that was in the letter and shelled it out to me. Behold, the hetman enjoined on the commandant at Birji, and for the good of the King of Sweden directed him, after the convoy had been set back, to shoot every one of us, without sparing a man, but so to do it that no report might go abroad." All the colonels began to clap their hands except Mirski, who, shaking his head, said, "It was for me who knew him marvellous, and not find a place in my head, that he would let us out of Kyedani. There must surely be reasons to us unknown, for which he could not put us to death himself." "Doubtless for him it was a question of public opinion." "Maybe. "It is wonderful how venomous he is," said the little knight, "for without mentioning services, I and Ganhoff saved his life not so long ago." "And I," said Stankyevich, "served under his father and under him 35 years." "He is a terrible man," added Pan Stanislav. "It is better not to crawl into the hands of such a one," said Zagloba. "Let the devils take him. We will avoid fighting with him, but we will pluck bare these estates of his that lie on our way. Let us go to the voevoda of Vityebsk, so as to have some defense, some leader, and on the road we will take what can be had from the larders, stables, granaries, and cellars. My soul laughs at the thought, and it is sure that I will let no one surpass me in this work. What money we can take from land bailiffs we will take. The more noisily and openly we go to the voevoda of Vityebsk, the more gladly will he receive us." "He will receive us gladly as we are," said Oskyerko, "but it is good advice to go to him, and better can no one think out at present." "Will all agree to that?" asked Stankyevich. "As true as life," said Pan Mirski. "So then to the voevoda of Vityebsk. Let him be that leader for whom we prayed to God." "Amen," said the others. They rode some time in silence, till at last Pan Michael began to be uneasy in the saddle. "But could we not pluck the Swedes somewhere on the road?" asked he at last, turning his eyes to his comrades. "My advice is, if a chance comes, why not?" answered Stankyevich. "Doubtless Radzivill assured the Swedes that he had all Lithuania in his hands, and that all were deserting Yan Kazimir willingly. Let it be shown that this is not true." "And properly," said Mirski. "If some detachment crawls into our way, we will ride over it. I will say also, attack not the prince himself, for we could not stand before him, he is a great warrior. But, avoiding battles, it is worth while to move about Kyedani a couple of days." "To plunder Radzivill's property?" asked Zagloba. "No, but to assemble more men. My squadron and that of Pan Stankyevich will join us. If they are already defeated, and they may be, the men will come to us singly. It will not pass either without a rally of nobles to us. We will bring Pan Sapyeha fresh forces with which he can easily undertake something." In fact, that reckoning was good, and the dragoons of the convoy served as the first example, though Kovalski himself resisted. All his men went over without hesitation to Pan Michael. There might be found more such men in Radzivill's ranks. It might also be supposed that the first attack on the Swedes would call forth a general uprising in the country. Pan Michael determined therefore to move that night toward Ponyevyej, assemble whom he could of the Lauda nobles in the vicinity of Upita, and thence plunge into the wilderness of Rogovsk, in which, as he expected, the remnants of the defeated resisting squadrons would be in hiding. Meanwhile he halted for rest at the river Lavecha to refresh horses and men. They halted there till night, looking from the density of the forest to the high road, along which were passing continually new crowds of peasants, fleeing to the woods before the expected Swedish invasion. The soldiers set out on the road brought in from time to time single peasants as informants concerning the Swedes, but it was impossible to learn much from them. The peasants were frightened, and each repeated separately that the Swedes were here and there, but no one could give accurate information. When it had become completely dark, Pan Wołodyjowski commanded the men to mount their horses, but before they started a rather distinct sound of bells came to their ears. "What is that?" asked Zagloba. "It is too late for the Angelus." Wołodyjowski listened carefully for a while. "That is an alarm," said he. Then he went along the line. "And does anyone here know what village or town there is in that direction?" "Klavany, Colonel," answered one of the Gostyeviches. "We go that way with Potash." "Do you hear bells?" "We hear. That is something unusual." Volodyovski nodded to the trumpeter, and in a low note the trumpet sounded in the dark forest. The squadron pushed forward. The eyes of all were fixed in the direction from which the ringing came each moment more powerful. Indeed, they were not looking in vain, for soon a red light gleamed on the horizon and increased every moment. "A fire!" muttered the men in the ranks. Pan Michael bent toward Skshetuski. "The Swedes," said he. "We will try them," answered Pan Yan. "It is a wonder to me that they are setting fire. The nobles must have resisted, or the peasants risen, if they attacked the church." "Well, we shall see," said Pan Michael, and he was panting with satisfaction. Then Zagloba clattered up to him. "Pan Michael?" "What?" "I see that the odor of Swedish flesh has come to you. There will surely be a battle, will there not?" "As God gives, as God gives." "But who will guard the prisoner?" "What prisoner?" "Of course not me, but Kovalski. Pan Michael, it is a terribly important thing that he should not escape. Remember that the hetman knows nothing of what has happened, and he will learn from no one if Kovalski does not report to him. It is requisite to order some trusty men to guard him, for in time of battle he might escape easily, especially if he takes up some stratagem." "He is as capable of stratagems as the wagon on which he is sitting; but you are right, it is necessary to station some one near. Will you have him under your eye during this time?" "Humph! I am sorry to be away from the battle. It is true that in the night near fire I am as good as blind. If it were in the daytime you would never have persuaded me, but since the public good requires it, let this be so." "Very well, I will leave you with 5 soldiers to assist, and if he tries to escape, fire at his head." "I'll squeeze him like wax in my fingers, never fear. But the fire is increasing every moment. Where shall I stay with Kovalski?" "Wherever you like. I've no time now," answered Pan Michael, and he rode on. The flames were spreading rapidly. The wind was blowing from the fire and toward the squadron, and with the sound of bells brought the report of firearms. "On a trot!" commanded Wołodyjowski. End of chapter 18, part 2.
Chapter 19 of The Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr Nater. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 19. When near the village, the Lauda men slackened their speed and saw a broader street, so lighted by flames that pins might be picked from the ground. For on both sides a number of cottages were burning, and others were catching fire from these gradually, for the wind was strong and carried sparks, nay, whole clusters of them, like fiery birds, to the adjoining roofs. On the streets the flames illuminated greater and smaller crowds of people moving quickly in various directions. The cries of men were mingled with the sounds of the church bells hidden among trees, with the bellowing of cattle, the barking of dogs, and with infrequent discharges of firearms. After they had ridden nearer, Wołodyjowski's soldiers saw troopers wearing round hats, not many men. Some were skirmishing with groups of peasants armed with scythes and forks, firing at them from pistols and pushing them beyond the cottages into the gardens. Others were driving oxen, cows, and sheep to the road with rapiers. Others, whom it was barely possible to distinguish among whole clouds of feathers, had covered themselves with poultry, with wings fluttering in the agonies of death. Some were holding horses, each man having 2 or 3 belonging to officers who were occupied evidently in plundering the cottages. The road to the village descended somewhat from a hill in the midst of a birch grove, so that the Lauda men, without being seen themselves, saw as it were a picture representing the enemy's attack on the village, lighted up by flames, in the glare of which could be clearly distinguished foreign soldiers, villagers, women dragged by troopers, and men defending themselves in disordered groups. All were moving violently, like puppets on springs, shouting, cursing, lamenting. The conflagration shook a full mane of flame over the village, and roared each moment more terribly. Wołodyjowski led his men to the open gate, and ordered them to slacken their pace. He might strike, and with one blow wipe out the invaders, who were expecting nothing; but the little knight had determined to taste the sweets in open battle. He had so arranged that they might see him coming. Some horsemen, standing near the gate, saw the approaching squadron first. One of them sprang to an officer, who stood with drawn rapier in the midst of a considerable group of horsemen, in the middle of the road, and began to speak to him, pointing to where Wołodyjowski was descending with his men. The officer shaded his eyes with his hand and gazed for a time. Then he gave a sign, and at once the sharp sound of a trumpet was heard, mingled with various cries of men and beasts. And here our knight could admire the regularity of the Swedish soldiers, for barely were first tones of the trumpet heard, when some of the horsemen rushed out in hot haste from the cottages, Others left the plundered villages, the oxen and sheep, and ran to their horses. In the twinkle of an eye they stood in regular line, at sight of which the little knight's heart rose with wonder, so select were the men. All were large, sturdy fellows, dressed in coats, with leather straps over the shoulders, and black hats with rim raised on the left side. All had matched bay horses, and stood in line with rapiers at their shoulders, looking sharply but calmly at the road. An officer stepped forth from the line with a trumpeter, wishing apparently to inquire what sort of men were approaching so slowly. Evidently they were thought to be one of Radzivill's squadrons, from which no encounter was expected. The officer began to wave his rapier and his hat. The trumpeter sounded continually, as a sign that they wished to parley. "Let some one fire at them," said the little knight, "so that he may know what to expect from us." The report sounded, but the shot did not reach, for the distance was too great. Evidently the officer thought that there was some misunderstanding, for he began to shout and to wave his hat. "Let him have it a second time," cried Wołodyjowski. After the second discharge, the officer turned and moved, though not too hurriedly, towards his own, who also approached him on a trot. The first rank of Lauda men were now entering the gate. The Swedish officer, riding up, shouted to his men. The rapiers, hitherto standing upright by the shoulders of the horsemen, dropped and hung at their belts. But all at the same instant drew pistols from the holsters and rested them on the pommels of their saddles, holding the muzzle upward. "Finished soldiers," muttered Wołodyjowski, seeing the rapidity of their movements, which were simultaneous and almost mechanical. Then he looked at his own men to see if the ranks were in order, straightened himself in the saddle, and cried, "Forward!" The Lauda men bent down to the necks of their horses and rushed on like a whirlwind. The Swedes let them come near, and then gave a simultaneous discharge from the pistols; but this did little harm to the Lauda men hidden behind the heads of their horses. Only a few dropped the reins and fell backward; the rest rushed on and struck the horsemen breast to breast. The Lithuanian light squadrons used lances yet, which in the army of the kingdom the hussars alone used; but Wołodyjowski, expecting a battle at close quarters, had ordered his men to plant their lances at the roadside, therefore it came to sabres at once. The first impetus was not sufficient to break the Swedes, but it pushed them back so that they began to retreat, cutting and thrusting with their rapiers. But the Lauda men pushed them furiously along the road. Bodies began to fall thickly. The throng grew denser each moment. The clatter of sabres frightened the peasants out of the broad road, in which the heat from the burning houses was unendurable, though the houses were separated from the road and the fences by gardens. The Swedes, pressed with increasing vigor, retreated gradually, but still in good order. It was difficult, moreover, to scatter them, since strong fences closed the road on both sides. At times they tried to stop, but were unable to do so. It was a wonderful battle, in which, by reason of the relatively narrow place of meeting, only the first ranks fought. Those next in order could only push forward those standing in front of them, but just for this reason the struggle was turned into a furious encounter. Wołodyjowski, having previously requested the old colonels and Pan Yan to look after the men during the attack, enjoyed himself to the full in the first rank, and every moment some Swedish head fell before him in the throng, as if it had dived into the ground. Sometimes a rapier, torn from the hand of a horseman, flew whistling above the rank, and at the same instant was heard the piercing cry of a man, and again a head fell. A second took its place, then a third the place of the second, but Wołodyjowski pushed ever forward. His eyes glittered like two ill-omened sparks, but he was not carried away and did not forget himself. At moments when he had no one at sword's length in front of him, he turned his face and blade somewhat to the right or left, and destroyed in the twinkle of an eye a horseman, with a movement apparently trifling. And he was terrible through these slight and lightning movements, which were almost not human. As a woman pulling hemp disappears in it and is hidden completely, but by the falling stalks her road is known easily, so he vanished from the eye for a time in the throng of large men, but where soldiers were falling like stalks under the sickle of the harvester who cuts near the ground, there was Pan Michael. Pan Stanisław and the gloomy Jóźwa Butrym, called Footless, followed hard in his track. At length the Swedish rear ranks began to push out from between the fences to the broad grass plot before the church and the bell tower, and after them came the front ranks. Now was heard the command of the officer, who wished evidently to bring all his men into action at once. And the oblong rectangular body of horsemen stretched out, deployed in the twinkle of an eye, into a long line to present its full front. But Pan Yan, who directed the battle and led the squadron, did not imitate the Swede. He rushed forward with a dense column which, striking the now weaker line, broke it, as if with a wedge, and turned swiftly to the right toward the church, taking with this movement the rear of one half of the Swedes, while on the other half Mirski and Stankiewicz sprang with the reserve, in which were a part of the Lauda men and all of Kowalski's dragoons. Two battles now began, but they did not last long. The left wing, on which Pan Yan had struck, was unable to form and scattered first. The right, in which was the commanding officer, resisted longer, but being too much extended it began to break, to fall into disorder, and at last followed the example of the left wing. The grass plot was broad, but unfortunately was enclosed on all sides by a lofty fence, and the church servants closed and propped the opposite gate when they saw what was taking place. The scattered Swedes then ran around, but the Lauda men rushed after them. In some places larger groups fought, a number at a time, with sabres and rapiers. In other places the conflict was turned into a series of duels, and man met man, the rapier crossed the sabre, and at times the report of a pistol burst forth. Here and there a Swedish horseman, escaping from one sabre, ran as if to a trap under another. Here and there a Swede or a Lithuanian rose from under a fallen horse and fell that moment under the blow of a weapon awaiting him. Through the grass plot terrified horses rushed about riderless, with waving mane and nostrils distended from fear. Some bit one another, others, blinded from fright, turned their tails to the groups of fighting men and kicked them. Pan Wołodyjowski, hurling down Swedes as he went, searched the whole place with his eyes for the officer in command. At last he saw him defending himself against two Butryms, and he sprang toward him. "Aside!" cried he to the Butryms, "aside!" The obedient soldiers sprang aside, the little knight rushed on and closed with the Swede, the horses of the two stood on their haunches. The officer wished evidently to unhorse his opponent with a thrust, but Wołodyjowski, interposing the hilt of his sabre, described a half circle like lightning, and the rapier flew away. The officer bent to his holster, but, cut through the cheek at that moment, he dropped the reins from his left hand. "Take him alive!" shouted Wołodyjowski to the Butryms. The Lauda men seized the wounded officer and held him tottering in the saddle. The little knight pushed on and rode farther against the Swedes, quenching them before him like candles. But the Swedes began to yield everywhere before the nobles, who were more adroit in fencing and single combat. Some of the Swedes, seizing their rapier blades, extended the hilts to their opponents. Others threw their weapons at their feet. The word "pardon" was heard more and more frequently on the field. But no attention was paid to the word, for Pan Michael had commanded to spare but few. The Swedes, seeing this, rushed anew to the struggle, and died as became soldiers after a desperate defense, redeeming richly with blood their own death. An hour later the last of them were cut down. The peasants ran in crowds from the village to the grass plot to catch the horses, kill the wounded, and plunder the dead. Such was the end of the first encounter of Lithuanians with Swedes. Meanwhile Zagloba, stationed at a distance in the birch grove with the wagon in which lay Pan Roch, was forced to hear the bitter reproach that, though a relative, he had treated that young man shamefully. "Uncle, you have ruined me utterly, for not only is a bullet in the head waiting for me at Kyedani, but eternal infamy will fall on my name. Henceforth whoso wants to say fool may say Roch Kowalski." "The truth is that not many will be found to contradict him," answered Zagloba, "and the best proof of your folly is that you wonder at being hung on a hook by me who moved the Khan of the Crimea as a puppet. Well, did you think to yourself, worthless fellow, that I would let you take me and other men of importance to Birji, and throw us, the ornaments of the Commonwealth, into the jaws of the Swedes? I was not taking you of my own will. But you were the servant of an executioner, and that for a noble is infamy, from which you must purify yourself, or I will renounce you and all the Kowalskis. To be a traitor is worse than to be a crabmonger, but to be the servant of someone worse than a crabmonger is the lowest thing." "I was serving the hetman." "And the hetman the devil. There you have it. You are a fool, Roch. Get that into your head once and forever. Dispute not, but hold to my skirts, and a man will come of you yet. For know this, that advancement has met more than one personage through me." The rattle of shots interrupted further conversation, for the battle was just beginning in the village. Then the discharges stopped, but the noise continued, and shouts reached that retreat in the birch grove. "Ah, Pan Michael is working," said Zagloba. "He is not big, but he bites like a viper. They are shelling out those devils from over the sea like peas. I would rather be there than here, and through you I must listen here. Is this your gratitude? Is this the act of a respectable relative?" "What have I to be grateful for?" asked Roch. "For this, that a traitor is not ploughing with you as with an ox, though you are grandly fitted for ploughing, since you are stupid and strong. Understand me? Aye, it is getting hotter and hotter here. Do you hear? That must be the Swedes, who are bawling like calves in a pasture." Here Zagloba became serious, for he was a little disturbed. On a sudden he asked, looking quickly into Pan Roch's eyes, "To whom do you wish victory?" "To ours, of course." "See that! And why not to the Swedes?" "I would rather pound them. Who are ours are ours." "Conscience is waking up in you. But how could you take your own blood to the Swedes?" "For I had an order." "But now you have no order." "True." "Your superior is now Pan Wołodyjowski, no one else." "Well, that seems to be true." "You must do what Pan Wołodyjowski commands." "I must." "He commands you now to renounce Radziwiłł future, and not to serve him, but the country." "How is that?" asked Pan Roch, scratching his head. "A command!" cried Zagloba. "I obey," said Kovalski. "That is right. At the first chance you will thrash the Swedes." "If it is the order, it is the order," answered Kovalski, and breathed deeply, as if a great burden had fallen from his breast. Zagloba was equally well satisfied, for he had his own views concerning Kovalski. They began then to listen in harmony to the sounds of the battle which came to them, and listened about an hour longer, until all was silent. Zagloba was more and more alarmed. "If they have not succeeded?" asked he. "Uncle, you an old warrior and can say such things. If they were beaten, they would come back to us in small groups." "True, I see thy wit will be of service." "Do you hear the tramp, uncle? They are riding slowly, they must have cut the Swedes to pieces." "Oi, if they are only ours! Shall I go forward or not?" Saying this, Zagloba dropped his sabre at his side, took his pistol in his hand, and moved forward. Soon he saw before him a dark mass moving slowly along the road. At the same time noise of conversation reached him. In front rode a number of men talking with one another loudly. Soon the well-known voice of Pan Michael struck the ear of Zagloba. "They are good men. I don't know what kind of infantry they have, but the cavalry is perfect." Zagloba touched his horse with the spurs. "Ah, how is it? How is it? Oh, impatience was tearing me. I wanted to fly into the fire. But is no one wounded?" "All are sound, praise to God, but we have lost more than 20 good soldiers." "And the Swedes?" "We laid them down like a pavement." "Pan Michael, you must have enjoyed yourself as a dog in a spring. But was it a decent thing to leave me, an old man, on guard? The soul came near going out of me, so much did I want Swedish meat. Oh, I should have gnawed them." "You may have a roast now, if you like, for a number of them are in the fire." "Let the dogs eat them. And were prisoners taken?" "A captain and 7 soldiers." "What do you think to do with them?" "I would have them hang, for like robbers they fell on an innocent village, and were killing the people. Yan says, however, that that will not do." "Listen to me, gentlemen, hear what has come to my head just now. There is no good in hanging them. On the contrary, let them go to Birji as soon as possible." "What for?" "You know me as a soldier, know me now as a statesman. We will let the Swedes go, but we will not tell them who we are. We will say that we are Radziwiłł's men, that we have cut off this detachment at command of the hetman, and in future will cut off whom we meet, for the hetman only pretended, through strategy, to join the Swedes. They will break their heads over this, and thus we will undermine the hetman's credit terribly. Just think! This hits the Swedes, and hits Radziwiłł's too. Kyedani is far from Birji, and Radziwiłł is still farther from Pontus de la Gardie. Before they explain to each other what has happened and how, they will be ready to fight. We will set the traitor against the invaders, and who will gain by this if not the Commonwealth?" "This is excellent counsel, and quite worth the victory. May the bullets strike him!" said Stankievich. "You have the mind of a chancellor," added Mirski, "for this will disturb their plans." "Surely we should act thus," said Pan Michael. "I will set them free to morrow, but to day I do not wish to know of anything, for I am dreadfully wearied. It was as hot in the village as in an oven. Ugh, my arms are paralyzed completely. The officer could not go today in any case, for his face is cut." "But in what language shall we tell them all this? What is your counsel, father?" asked Pan Yan. "I have been thinking of that too," answered Zagloba. "Kovalski told me that there are 2 Prussians among his dragoons who know how to jabber German, and are sharp fellows. Let them tell in German, which the Swedes know, of course, after fighting so many years in Germany. Kovalski is ours, soul and body. He is a man in 100, and we will have no small profit from him." "Well done!" said Wołodyjowski. "Will some of you, gentlemen, be so kind as to see to this? For I have no voice in my throat from weariness. I have told to the men that we shall stay in this grove till morning. The villagers will bring us food. And now to sleep. My lieutenant will see to the watch. 'Pon my word, I cannot see you, for my eyes are closing." "Gentlemen," said Zagloba, "there is a stack of hay just outside the birches. Let us go to the stack. We shall sleep like susliks, and to the road on the morrow. We shall not come back to this country, unless with Pan Sapieha against Radziwiłł." CHAPTER 19.
Chapter 20 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 20. In Lithuania a civil war had begun, which, with 2 invasions of the Commonwealth and the ever more stubborn war of the Ukraine, filled the measure of misfortune. The army of the Lithuanian quota, though so small in number that alone it could not offer effectual resistance to any of the enemies, was divided into 2 camps. Some regiments, and especially the foreign ones, remained with Radziwiłł. Others, forming the majority, proclaimed the hetman a traitor, protested in arms against joining Sweden, but without unity, without a leader, without a plan. Sapieha might be its leader, but he was too much occupied at that time with the defence of the Byhovo, and with the desperate struggle in the interior of the country, to be able to take his place immediately at the head of the movement against Radziwiłł. Meanwhile the invaders, each considering a whole region as his own, began to send threatening messages to the other. From their misunderstandings might rise in time the salvation of the Commonwealth, but before it came to hostile steps between them, there reigned the most terrible chaos in all Lithuania. Radziwiłł, deceived in the army, determined to bring it to obedience through force. Wołodyjowski had barely reached Ponyevyej with his squadron after the battle of Klavany, when news came to him of the destruction by Radziwiłł of Mirski's squadron, Stankiewicz. Some of the men were placed by force among Radziwiłł's troops, others were cut down or scattered to the 4 winds. The remainder were wandering singly or in small groups through villages and forests, seeking a place to hide their heads from vengeance and pursuit. Fugitives came daily to Pan Michael's detachment, increasing his force and bringing news the most varied. The most important item was news of the mutiny of Lithuanian troops stationed in Podlyasye, near Bialystok and Tykotsin. After the armies of Moscow had occupied Vilno, the squadrons from that place had to cover the approach to the territories of the kingdom. But hearing of the hetman's treason, they formed a confederation, at the head of which were 2 colonels, Horotkiewicz and Jakub Kmita, a son of Andrzej, the most trusty assistant of Radziwiłł. The name of the latter was repeated with horror by the soldiers. He mainly had caused the dispersion of Sankiewicz's squadron and that of Mirski. He shot without mercy the captured officers. The hetman trusted him blindly, and just recently had sent him against Nyavyarovski's squadron, which, disregarding the example of its colonel, refused obedience. Wołodyjowski heard the last account with great attention. Then he turned to the officers summoned in council, and asked, "What would you say to this, that we, instead of hurrying to the voivoda of Vityebsk, go to those squadrons which have formed a confederacy at Podlyasye?" "You have taken that out of my mouth," said Zagloba. "It is nearer home there, and it is always pleasanter among one's own people." "Fugitives mention, too, a report," added Pan Yan, "that the king has ordered some squadrons to return from the Ukraine to oppose the Swedes on the Vistula. If this should prove true, we might be among old comrades instead of pounding from corner to corner." "But who is going to command those squadrons? Does any one know?" "They say that Charnyetski will," answered Volodyovski. "But people say this rather than know it, for positive intelligence could not come yet." "However it may be," said Zagloba, "my advice is to hurry to Podlyasye. We can bring to our side those squadrons that have risen against Radzivill, and take them to the king, and that certainly will not be without a reward." "Let it be so," said Oskyerko and Stankyevich. "It is not easy," said the little knight, "to get to Podlyasye, for we shall have to slip through the fingers of the hetman. If fortune meanwhile should grant us to snap up Kmita somewhere on the road, I would speak a couple of words in his ear, from which his skin would grow green." "He deserves it," said Mirski. "That some old soldiers who have served their whole lives under the Radzivills hold to the hetman is less to be wondered at, but that swaggerer serves only for his own profit, and the pleasure which he finds in betrayal." "So then, to Podlyasye?" asked Oskyerko. "To Podlyasye! To Podlyasye!" cried all in one voice. But still the affair was difficult, as Volodyovski had said, for to go to Podlyasye it was necessary to pass near Kyedani, as near a den in which a lion was lurking. The road and lines of forest, the towns and villages, were in the hands of Radzivill. Somewhat beyond Kyedani was Kmita, with cavalry, infantry, and cannon. The hetman had already heard of the escape of the colonels, the mutiny of Volodyovski's squadron, and the battle of Klavany. The last brought him to such a rage that there was fear for his life, since a terrible attack of asthma had for a time almost stopped his breathing. In truth he had cause enough for anger, and even for despair, since that battle brought on his head a whole Swedish tempest. People began at once after this battle to cut up here and there small Swedish detachments. Peasants did this, and individual nobles independently, but the Swedes laid it to the account of Radzivill, especially as the officers and men sent by Volyovski to Birji declared before the commandant that one of Radzivill's squadrons had fallen upon them at his command. In a week a letter came to the prince from the commandant at Birji, and 10 days later from Pontus de la Gardie himself, the commander-in-chief of the Swedish forces. "Either your highness has no power and significance," wrote the latter, "and in such case how could you conclude a treaty in the name of the whole country, or it is your wish to bring about through artifice the ruin of the king's army. If that is the case, the favor of my master will turn from your highness, and punishment will come quickly, unless you show obedience and efface your faults by faithful service." Radzivill sent couriers at once with an explanation of what had happened and how. But the dart had fastened in his haughty soul, and the burning wound began to rankle more and more. He whose word not long before terrified the country more than all Sweden, he for the half of whose property all the Swedish lords might have been bought, he who stood against his own king, thinking himself the equal of monarchs, he who had acquired fame in the whole world by his victories, and who walked in his own pride as in sunshine, must now listen to the threats of one Swedish general, must hear lectures on obedience and faithfulness. It is true that that general was brother-in-law to the king, but the king himself, who was he? A usurper of the throne, belonging by right and inheritance to Yan Kazimir. Above all, the rage of the hetman was turned against those who were the cause of that humiliation, and he swore to himself to trample Volodyovski and those colonels who were with him, and the whole squadron of Lauda. With this object he marched against them, and as hunters to clear out the wolf's nest surround a forest with shares. He surrounded them and began to pursue without rest. Meanwhile tidings came that Kmita had crushed Nyevyarovski's squadron, cut down or scattered the officers, and joined the men to his own. Radzivill, to strike the more surely, commanded Pan Andrei to send him some of these troops. "Those men," wrote the hetman, "for whose lives you interceded with us so persistently, and mainly Wołodyowski with that other straggler, escaped on the road to Birji. We sent the stupidest officer with them on purpose, so that they might not win him over, but even he either became a traitor or they fooled him. Now Wołodyowski has the whole Lauda squadron, and fugitives are reinforcing him. They cut to pieces 120 Swedes at Klavany, saying they did it at our command, from which great distrust has risen between us and Pontus. The whole cause may be ruined by those traitors, whose heads, had it not been for your interference, would have been cut off at our command. As God is in heaven, so we have to repent of our mildness, though we hope in God that vengeance will soon overtake them. Tidings have come to us, too, that in Billeviche nobles assemble at the house of the sword-bearer, and conspire against us. This must be stopped. You will send all the cavalry to us, and the infantry to Kyedani to guard the castle and the town, for from those traitors anything may be expected. You will go yourself with some tens of horsemen to Billeviche, and bring the sword-bearer and his niece to Kyedani. At present it is important not only for you, but for us, for whoso has them in hand has the whole Lauda region, in which the nobles, following the example of Wołodyowski, are beginning to rise against us. We have sent Harasimovich to Zabludovo, with instructions how to begin with those confederates. Of great importance among them is Yakub, your cousin, to whom you will write, if you think you can act on him through a letter. Signifying to you our continual favor, we commit you to the care of God." When Kmita had read this letter, he was content at heart that the colonels had succeeded in escaping the Swedes, and in secret he wished them to escape Radzivill. Still he carried out all commands of the prince, sent him the cavalry, garrisoned Kyedani with infantry, and began to make trenches along the castle and the town, promising himself to go immediately after his work was done to Billeviche for the sword-bearer and the young woman. "I will use no force unless in the last resort," thought he, "and in no case will I urge Olenka. Finally, it is not my will, 'tis the command of the prince. She will not receive me pleasantly, I know, but God grant that in time she will know my intentions, and that I serve Radzivill not against the country but for its salvation." Thinking thus, he labored zealously at fortifying Kyedani, which was to be the residence of his Olenka in the future. Meanwhile Wołodyowski was slipping away before the hetman, but the hetman pursued him furiously. It was, however, too narrow for Pan Michael, for from Birji considerable detachments of Swedish troops pushed toward the south. The east of the country was occupied by legions of the Tsar, and on the road to Kyedani the hetman was lying in wait. Zagloba was greatly depressed by such a condition of affairs, and he turned with increasing frequency to Pan Michael with questions. "Pan Michael, by the love of God, shall we break through, or shall we not break through?" "There is not even talk of breaking through here," answered the little knight. "You know that I am not lined with cowardice, and that I attack whom I will, even the devil himself. But I cannot meet the hetman, for I am not equal to him. You have said yourself that he is a pike, and we perches. I shall do what is in my power to slip out, but if it comes to a battle, I tell you plainly that he will defeat us." "Then he will command to chop us up and throw us to the dogs, as God lives, into any man's hands save Radzivill's. But in this case, why not turn to Pan Sapyeha?" "It is too late now, for the hetman's troops and the Swedes have closed the roads." "The devil tempted me when I persuaded Pan Yan and his cousin to go to Radzivill," said Zagloba in despair. But Pan Michael did not lose hope yet, especially since the nobles and even the peasants brought him warning of the hetman's movements. For all hearts were turning from Radzivill. Pan Michael twisted out therefore as he knew how, and he knew how famously, for almost from childhood he had inured himself to war with Tartars and Cossacks. He had been made renowned in the army of Yeremy by descents on Tartar shambles, by scouting expeditions, unexpected attacks, lightning escapes, in which he surpassed other officers. At present hemmed in between Upita and Rogova on one side, and Nyevyaja on the other, he doubled around on the space of a few miles, avoiding battle continually, worrying the Radzivill squadrons, and even plucking them a little, as a wolf hunted by dogs slips by often near the hunters, and when the dogs press him too closely, turns and shows his white gleaming teeth. But when Kmita's cavalry came up, the hetman closed the narrowest gaps with them, and went himself to see that the two ends of the snare came together. That was at Nyevyaja. The regiments of Myeleshko and Ganhoff, with 2 squadrons of cavalry, under the lead of the prince himself, formed as it were a bow, the string of which was the river. Wołodyjowski, with his squadron, was in the centre of the bow. He had in front of him, it is true, one ford which led through a swampy stream, but just on the other side of the ford were 2 Scottish regiments and 200 of Radzivill's Cossacks, with 6 field pieces turned in such manner that even one man could not have reached the other side under the fire of them. Now the bow began to contract. The middle of it was led by the hetman himself. Happily for Wołodyjowski, night and a storm with pouring rain stopped the advance. But for the enclosed men there remained not more than a square half-mile of meadow, grown over with willows, in the middle of the half-ring of Radzivill's army, and the river guarded on the other side by the Scots. Next morning, when the early dawn was just whitening the tops of the willows, the regiments moved forward to the river, and were struck dumb with amazement. Wołodyjowski had gone through the earth. There was not a living soul in the willows. The hetman himself was astounded, and then real thunders fell on the heads of the officers commanding at the ford. And again an attack of asthma seized the prince with such force that those present trembled for his life. But rage overcame even the asthma. 2 officers, entrusted with guarding the bank, were to be shot, but Ganhoff prevailed on the prince to have inquiries made, first as to how the beast had escaped from the toils. It appeared in fact that Wołodyjowski, taking advantage of the darkness and rain, had led his whole squadron out of the willows into the river, and swimming or wading with the current had slipped along Radzivill's right wing, which touched the bank at that point. Some horses, sunk to their bellies in the mud, indicated the place where they had come out of the right bank. From farther tracks it was easy to see that he had moved with all horse breath in the direction of Kyedani. The hetman guessed at once from this that he wished to make his way to Horotkiewicz and Jarub Kmita in Podlyasye. But in passing near Kyedani, would he not burn the town, or try to plunder the castle? A terrible fear straitened the heart of the prince. The greater part of his ready money and treasures were in Kyedani. Kmita, it is true, was bound to supply it with infantry, but if he had not done so, the undefended castle would easily become plunder for the insolent colonel. Radzivill felt sure that courage would not be wanting Wołodyjowski to attack the residence of Kyedani itself. It might be that time would not be wanting, for escaping in the beginning of the night he had left pursuit at least 6 hours behind. In every case it was imperative to hasten with all breath to the rescue. The prince left the infantry and pushed on with the cavalry. When they arrived at Kyedani he did not find Kmita, but he found everything quiet, and the opinion which he had of the young colonel's ability increased doubly at sight of the finished trenches and field cannon standing on them. That same day he reviewed them in company with Ganhoff, to whom he remarked in the evening, "He acted thus of his own mind, without any order, and finished those trenches so well that a protracted defence might be made here, even against artillery. If that man does not break his neck too early, he may rise high. There was another man, at thought of whom the hetman could not restrain a certain kind of admiration, but mingled with rage, for the man was Pan Michael. "I could finish the mutiny soon," said he to Ganhoff, "if I had 2 such servants. Kmita may be still more alert, but he has not the experience, and the other was brought up in the school of Yeremi, beyond the Dnieper." "Does your highness give command to pursue him?" asked Ganhoff. The prince looked at Ganhoff and said with emphasis, "He would beat you, and escape from me." But after a while he frowned and added, "Everything is quiet here now, but we must move to Podlyasye at once, and finish those there." "Your highness," said Ganhoff, "as soon as we move a foot out of this place, all will seize arms against the Swedes." "Which all?" "The nobles and peasants. And not stopping with the Swedes, they will turn against the dissidents, for they put all the blame of this war on our co-religionists, saying that we sent to the enemy, and in fact brought the enemy in. It is a question with me of my cousin Boguslav. I know not whether he is able to hold out against the confederates in Podlyasye." "It is a question of Lithuania to keep it in obedience to us and the King of Sweden." The prince began to walk through the room, saying, "If I could in any way get Horotkyevich and Yakub Kmita into my hands! They will devour my property, destroy, plunder it; they will not leave a stone upon a stone." "Unless we stipulate with General de la Gardie to send hither as many troops as possible while we are in Podlyasye." "With Pontus? Never!" answered Radzivill, to whose head a wave of blood rushed. "If with any one, with the king himself. I do not need to treat with servants when I can treat with their master. If the king were to command Pontus to place 2,000 cavalry at my disposal, that would be another thing, but I will not ask Pontus for them. It is needful to send some one to the king. It is time to negotiate with him directly." The lean face of Ganhoff flushed slightly, and his eyes were lighted with desire. "If your highness commanded—" "You would go, but for you to arrive there is another thing. You are a German, and it is dangerous for a foreigner to enter an uprisen country. Who knows where the king is at this moment, and where he will be in half a month or a month? It is necessary to ride through the whole country. Besides, it cannot be. You will not go, for it is necessary to send one of my own people, a man of high family, so as to convince the king that not all the nobles have left me." "An inexperienced man might do much harm," said Ganhoff timidly. "An envoy will have no work there except to deliver my letter, and bring back an answer; and any man can explain that it was not I who gave orders to beat the Swedes at Klavany." Ganhoff was silent. The prince began again to walk with unquiet steps through the room. On his forehead was manifest a continual struggle of thought. In truth, he had not known a moment of peace from the time of his treaty with the Swedes. Pride devoured him, his conscience gnawed him, the unexpected resistance of the country and the army gnawed him, the uncertainty of the future and the threat of ruin terrified him. He struggled, he fought, he passed sleepless nights, he was failing in health. His eyes were sinking, he was growing thin. His face, formerly red, became blue, and almost with every hour silver threads increased in his moustaches and his forelock. In a word, he lived in torment, and bent under the burden. Ganhoff followed him with his eyes as he walked through the room. He had still a little hope that the prince would bethink himself and send him. But the prince halted suddenly and struck his forehead with his palm. "2 squadrons of cavalry! To horse at once! I will lead them myself." Ganhoff looked at him with wonderment. "An expedition?" inquired he, involuntarily. "Move on!" said the prince. "God grant that it be not too late." Chapter 21 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz, translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 21. When Kmita had finished the trenches and secured Kyedani from sudden attack, he was unable to delay further his expedition for the sword-bearer and Olenka, especially since the command of the prince to bring them to Kyedani was imperative. But still Pan Andrei loitered, and when at last he did move at the head of 50 dragoons, he was as unquiet as if going on a forlorn hope. He felt that he would not be thankfully received, and he trembled at the thought that the old man might try to resist, even with armed hand. And in such an event it would be necessary to use force. But he determined first to persuade and entreat. With the intent of stripping his visit of all semblance of armed attack, he left the dragoons at an inn a quarter of a mile from the village, and 2 from the house, and ordering the carriage to follow a little later, rode ahead himself, with only the sergeant and 1 attendant. It was in the afternoon, and the sun was already well inclined toward the west, but after a rainy and stormy night the day was beautiful and the sky pure. Only here and there was it variegated on the western side by small rosy clouds which pushed slowly beyond the horizon, like a flock of sheep leaving a field. Kmita rode through the village with throbbing heart, and as uneasy as the Tartar who, entering a village first in advance of a chambul, looks around on every side to see if he can discover armed men in ambush. But the 3 horsemen attracted no attention. Barefooted little peasant boys merely jumped out of the road before the horses. Peasants, seeing the handsome officer, bowed to him, sweeping the ground with their caps. He rode on, and passing the village saw ahead a large dwelling, the old Billevich nest. Behind it broad gardens ending far beyond in the flat fields. Kmita slacked his pace still more, and began to talk with himself, evidently framing answers to questions, and meanwhile he gazed with anxious eye on the buildings rising before him. It was not at all a lordly mansion, but at the first glance it would have been guessed that a noble lived there of more than medium fortune. The house itself, with its back to the gardens and front to the highway, was enormous, but of wood. The pine of the walls had grown so dark with age that the panes in the windows seemed white in contrast. Above the walls rose a gigantic roof with 4 chimneys in the middle, and 2 dovecots at the gables. A whole cloud of white doves were collected on the roof, now flying away with clapping of wings, now dropping, like snowy kerchiefs, on the black ridges, now flapping around the pillars supporting the entrance. That entrance, adorned with a shield on which the Billevich arms were painted, disturbed the proportions of the house, for it was not in the middle but toward one side of it. Evidently the house had once been smaller, but new parts were added subsequently from one side. Though the added parts had grown so black with the passage of years as not to differ in anything from the old. 2 wings of enormous length rose on both sides of the house proper, and formed, as it were, 2 arms of a horseshoe. In these wings were guest chambers used in times of great gatherings, kitchens, storehouses, carriage houses, stables for carriage horses, which the masters wished to keep near at hand, rooms for officials, servants, and house Cossacks. In the middle of the broad yard grew old linden trees, on them were storks' nests. Among the trees was a bear chained to a pillar. 2 well sweeps at the sides of the yard, a cross with the Passion of the Lord between 2 spears at the entrance, completed this picture of the residence of a powerful, noble family. At the right of the house, in the middle of frequent linden trees, rose the straw roofs of stables, cow-houses, sheep-houses, and granaries. Kmita entered the gate, which was open on both sides, like the arms of a noble awaiting the arrival of a guest. Then 2 dogs loitering through the yard announced the stranger, and from a wing 2 boys ran to take the horses. At the same moment in the door of the main building stood a female figure, in which Kmita recognized Olenka at once. His heart beat more quickly, and throwing the reins to the servant, he went toward the porch with uncovered head, holding in one hand his sabre, and in the other his cap. She stood before him like a charming vision, shading her eyes with her hand against the setting sun, and then vanished on a sudden, as if frightened by the sight of the approaching guest. "Bad," thought Pan Andrei, "she hides from me." He was pained, and his pain was all the greater since just before the mild sunset the view of that house, and the calm so spread around it, filled his heart with hope, although perhaps Pan Andrei did not note that. He cherished, as it were, an illusion that he was going to his betrothed, who would receive him with eyes gleaming from joy, and a blush on her cheeks. And the illusion was broken. Scarcely had she seen him when she rushed away, as if from an evil spirit. And straightway Pan Tomash came out to meet him with a face at once unquiet and cloudy. Kmita bowed and said, "I have long wished to express duly my devotion to you, my benefactor, but I was unable to do so sooner in these times of disturbance, though surely there was no lack in me of desire." "I am very grateful, and I beg you to enter," answered the sword-bearer, smoothing the forelock on his head, an act usual with him when confused or uncertain of himself, and he stepped aside from the door to let the guest pass. Kmita for a while did not wish to enter first, and they bowed to each other on the threshold. At last Pan Andrei took the step before the sword-bearer, and in a moment they were in the room. They found there two nobles, one a man in the bloom of life, Pan Dovgird of Plemborg, a near neighbour of the Biloviches, the other Pan Hudzinski, a tenant in Eragoly. Kmita noticed that they had barely heard his name when their faces changed, and they seemed to act like dogs at sight of a wolf. He looked at them first defiantly, and then feigned not to see them. A disagreeable silence succeeded. Pan Andrei grew impatient and gnawed his moustaches. The guests looked at him with a fixed frown, and the sword-bearer stroked his forelock. "Will you drink a glass of poor noble's mead with us?" asked he at last, pointing to a decanter and a glass. "I request you—" "I will drink with a gentleman," said Kmita, rather abruptly. Dovgird and Hudzinski began to puff, taking the answer as an expression of contempt for them. But they would not begin a quarrel at once in a friendly house, and that with a roisterer who had a terrible reputation throughout all Jmud. Still the insult nettled them. Meanwhile the sword-bearer clapped his hands for a servant, and ordered him to bring a fourth glass. Then he filled it, raised his own to his lips, and said, "Into your hands. I am glad to see you in my house." "I should be sincerely glad were that true." "A guest is a guest," said the sword-bearer sententiously. After a while, conscious evidently of his duty as a host to keep up the conversation, he asked, "What do you hear at Kyedani? How is the health of the hetman?" "Not strong," answered Kmita, "and in these unquiet times it cannot be otherwise. The prince has a world of troubles and annoyances." "I believe that," said Pan Hudzinski. Kmita looked at him for a while, then turned to the host and continued, "The prince, being promised assistance by the Swedish king, expected to move against the enemy at Vilna without delay, and take vengeance for the ashes of that place, which have not yet grown cold. And it must be known also to you that now it is necessary to search for Vilna in Vilna, for it was burning 17 days. They say that nothing is visible among the ruins but the black holes of cellars from which smoke is still rising continually." "Misfortune!" said the sword-bearer. "Of course a misfortune, which if it could not have been prevented should be avenged, and similar ruins made of the enemy's capital. In fact, it was coming to this when disturbers, suspecting the best intentions of an honorable man, proclaimed him a traitor, and resisted him in arms instead of aiding him against the enemy. Is it not to be wondered, therefore, that the health of the prince totters, since he, whom God predestined to great things, sees that the malice of man is ever preparing new obstacles through which the entire undertaking may come to naught? The best friends of the prince have deceived him, those on whom he counted most have left him, or gone to the enemy." "So it is," said the sword-bearer seriously. "That is very painful," continued Kmita, "and I myself have heard the prince say, I know that honourable men pass evil judgments on me, but why do they not come to Kyedani? Why do they not tell me to my face what they have against me, and listen to my reasons?" "Whom has the prince in mind?" asked the sword-bearer. "In the first rank you, my benefactor, for whom he has a genuine regard, and he suspects that you belong to the enemy." The sword-bearer began to smooth his forelock quickly. At last, seeing that the conversation was taking an undesirable turn, he clapped his hands. The servant appeared in the doorway. "Seest not that it is growing dark? Bring lights," cried Pan Tomash. "God sees," continued Kmita, "that I had intended to lay before you proper assurances of my own devotion separately, but I have come here also at the order of the prince, who would have come in person to Billevich if the time were more favouring." "Our thresholds are too lowly," said the sword-bearer. "Do not say that, since it is customary for neighbours to visit one another. But the prince has no time unoccupied. Therefore he said to me, 'Explain in my name to Pan Billevich that I am not able to visit him, but let him come to me with his niece, and that of course without delay, for to-morrow or the day following I know not where I shall be. So I have come with a request, and I trust that both of you are in good health, for when I drove in here I saw Panna Alexandra at the door, but she vanished at once, like mist from the field." "That is true," said the sword-bearer. "I sent her myself to see who had come." "I am waiting for your reply, my benefactor," said Kmita. At that moment the attendant brought in a light and placed it on the table. By the shining of the light it was seen that Billevich was greatly confused. "This is no small honor for me," said he, "but I cannot go at once. But please to excuse me to the hetman. You see that I have guests." "Oh, surely that will not hinder, for these gentlemen will yield to the prince." "We have our own tongues in our mouths, and can answer for ourselves," said Pan Hudzynski. "Without waiting for others to make decisions concerning us," added Dovgird. "You see," continued Kmita, pretending to take in good part the churlish words of the nobles, "I knew that these were polite cavaliers. But to avoid slighting any one, I invite them also in the name of the prince to come to Kyedani." "Too much favor!" said both. "We have something else to do." Kmita looked on them with a peculiar expression, and then said coldly, as if speaking to some fourth person, "When the prince invites, it is not permitted to refuse." At that they rose from their chairs. "But is that constraint?" asked the sword-bearer. "Pan Billevich, my benefactor," answered Kmita quickly, "those gentlemen will go whether they wish or not, for thus it has pleased me. But I desire not to use force with you, and I beg most sincerely that you will deign to gratify the prince. I am on service and have an order to bring you, but as long as I do not lose hope of effecting something with entreaty, I shall not cease to entreat, and I swear to you that not a hair will fall from your head while there. The prince wishes to talk with you, and wishes you to live in Kyedani during these troubled times, when even peasants collect in crowds and plunder. This is the whole affair. You will be treated with fitting respect in Kyedani, as a guest and a friend. I give my word of honor for that." "As a noble, I protest," said the sword-bearer, "and the law protects me." "And sabres!" cried Hudzynski and Dovgird. Kmita laughed, frowned, and said, "Put away your sabres, gentlemen, or I shall give the order to place you both against the barn and put a bullet in the head of each one of you." At this they grew timid, and began to look at each other and at Kmita, but the sword-bearer cried, "The most outrageous violence against the freedom of nobles, against privileges." "There will be no violence if you comply of your own will," said Kmita, "and the proof is in this, that I left dragoons in the village, and came here alone to invite you as one neighbor another. Do not refuse, for the times are such that it is difficult to pay attention to refusals. The prince himself will excuse you therefore, and know that you will be received as a neighbor and a friend. Understand, too, that you could be received otherwise. I would 100 times rather have a bullet in my head than come here for you. Not a hair will fall from any Billevich head while I am alive. Call to mind who I am, remember Heraclius Billevich, remember his will, and consider whether the prince would have selected me did he not intend to deal with you in sincerity. Why then does he use force? Why have I to go under constraint? How am I to trust him, when all Lithuania talks of the oppression under which honourable citizens are groaning in Kyedani?" Kmita drew breath, for from his words and voice he knew that Billevich was beginning to weaken in his resistance. "Worthy benefactor," said he, almost joyously, "constraint among neighbours often rises from affection, and when you order servants to put the carriage wheel of a welcome guest in the storehouse, or his provision chest in the larder, is not that constraint? And when you force him to drink, even when wine is flowing out through his nostrils, is not that constraint? And be assured that even had I to bind you and take you bound to Kyedani among dragoons, that would be for your good. Just think, insurgent soldiers are wandering about and committing lawless deeds, peasants are mustering, Swedish troops are approaching, and do you think to save yourself from accident in the uproar, or that some of these will not come to-day or to-morrow, plunder and burn your property, and attack your person? Is Billevich a fortress? Can you defend yourself here? What does the prince wish you for? Safety, for Kyedani is the only place where you are not in danger. A detachment of the prince's troops will guard your property here as the eyes of their heads from all disorder of soldiers. And if one fork is lost, then take my whole fortune." Billevich began to walk through the room. "Can I trust your word?" At that moment Panna Aleksandra entered the room. Kmita approached her quickly, but suddenly remembered the events at Kyedani, and her cold face fixed him to the floor. He bowed therefore from a distance, in silence. Pan Billevich stood before her. "We have to go to Kyedani," said he. "And for what reason?" asked she. "For the hetman invites." "Very kindly, as a neighbour," added Kmita. "Yes, very kindly," said Billevich, with a certain bitterness. "But if we do not go of our own will, this cavalier has the order to surround us with dragoons and take us by force." "God preserve us from that," said Kmita. "Have not I told you, uncle," asked Panna Aleksandra, "that we ought to flee as far as possible, for they would not leave us here undisturbed? Now my words have come true." "What's to be done? What's to be done? There is no remedy against force," cried Billevich. "True," answered the lady, "but we ought not to go to that infamous house of our own will. Let murderers take us, bind us, and bear us. Not we alone shall suffer persecution, not us alone will the vengeance of traitors reach, but let them know that we prefer death to infamy." Here she turned with an expression of supreme contempt to Kmita. "Bind us, sir officer, or sir executioner, and take us with horses, for in another way we will not go." The blood rushed to Kmita's face. It seemed for a time that he would burst forth in terrible anger, but he restrained himself. "Ah, gracious lady," said he, with a voice stifled from excitement, "I have not favour in your eyes, since you wish to make me a murderer, a traitor, and a man of violence. May God judge who is right, whether I serving the hetman, or you insulting me as a dog. God gave you beauty, but a heart venomous and implacable. You are glad to suffer yourself, that you may inflict still greater pain on another. You exceed the measure. As I live, you exceed it, and nothing will come of that." "The maiden speaks well," cried Billevich, to whom daring came suddenly. "We will not go of our own will. Take us with dragoons." But Kmita paid no attention whatever to him, so much was he excited, and so deeply touched. "You are in love with the sufferings of people," continued he to Olenka, "and you proclaim me a traitor without judgment, without considering a reason, without permitting me to say a word in my own defence. Let it be so, but you will go to Kyedani, of your own will or against your will, it is all one. There my intentions will become evident. There you will know whether you have justly accused me of wrong. There conscience will tell you who of us was whose executioner. I want no other vengeance. God be with you, but I want that vengeance, and I want nothing more of you, for you have bent the bow to the breaking. There is a serpent under your beauty as under a flower." "We will not go," repeated Billevich, still more resolutely. "As true as life, we will not!" shouted Hudzynski and Dovgird. Kmita turned to them, but he was very pale now, for rage was throttling him, and his teeth chattered as in a fever. "Eh, try now to resist! My horses are to be heard, my dragoons are coming. Will some one say again that he will not go?" In fact the tramp of numerous horses was heard. All saw that there was no help, and Kmita said, "Young lady, within the time that a man could repeat the Lord's Prayer twice, you must be in the carriage, or your uncle will have a bullet in his head." And it was evident that the wild frenzy of anger was taking possession more and more of Pan Andrei. For suddenly he shouted till the panes rattled in the windows, "To the road!" That same instant the door of the front chamber opened quietly, and some strange voice inquired, "To what place, cavalier?" All became as stone from amazement, and every eye was turned to the door, in which stood some small man in armor, and with a naked sabre in his hand. Kmita retreated a step, as if he had seen an apparition. "Pan Volodyovski!" cried he. "At your service," answered the little man, and he advanced into the middle of the chamber. After him entered in a crowd Mirski, Zagloba, Pan Yan, Pan Stanislav, Stankyevich, Oskyerko, and Rokovalski. "Ha!" cried Zagloba. "The Cossack caught Tartar, and the Tartar holds him by the head." Billevich began to speak. "Whoever you are, gentlemen, save a citizen whom, in spite of law, birth, and office, they wish to arrest and confine. Save, brothers, the freedom of a noble, whoever you may be." "Fear not," answered Volodyovski. "The dragoons of this cavalier are already in fetters, and now he needs rescue himself more than you do." "But a priest most of all," added Zagloba. "Sir Knight," said Volodyovski, turning to Kmita, "you have no luck with me. A second time I stand in your way. You did not expect me?" "I did not. I thought you were in the hands of the prince." "I have just slipped out of those hands. This is the road to Podlyasye. But enough! The first time that you bore away this lady, I challenged you to sabres, is it not true?" "True," answered Kmita, reaching involuntarily to his head. "Now it is another affair. Then you were given to fighting, a thing usual with nobles, and not bringing the last infamy. To day you do not deserve that an honest man should challenge you." "Why is that?" asked Kmita, and raising his proud head, he looked Volodyovski straight in the eye. "You are a traitor and a renegade," answered Volodyovski, "for you have cut down, like an executioner, honest soldiers who stood by their country. For it is through your work that this unhappy land is groaning under a new yoke. Speaking briefly, prepare for death, for as God is in heaven, your last hour has come." "By what right do you judge and execute me?" inquired Kmita. "Gracious sir," answered Zagloba, seriously, "say your prayers instead of asking us about a right. But if you have anything to say in your defence, say it quickly, for you will not find a living soul to take your part. Once, as I have heard, this lady here present begged you from the hands of Pan Volodyovski, but after what you have done now, she will surely not take your part." Here the eyes of all turned involuntarily to Panna Aleksandra, whose face at that moment was as if cut from stone, and she stood motionless, with downcast lids, icy cold, but she did not advance a step or speak a word. The voice of Kmita broke the silence. "I do not ask that lady for intercession." Panna Aleksandra was silent. "This way!" called Volodyovski, turning towards the door. Heavy steps were heard, followed by the gloomy rattle of spurs, and 6 soldiers, with Yuzva Butrym in front, entered the room. "Take him!" commanded Volodyovski. "Lead him outside the village, and put a bullet in his head." The heavy hand of Butrym rested on the collar of Kmita; after that 2 other hands. "Do not let them drag me like a dog," said Kmita to Volodyovski. "I will go myself." Volodyovski nodded to the soldiers, who released him at once, but surrounded him, and he walked out calmly, not speaking to any man, only whispering his prayers. Panna Aleksandra went out also, through the opposite door to the adjoining rooms. She passed the first and the second, stretching out her hand in the darkness before her. Suddenly her head whirled, the breath failed in her bosom, and she fell, as if dead, on the floor. Among those who were assembled in the first room, a dull silence reigned for some time. At last Billevich broke it. "Is there no mercy for him?" asked he. "I am sorry for him," answered Zagloba, "for he went manfully to death." To which Mirski said, "He shot a number of officers out of my squadron, besides those whom he slew in attack." "And from mine too," added Stankyevich. "And he cut up almost all of Nyevyarovski's men." "He must have had orders from Radzivill," said Zagloba. "Gentlemen," said Billevich, "you bring the vengeance of Radzivill on my head. You must flee. We are going to Podlyasye, for there the squadrons have risen against traitors. Go with us, there is no other help. You can take refuge in Byalovye, where a relative of Pan Skshetuski is the king's hunter. There no one will find you." "But my property will be lost." "The Commonwealth will restore it to you." "Pan Michael," said Zagloba suddenly, "I will gallop off and see if there are not some orders of the hetman on that unfortunate man. You remember what I found on Roh Kovalski." "Mount a horse, there is time yet. Later the papers will be bloody. I ordered them to take him beyond the village, so that the lady might not be alarmed by the rattle of muskets, for women are sensitive and given to fright." Zagloba went out, and after a while the tramp of the horse on which he rode away was heard. Volodyovski turned to the host. "What is the lady doing?" "Beyond doubt she is praying for that soul which must go before God." "May the Lord give him eternal rest," said Pan Yan. "Were it not for his willing service with Radzivill, I should be the first to speak in his favor. But if he did not wish to stand by his country, he might at least not have sold his soul to Radzivill." "That is true," added Volodyovski. "He is guilty and deserves what has come upon him," said Pan Stanislav. "But I would that Radzivill were in his place, or Opalinski. Oh, Opalinski!" "Of how far he is guilty you have best proof here," put in Oskyerko. "This lady, who was his betrothed, did not find a word in his favor. I saw clearly that she was in torment, but she was silent, for how could she take the part of a traitor?" "She loved him once sincerely, I know that," said Billevich. "Permit me, gentlemen, to go and see what has befallen her, as this is a grievous trial for a woman." "Make ready for the road," cried the little knight, "for we shall merely give rest to the horses. We move farther. Kyedani is too near this place, and Radzivill must have returned already." "Very well," said the noble, and he left the room. After a while his piercing cry was heard. The knight sprang toward the sound, not knowing what had happened. The servants also ran in with the lights, and they saw Billevich raising Olenka, whom he had found lying senseless on the floor. Volodyovski sprang to help him, and together they placed her on the sofa. She gave no sign of life. They began to rub her. The old housekeeper ran in with cordials, and at last the young lady opened her eyes. "Nothing is the matter," said the old housekeeper. "Go ye to that room. We will take care of her." Billevich conducted his guests. "Would that this had not happened," said the anxious host. "Could you not take that unfortunate with you, and put him out of the way somewhere on the road, and not on my place? How can I travel now, how flee, when the young woman is barely alive, on the brink of serious illness?" "The illness is all over now," answered Volodyovski. "We will put the lady in a carriage, and you must both flee, for the vengeance of Radzivill spares no man." "The lady may recover quickly," said Pan Yan. "A comfortable carriage is ready, with horses attached, for Kmita brought it with him," said Volodyovski. "Go and tell the lady how things are, and that it is impossible to delay flight. Let her collect her strength. We must go, and before to morrow morning Radzivill's troops may be here." "True," answered Billevich. "I go." He went, and after a while returned with his niece, who had not only collected her strength, but was already dressed for the road. She had a high color on her face, and her eyes were gleaming feverishly. "Let us go, let us go!" repeated she, entering the room. Wołodyjowski went out on the porch for a moment to send men for the carriage. Then he returned, and all began to make ready for the road. Before a quarter of an hour had passed, the roll of wheels was heard outside the windows, and the stamping of horses' hoofs on the pavement, with which the space before the entrance was covered. "Let us go," said Olenka. "To the road!" cried the officers. That moment the door was thrown open, and Zagloba burst into the room like a bomb. "I have stopped the execution," cried he. Olenka, from being ruddy, became in one moment as white as a chalk. She seemed ready to faint again, but no one paid attention to her, for all eyes were turned on Zagloba, who was panting like a whale, trying to catch breath. "Have you stopped the execution?" inquired Wołodyjowski. "Why was that?" "Why, let me catch my breath. This is why. Without Kmita, without that honourable cavalier, we should all of us be hanging on trees at Kyedani. Ugh! We wanted to kill our benefactor, gentlemen. Ugh! How can that be?" cried all at once. "How can it be? Read this letter. In it is the answer." Here Zagloba gave a letter to Wołodyjowski. He began to read, stopping every moment and looking at his comrades, for it was in fact the letter in which Radziwill reproached Kmita bitterly because by his stubborn persistence he had freed the colonels and Zagloba from death at Kyedani. "Well, what do you think?" repeated Zagloba at each interval. The letter ended, as we know, with the commission for Kmita to bring Billevich and his niece to Kyedani. Pan Andrei had the letter with him, apparently to show it to the sword-bearer in case of necessity, and it had not come to that. Above all, there remained no shadow of doubt that but for Kmita, the two Skshetuskis, Wołodyjowski and Zagloba, would have been killed without mercy in Kyedani, immediately after the famous treaty with Pontus de la Gardie. "Worthy gentlemen," said Zagloba, "if you wish now to shoot him, as God is dear to me, I will leave your company and know you no longer." "There is nothing more to be said here," replied Wołodyjowski. "Ah!" said Skshetuski, seizing his head with both hands, "what a happiness that father read that letter at once, instead of bringing it to us." "They must have fed you with starlings from childhood," cried Mirski. "Ha! What do you say to that?" asked Zagloba. "Every one else would have put a bullet in his head, but the moment they brought me the paper which they found on him, something touched me, because I have by nature a universal curiosity. Two men were going ahead of me with lanterns, and they were already in the field. Said I to them, 'Give me light here, let me know what is in this.' I began to read. I tell you, gentlemen, there was darkness before me, as if some man had thumped my bald head with his fists. 'In God's name,' said I, 'why did you not show this letter?' And he answered, 'Because it did not suit me.' Such a haughty fellow, even at the point of death. But didn't I seize him, embrace him? 'Benefactor,' cried I, 'without you the crows would have eaten us already.' I gave orders to bring him back and lead him here, and I almost drove the breath out of the horse to tell you what had happened as quickly as possible. Ugh! That is a wonderful man, in whom it is clear as much good as evil resides," said Pan Stanislav. "If such would not—" But before he had finished, the door opened, and the soldiers came in with Kmita. "You are free," said Wołodyjowski at once, "and while we are alive none of us will attack you. What a desperate man you are, not to show us that letter immediately! We would not have disturbed you." Here he turned to the soldiers. "Withdraw, and every man to horse." The soldiers withdrew, and Pan Andrei remained alone in the middle of the room. He had a calm face, but it was gloomy, and he looked at the officers standing before him, not without pride. "You are free," repeated Wołodyjowski. "Go whithersoever you please, even to Radziwill, though it is painful to see a man of honourable blood aiding a traitor to this country." "Reflect well," answered Kmita, "for I say beforehand that I shall go nowhere else but to Radziwill." "Join us, let the thunderbolt crush that tyrant of Kyedani!" cried Zagloba. "You will be to us a friend and dear comrade. The country, your mother, will forgive your offences against her." "It is no use," said Kmita, with energy. "God will decide who serves the country better. You who begin civil war on your own responsibility, or I, serving a lord who alone can save this ill-fated commonwealth. Go your own way, I will go mine. It is not time to convert you, and the attempt is vain. But I tell you from the depth of my soul that you are ruining the country, you who stand in the way of its salvation. I do not call you traitors, for I know that your intentions are honourable. But this is the position. The country is perishing. Radziwill stretches a hand to it, and you thrust swords into that hand, and in blindness make traitors of him and all those who stand by him." "As God is true," said Zagloba, "if I had not seen how manfully you went to meet death, I should think that terror had disturbed your mind. To whom have you given oath? To Radziwill or Yan Kazimir? To Sweden or the Commonwealth? You have lost your wits." "I knew that it would be vain to attempt to convert you. Farewell." "But wait," said Zagloba, "for here is a question of importance. Tell me, did Radziwill promise that he would spare us when you interceded for us in Kyedani?" "He did," said Kmita. "You were to remain during the war in Birji. Know now your Radziwill, who betrays not only the country, not only the king, but his own servants." When he had said this, Zagloba gave the hetman's letter to Kmita. He took it, and began to run over it with his eyes, and, as he read, the blood came to his face, and a blush of shame for his own leader covered his forehead more and more. All at once he crushed the letter in his hand and threw it on the floor. "Farewell," said he. "Better I had perished at your hands," and he went out of the room. "Gentlemen," said Pan Yan, after a moment's silence, "an affair with that man is difficult, for he believes in his Radziwill as a Turk in Mohammed. I thought myself, as you do, that he was serving him for profit or ambition, but that is not the case. He is not a bad man, only an erring one." "If he has had faith in his Mohammed hitherto, I have undermined that faith infernally," said Zagloba. "Did you see how he threw down the letter as soon as he had read it? There will be no small work between them, for that cavalier is ready to spring at the eyes not only of Radziwill but the devil. As God is dear to me, if a man had given me a herd of Turkish horses, I should not be so well pleased as I am at having saved him from death." "It is true he owes his life to you," said Billevich. "No one will deny that." "God be with him," said Wołodyjowski. "Let us take counsel what to do." "But what? Mount and take the road? The horses have rested a little," answered Zagloba. "True, we should go as quickly as possible. Are you going with us?" asked Mirski of the sword bearer. "I cannot remain here in peace. I must go. But if you wish to take the road at once, gentlemen, I say sincerely that it is not convenient to tear away with you now. Since that man has left here alive, they will not burn me up immediately, neither will they kill any one. And before such a journey it is necessary to provide oneself with this thing and that. God knows when I shall return. It is necessary to make one arrangement and another, to secrete the most valuable articles, send my cattle to the neighbours, pack trunks. I have also a little ready money, which I would take with me. I shall be ready tomorrow at daybreak, but to go now, in seize-grab fashion, I cannot." "On our part we cannot wait, for the sword is hanging over our head," said Volodyovski. "And where do you wish to take refuge?" "In the wilderness, as you advised. At least, I shall leave the maiden there, for I am not yet old, and my poor sabre may be of use to the country and the king. Farewell. God grant us to meet in better times. God reward you, gentlemen, for coming to rescue me. Doubtless we shall see one another in the field. Good health! Happy journey!" They began to take farewell of one another, and then each came to bow down before Panna Billevich. "You will see my wife and little boys in the wilderness. Embrace them for me, and bloom in good health," said Pan Yan. "Remember at times the soldier, who, though he had no success in your eyes, is always glad to bend the skies for you." After them others approached, and last Zagloba. "Receive, charming flower, farewell from an old man too. Embrace Pani Skshetuski and my little stumps. They are boys in 100. Instead of an answer, Olenka seized his hand and pressed it in silence to her lips. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 22. That night, at the latest 2 hours after the departure of Wołodyjowski's detachment, Radziwill himself came to Billeviche at the head of his cavalry. He came to the assistance of Kmita, fearing lest he might fall into the hands of Wołodyjowski. When he learned what had happened, he took the sword-bearer and Olenka and returned to Kyedani, without even giving rest to the horses. The hetman was enraged beyond measure when he heard the story from the mouth of the sword-bearer, who told everything in detail, wishing to turn from himself the attention of the terrible magnate. He dared not protest, for the same reason, against the journey to Kyedani, and was glad in his soul that the storm ended thus. Radziwill, on his part, though suspecting Billeviche of conspiracy, had in fact too many cares to remember the matter at that moment. The escape of Wołodyjowski might change affairs in Podlyasye. Horotkiewicz and Jakub Kmita, who were there at the head of squadrons confederated against the hetman, were good soldiers, but not important, hence the whole confederacy had no weight. But now with Wołodyjowski had fled such men as Mirski, Stankiewicz, and Oskyerko, without counting the little knight himself, all excellent officers, enjoying universal respect. But in Podlyasye was Prince Boguslav also, who with the castle squadrons was opposing the confederates, waiting meanwhile for aid from his uncle the elector. But the elector delayed, evidently waiting for events, and the confederated forces were gaining strength, and adherents came to them every day. For some time the hetman had been wishing to march to Podlyasye himself, and crush the insurgents with one blow, but he was restrained by the thought that let him set foot over the boundary of Jmud, the whole country would rise, and the importance of the Radzivills be reduced in the eyes of the Swedes to zero. The prince was meditating whether it were not better to abandon Podlyasye altogether for the time, and bring Prince Boguslav to Jmud. That was necessary and urgent. On the other hand, threatening news came touching the deeds of Voyevoda of Vityebsk. The hetman had tried to negotiate and bring him over to his plans, but Sapieha sent back the letters unanswered, and besides, as report said, the voidova was selling his effects at auction, disposing of what he could, melting silver into coin, selling his cattle for ready money, pawning tapestry and valuables to the Jews, renting his lands and collecting troops. The hetman, greedy by nature and incapable of making sacrifices of money, refused to believe, at first, that any man would cast his whole fortune, without hesitation, on the altar of the country. But time convinced him that this was really the case, for Sapieha's military power increased daily. Fugitives, settled nobles, patriots gathered around him, enemies of the hetman, and, still worse, his blood relatives, such as Prince Michael Radziwill, of whom news came that he had ordered all the income of his estates still unoccupied by the enemy to be given to the voivoda of Vityebsk. In this way, then, did the edifice, built by the pride of Yanush Radziwill, crack from its foundations and totter. The whole Commonwealth was to find a place in that edifice, but now it appeared in advance that it could not contain even Jmud. The condition was becoming more and more like a vicious circle, for Radziwill might summon against the voivoda of Vityebsk Swedish forces which were occupying the country by degrees, but that would be to acknowledge his own weakness. Besides, the relations of the hetman with the generalissimo of the Swedes were strained, since the affair at Klavany, thanks to the plan of Zagloba, and in spite of all explanations, irritation and distrust reigned between them. The hetman, when setting out to aid Kmita, had hoped that perhaps he might yet seize Wołodyjowski and destroy him. Therefore, when his reckoning was at fault, he returned to Kyedani angry and frowning. It astonished him too that he did not meet Kmita on the road to Billeviche. This happened because Pan Andrei, whose dragoons Wołodyjowski did not fail to take with him, returned alone, and therefore chose the shortest road through the forest, avoiding Plemborg and Eyragoly. After a night spent entirely on horseback, the hetman came back to Kyedani on the following day at noon with his troops, and his first question was about Kmita. He was informed that Pan Andrei had returned, but without soldiers. Of that last circumstance the prince knew already, but he was curious to hear from the lips of Kmita himself the story, therefore he gave command to call him at once. "There was no success for you, as there was none for me," said he, when Kmita stood before him. "The sword bearer told me that you fell into the hands of that little devil." "That is true," answered Kmita. "And my letter saved you?" "Of what letter are you speaking, your highness? For when they had read themselves the one found on me, they read to me in return another letter written to the commandant of Birji." The gloomy face of Radzivill was covered as it were with a bloody skin. "Then do you know?" "I know," answered Kmita, emphatically. "Your highness, how could you act so with me? For a common noble it is a shame to break his word, but what is it for a prince and a leader?" "Silence!" cried Radzivill. "I will not be silent, for before the eyes of those men I had to take your place. They were urging me to join them, but I would not, and said, 'I serve Radzivill, for with him is justice, with him virtue.' Then they showed me that letter. See what a man your Radzivill is! I had to shut my mouth and gulp shame." The hetman's lips began to quiver from fury. A wild desire seized him to wring that insolent head from its shoulders, and he was already raising his hands to clap for the servants. Rage closed his eyes, stopped the breath in his breast, and surely Kmita would have paid dearly for his outburst, were it not for the sudden attack of asthma which at that moment seized the prince. His face grew black, he sprang up from the chair and began to beat the air with his hands. His eyes were coming out of his head, and from his throat rose a hoarse bellow, in which Kmita barely heard the word "choking." At the alarm the servants and the castle physicians ran in. They tried to restore the prince, who had lost consciousness. They roused him in about an hour, and when he showed signs of life Kmita left the room. In the corridor he met Kharlamp, who had recovered from the wounds and bruises received in the battle with Oskyerko's insurgent Hungarians. "What news?" asked Great Mustache. "He has come to himself," answered Kmita. But any day he may not come. Bad for us, Colonel, for when the prince dies they will grind out his deeds on us. My whole hope is in Wołodyjowski. I trust that he will shield his old comrades. Therefore I tell you," here Kharlamp lowered his voice, "that I am glad he escaped." "Was he cornered so closely then?" "What, cornered? From that willow grove in which we surrounded him wolves could not have sprung out, and he sprang out. May the bullets strike him! Who knows that we shall not have to grasp hold of his skirts, for there is something bad about us here. The nobles are turning away terribly from our prince, and all say that they would rather have a real enemy, a Swede, even a Tatar, than a renegade. That is the position, and besides, the prince gives more and more orders to seize and imprison citizens, which, speaking between us, is against law and liberty. To-day they brought in the sword-bearer of Rossyeni." "Have they indeed?" "Yes, with his niece. The lady is a beauty. You are to be congratulated." "Where are they lodged?" "In the right wing. 5 rooms are assigned them. They cannot complain, unless of this, that a guard walks before their doors." "And when will the wedding be, Colonel?" "The music is not yet engaged for it. Farewell." added Kmita. Pan Andrei went from Kharlamp to his own room. A sleepless night with its stormy events and his last meeting with the prince had wearied him to such a degree that he was barely able to stand. And as every touch caused pain to the wearied, bruised body, so had he a soul full of anguish. Kharlamp's simple question, "When will the wedding be?" pierced him sorely, for before his eyes at once appeared, as if alive, the icy face of Olenka, and her fixed lips when their silence confirmed the death sentence against him. Even a word from her would have saved him. Wołodyowski would have respected it. All the sorrow and pain which Kmita felt at that moment consisted in this, that she did not say a word. Still she had not hesitated to save him twice before. Such now was the precipice between them, so utterly quenched in her heart was not merely love, but simple kind feeling, which it was possible to have even for a stranger, simple pity, which is incumbent to have for every one. The more Kmita thought over this, the more cruel did Olenka seem to him, the greater his complaint against her, and the deeper his wrong. "What have I done of such character," asked he of himself, "that I am scorned like one cursed by the church? Even if it were evil to serve Radzivill, still I feel innocent, since I can answer on my conscience that not for promotion, not for gain, nor for bread do I serve him, but because I see profit to the country from my service. Why am I condemned without trial? Well, well, let it be so. I will not go to clear myself of uncommitted offences, nor to beg love," repeated he for the 1000th time. Still the pain did not cease, it increased. On returning to his quarters, Pan Andrei cast himself on the bed and tried to sleep. But he could not. Despite all his weariness, after a while he rose and began to walk through the room. From time to time he raised his hands to his forehead and said aloud to himself, "Oh, the heart of that woman is hard!" And again, "I did not expect that of you, young lady. May God reward you!" In these meditations an hour passed, and a second. At last he tired himself out and began to doze, sitting on the bed. But before he fell asleep an attendant of Radzivill, Pan Skilantz, roused him and summoned him to the prince. Radzivill felt better already and breathed more freely, but on his leaden face could be seen a great weakening. He sat in a deep armchair, covered with leather, having before him a physician whom he sent out immediately after Kmita entered. "I had one foot in the other world, and through you," said he to Pan Andrei. "Your highness, it was not my fault. I said what I thought." "Let no further mention be made of this, but do not add to the weight of the burden which I bear. And know this, that what I have forgiven you I would not forgive another." Kmita was silent. "If I gave order," added the prince after a while, "to execute in Birji these men whom at your request I pardoned in Kyedani, it was not because I wanted to deceive you, but to spare you pain. I yielded apparently because I have a weakness for you, but their death was imperative. Am I an executioner, or do you think that I spill blood merely to feast my eyes on red? But when older you will know that if a man would achieve anything in this world, he is not free to sacrifice great causes to smaller. It was imperative that these men should die here in Kyedani, for see what has happened through your prayers. Resistance is increased in the country, civil war begun, friendship with the Swedes is strained, an evil example given to others, from which mutiny is spreading like a plague. More than this, I had to go on a later expedition in my own person, and be filled with confusion in the presence of the whole army. You came near death at their hands, and now they will go to Podlyasye and become chiefs of an uprising. Behold and learn. If they had perished in Kyedani, nothing of all this would have happened. But when imploring for them, you were thinking only of your own feelings. I sent them to die at Birji, for I am experienced, I see farther. For I know from practice that whoso in running stumbles, even against a small stone, will easily fall, and whoso falls may not rise again. And the faster he was running, the less likely is he to rise. God save us! What harm these people have done!" "They are not so important as to undo the whole work of your highness. Had they done no more than rouse distrust between me and Pontus, the harm would be incalculable. It has been explained that they, not my men, attacked the Swedes, but the letter with threats which Pontus wrote to me remains, and I do not forgive him that letter. Pontus is brother-in-law of the king, but it is doubtful whether he could become mine, and whether the Radzivill thresholds are not too high for him." "Let your highness treat with the king himself, and not with his servant." "So I intend to do, and if vexation does not kill me, I will teach that little Swede modesty, if troubles do not kill me. And would that that were all, for no one here spares me thorns or pain. It is grievous to me, grievous. Who would believe that I am the man who was at Loyovo, Yekitsa, Mozyr, Turov, Kiev, Berestechko? The whole Commonwealth gazed at me at Vishnyevetski as at two sons. Everything trembled before Hmelnitski, but he trembled before me. And the very men who in time of universal disaster I led from victory to victory, forsake me to-day and raise their hands against me as against a parricide." "But all are not thus, for there are some who believe in your highness yet," said Kmita, abruptly. "They believe till they stop," added Radzivill, with bitterness. "Great is the love of the nobles. God grant that I be not poisoned by it. Stab after stab does each one of you give me, though it occurs not to any that—" "Consider intentions, not words, your highness." "I give thanks for the counsel. Henceforth I will consider carefully what face each common man shows me, and endeavor with care to please all." "Those are bitter words, your highness." "But is life sweet? God created me for great things, and look at me. I must wear out my powers in district struggles, which village might wage against village. I wanted to measure myself with mighty monarchs, and I have fallen so low that I must hunt some Wołodyowski through my own estates. Instead of astonishing the world with my power, I astonish it with my weakness. Instead of paying for the ashes of Vilna with the ashes of Moscow, I have to thank you for digging trenches around Kyedani. Oh, it is narrow for me, and I am choking, not alone because the asthma is throttling me, helplessness is killing me, inactivity is killing me. It is narrow for me and heavy for me. Do you understand?" "I thought myself that affairs would go differently," answered Kmita, gloomily. Radzivill began to breathe with effort. "Before another crown can come to me, they have crowned me with thorns. I commanded the minister, Aders, to look at the stars. He made a figure and said that the conjunctions were evil, but that they would pass. Meanwhile I am suffering torments. In the night there is something which will not let me sleep. Something walks in the room. Faces of some kind stare at me in the bed, and at times a sudden cold comes. This means that death is walking around me. I am suffering. I must be prepared for more treason and apostasy, for I know that there are men still who waver." "There are no longer such," answered Kmita, "for whoso was to go has gone. Do not deceive yourself. You see that the remnant of the Polish people are beginning to take thought." Kmita remembered what he had heard from Kharlamp and was silent. "Never mind," continued Radzivill. "It is oppressive and terrible, but it is necessary to endure. Tell no one of what you have heard from me. It is well that this attack came to-day, for it will not be repeated. And especially to-day I need strength, for I wish to have a feast, and show a glad face to strengthen the courage of people. And do you brighten your face and tell nothing to any man, for what I say to you is for this purpose only, that you at least refrain from tormenting me. Anger carried me away to-day. Be careful that this happen not again, for it is a question in your head. But I have forgiven you. Of those trenches with which you surrounded Kyedani, Peterson himself would not be ashamed. Go now and send me Myeleshko. They have brought in deserters from his squadron, common soldiers. I shall order them hanged to a man. We need to give an example. Farewell. It must be joyful to-day in Kyedani." End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. The Deluge, Volume 1, by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. Chapter 23. The sword-bearer of Rossyeni had a difficult struggle with Panna Aleksandra before she consented to go to that feast which the hetman had prepared for his people. He had to implore almost with tears the stubborn, bold girl, and swear that it was a question of his head, that all, not only the military, but citizens dwelling in the region of Kyedani, as far as Radzivill's hand reached, were obliged to appear under terror of the prince's wrath. How then could they oppose who were subject to the favour and disfavour of the terrible man? Olenka, not to endanger her uncle, gave way. The company was really not small, for he had forced many of the surrounding nobles to come with their wives and daughters. But the military were in the majority, and especially officers of the foreign regiments, who remained nearly all with the prince. Before he showed himself to the guests, he prepared an affable countenance, as if no care had weighed on him previously. He wished with that banquet to rouse courage, not only in his adherents and the military, but to show that most of the citizens were on his side, and only turbulent people opposed the union with Sweden. He did not spare therefore trouble or outlay to make the banquet lordly, that the echo of it might spread as widely as possible through the land. Barely had darkness covered the country when hundreds of barrels were set on fire along the road leading to the castle and in the courtyard. From time to time cannons were thundering, and soldiers were ordered to give forth joyous shouts. Carriages and covered wagons followed one another on the road, bringing personages of the neighbourhood, and the cheaper, smaller nobility. The courtyard was filled with equipages, horses, and servants, who had either come with guests or belonged to the town. Crowds dressed in velvet, brocade, and costly furs filled the so-called Golden Hall. And when the prince appeared at last, all glittering from precious stones, and with a welcoming smile on his face, usually gloomy, and besides wrinkled at that time by sickness, the first officers shouted in one voice, "Long live the Prince Hetman! Long live the Voivoda of Vilna!" Radzivill cast his eyes suddenly on the assembled citizens, wishing to convince himself whether they repeated the cries of the soldiers. In fact, a few tens of voices from the most timid breasts repeated the cry. The prince, on his part, began at once to bow, and to thank them for the sincere and unanimous love. "With you, gracious gentlemen," said he, "we will manage those who would destroy the country. God reward you! God reward you!" And he went around through the hall, stopped before acquaintances, not sparing titles in his speech. Lord Brother, dear neighbour, and more than one gloomy face grew bright under the warm rays of the magnate's favour. "But is it not possible," said those who till recently looked on his deeds with dislike, "that such a lord, such a lofty senator should wish ill to his country? Either he could not act differently from what he has acted, or there is some secret in this which will come out for the good of the Commonwealth. In fact, we have more rest already from one enemy who does not wish to light about us with the Swedes. God grant that it all turn out for the best." Some, however, shook their heads, or said with a look to one another, "We are here because they put the knife to our throats." But these were silent. Meanwhile others, more easily brought over, said in loud voices to be heard by the prince, "It is better to change the king than ruin the Commonwealth. Let the kingdom think of itself, but we will think of ourselves. Besides, who has given us an example, if not Great Poland? Extrema necessitas, extremis nititur rationibus, tentata omnia." Let us put all confidence in our prince and trust him in everything. Let him have Lithuania and the government in his hands. He deserves both. If he will not save us, we perish. In him is salvation. He is nearer to us than Yan Kazimir, for he is our blood. Radzivill caught with an eager ear those voices, dictated by fear or flattery, and did not consider that they came from the mouths of weak persons, who in danger would be the first to desert him, from the mouths of persons whom every breath of wind might bend as a wave.
and he was charmed with those expressions, and tempted himself, or his own conscience, repeating from the maxims he had heard that which seemed to excuse him the most: extrema necessitas, extremis nititur rationibus. But when passing a large group of nobles, he heard from the lips of Pan Yujits, "He is nearer to us than Yan Kazimir," his face grew bright altogether. To compare him with the king, and then to prefer him, flattered his pride. He approached Pan Yujits at once and said, "You are right, brothers, for in Yan Kazimir, in one pot of blood, there is a quart of Lithuanian. But in me there is nothing but Lithuanian. If hitherto the court has commanded the potful, it depends on you, brothers, to change that condition." "We are ready to drink a potful to your health," answered Pan Yujits. "You have struck my mind. Rejoice, brothers, I would gladly invite hither all Lithuania." "It would have to be trimmed still better," said Pan Shchanyetski of Dalnovo, a bold man, and cutting with the tongue as with the sword. "What do you mean by that?" asked the prince, fixing his eyes on him. "That the heart of your highness is wider than Kyedani." Radzivill gave a forced laugh and went farther. At this moment the marshal of the castle approached him with the announcement that the banquet was ready. Crowds began to flow like a river after the prince to the same hall in which not long before the union with Sweden was declared. The marshal seated the guests according to dignity, calling each one by name and rank. But it was evident that the orders of the prince had been issued in advance on this point, for Kmita's place was between Billevich and Panna Aleksandra. The hearts jumped in both when they heard their names called in succession, and both hesitated at the first moment, but it occurred to them that to refuse would be to draw on themselves the eyes of all present, therefore they sat side by side. They were angry and ill at ease. Pan Andrei determined to be as indifferent as if a stranger were sitting next to him, but soon he understood that he could not be so indifferent, that his neighbor was not such a stranger that they could begin an extraordinary conversation. But both saw that in the throng of persons of the most varied feelings, interests, and passions, he thinks only of her and she of him. For this very reason it was awkward for them. They would not and could not tell sincerely, clearly, and openly what lay on their hearts. They had the past, but no future. Recent feelings, confidence, even acquaintance were all broken. There was nothing between them save the feeling of disappointment and offence. If this link should burst, they would be freer, but time only could bring forgetfulness. It was too soon for that. For Kmita it was so disagreeable that he almost suffered torments. Still he would not have yielded, for anything in the world, the place which the marshal had given him. He caught with his ear the rustle of her dress, he watched every movement of hers, he watched while feigning not to watch. He felt the warmth beating from her, and all this caused him a certain painful delight. At the same moment he discovered that she, too, was equally on the alert, though she was as if not paying attention. An unconquerable desire of looking at her drew him on, and therefore he glanced sideways until he saw her clear forehead, her eyes covered with dark lashes, and her fair face not touched by paint, as were those of other ladies. For him there had always been something attractive in that face, so that the heart in the poor knight was shivering from sorrow and pain. To think that such animosity could find a place with such beauty, thought he. But the offence was too deep, hence he added soon in his soul, "I've nothing to do with you, let some other man take you." And he felt suddenly that if that other were merely to try to make use of the permission, he would cut him into pieces as small as chopped straw. At the very thought, terrible anger seized him, but he calmed himself when he remembered that he was still alone, that no other was sitting near her, and that no one, at least at that moment, was trying to win her. "I will look at her once more, and turn to the other side," thought he. And again he cast a sidelong glance, but just at that moment she did the same, and both dropped their eyes with all quickness, terribly confused, as if they had been caught in a crime. Panna Aleksandra too was struggling with herself. From all that had happened, from the action of Kmita at Bellevich, from the words of Zagloba and Pan Yan, she learned that Kmita erred, but that he was not so guilty and did not deserve such contempt, such unreserved condemnation, as she had thought previously. Besides, he had saved those worthy men from death, and there was so much in him of a certain grand pride that when he had fallen into their hands, having a letter on his person sufficient to vindicate him, or at least to save him from execution, he did not show that letter, he said not a word, but went to death with head erect. Olenka, reared by an old soldier who placed contempt for death above all virtues, worshipped courage with her whole heart. Therefore she could not resist an involuntary admiration for that stern knightly daring which could be driven from the body only with the soul. She understood also that if Kmita served Radzivill, he did so in perfect good faith. What a wrong, therefore, to condemn him for intentional treason! And still she had put that wrong on him. She had spared him neither injustice nor contempt. She would not forgive him even in the face of death. Right the wrong, said her heart, all is finished between you, but it is thy duty to confess that thou hast judged him unjustly. In this is thy duty to thyself also. But there was in this lady no little pride, and perhaps something of stubbornness. Therefore it came at once to her mind that the cavalier was not worth such satisfaction, and a flush came to her face. If he is not worth it, let him go without it, said her mind. But conscience said further that whether the injured one is worth satisfaction or not, it is needful to give it. But on the other side her pride brought forth continually new arguments. If, which might be, he was unwilling to listen, she would have to swallow her shame for nothing. And secondly, guilty or not guilty, whether he acts purposely or through blindness, it is enough that he holds with traitors and enemies of the country, and helps them to ruin it. It is the same to the country whether he lacks reason or honesty. God may forgive him, men must and ought to condemn, and the name of the traitor will remain with him. That is true. If he is not guilty, is she not right in despising a man who has not the wit to distinguish wrong from right, crime from virtue? Here anger began to carry the lady away, and her cheeks flushed. I will be silent, she said to herself. Let him suffer what he has deserved. Until I see penitence, I have right to condemn him. Then she turned her glance to Kmita, as if wishing to be convinced whether penitence was yet to be seen in his face. Just then it was that the meeting of their eyes took place, at which both were so shame-stricken. Olenka, it may be, did not see penitence in the face of the cavalier, but she saw pain and suffering. She saw that face pale as after sickness. Therefore deep pity seized her, tears came perforce to her eyes, and she bent still more over the table to avoid betraying emotion. Meanwhile the banquet was becoming animated. At first all were evidently under a disagreeable impression, but with the cups came fancy. The bustle increased. At last the prince rose. Gracious gentlemen, I ask leave to speak. The prince wishes to speak. The prince wishes to speak, was called from every side. I raise the first toast to the most serene King of Sweden, who gives us aid against our enemies, and ruling meanwhile this country, will not leave it till he brings peace. Arise, gentlemen, for that health is drunk standing. The guests rose, except the ladies, and filled their glasses, but without shouts, without enthusiasm. Pan Shchanyevsky of Dalnovo muttered something to his neighbors, and they bit their mustaches to avoid laughter. It was evident that he was jeering at the King of Sweden. It was only when the prince raised the other toast to his beloved guests, kind to Kyedani, who had come even from distant places to testify their confidence in the attentions of the host, that they answered him with a loud shout, "We thank you from our hearts. The health of the prince, our Hector of Lithuania. May he live! Long life to the Prince Hetman, our voevoda." Now Pan Yujits, a little drunk already, cried with all the strength of his lungs, "Long life to Janusz I, Grand Prince of Lithuania." Radzivill blushed like a young lady at her betrothal, but remarking that those assembled were stubbornly silent, and looking at him with astonishment, he said, "That is in your power, but your wishes are premature, Pan Yujits, premature. Long live Janusz I, Grand Prince of Lithuania," repeated Pan Yujits, with the stubbornness of a drunken man. Pan Shchanyevsky rose in his turn and raised his glass. "True," he said coolly, "Grand Prince of Lithuania, King of Poland, and Emperor of Germany." Again an interval of silence. Suddenly the company burst into laughter. All were staring, their mustaches were dancing on their reddened faces, and laughter shook their bodies, echoed from the arches of the hall and lasted long, and as suddenly as it rose, so suddenly did it die on the lips of all at sight of the hetman's face, which was changing like a rainbow. Radziwill restrained the terrible anger which had seized his breast, and said, "Low jests, Pan Shchanyetski." The noble pouted, and not at all disconcerted answered, "That also is an elective throne, and we cannot wish your highness too much. If, as a noble, your highness may become king of Poland, as a prince of the Gorman Empire you might be raised to the dignity of emperor. It is as far or near for you to the one as to the other, and who does not wish this to you, let him rise. I will meet him with the sabre." Here he turned to the company. "Rise whoso does not wish the crown of the German Empire to the Voivode of Vilna." Of course no one rose. They did not laugh either, for in the voice of Pan Shchanyetski there was so much insolent malice that an involuntary disquiet came upon all as to what would happen. Nothing happened, save that the relish for the banquet was spoiled. In vain did the servants of the castle fill the glasses every moment. Wine could not scatter gloomy thoughts in the minds of the banqueters, nor the disquiet increasing every moment. Radziwill concealed his anger with difficulty, for he felt that, thanks to the toast of Pan Shchanyetski, he was belittled in the eyes of the assembled nobles, and that, intentionally or not, that man had forced the conviction on those present that the Voivode of Vilna was no nearer to the throne of Grand Prince than the crown of Germany. Everything was turned into jests, into ridicule, while the banquet was given mainly to accustom men's minds to the coming rule of the Radziwills. What is more, Radziwill was concerned lest this ridicule of his hopes should make a bad impression on the officers, admitted to the secret of his plans. In fact, deep dissatisfaction was depicted on their faces. Granhoff filled glass after glass, and avoided the glance of the prince. Kmita, however, did not drink, but looked at the table before him with frowning brow, as if he were thinking of something, or lighting an eternal battle. Radziwill trembled at the thought that a light might flash into that mind any moment, and bring forth truth from the shadows, and then that officer, who furnished the single link binding the remnants of the Polish squadrons with the cause of Radziwill, would break the link, even if he had at the same time to drag the heart out of his own breast. Kmita had annoyed Radziwill already overmuch, and without the marvellous significance given him by events, he would long since have fallen a victim to his own impetuosity and the wrath of the hetman. But the prince was mistaken in suspecting him of a hostile turn of thought. For Pan Andrei was occupied wholly with Olenka and that deep dissension which separated them. At times it seemed to him that he loved that woman sitting by his side beyond the whole world. Then again he felt such hatred that he would give death to her if he could but give it to himself as well. Life had become so involved that for his simple nature it was too difficult, and he felt what a wild beast feels when entangled in a net from which it cannot escape. The unquiet and gloomy humor of the whole banquet irritated him in the highest degree. It was simply unendurable. The banquet became more gloomy every moment. It seemed to those present that they were feasting under a leaden roof resting on their heads. At that time a new guest entered the hall. The prince, seeing him, exclaimed, "That is Pan Suhanyets, from cousin Boguslav, surely with letters." The newly arrived bowed profoundly. "True, most serene prince, I come straight from Podlyasye. But give me the letters, and sit at the table yourself. The worthy guests will pardon me if I do not defer the reading, though we are sitting at a banquet, for there may be news which I shall need to impart to you. Sir Marshal, pray think of the welcome envoy there." Speaking thus, he took from the hands of Pan Suhanyets a package of letters, and broke the seal of the first in haste. All present fixed curious eyes on his face, and tried to divine the substance of the letter. The first letter did not seem to announce anything favorable, for the face of the prince was filled with blood, and his eyes gleamed with wild anger. "Brothers," said the hetman, "Prince Boguslav reports to me that those men who have chosen to form a confederation rather than march against the enemy at Vilna are ravaging at this moment my villages in Podlyasye. It is easier, of course, to wage war with peasant women in villages. Worthy knights, there is no denying that. Never mind, their reward will not miss them." Then he took the second letter, but had barely cast his eyes on it when his face brightened with a smile of triumph and delight. "The province of Syeradz has yielded to the Swedes," cried he,
and following Great Poland has accepted the protection of Karl Gustav." And after a while another: "This is the latest dispatch. Good for us, worthy gentlemen. Yan Kazimir is beaten at Vidava and Jarnov. The army is leaving him. He is retreating on Cracow. The Swedes are pursuing. My cousin writes that Cracow too must fall." "Let us rejoice, gracious gentlemen," said Shchanyetski with a strange voice. "Yes, let us rejoice," repeated the hetman, without noticing the tone in which Shchanyetski had spoken. And delight issued from the whole person of the prince. His face became in one moment as it were younger, his eyes gained lustre, with hands trembling from happiness he broke the seal of the last letter, looked, became all radiant as the sun, and cried: "Warsaw is taken! Long life to Karl Gustav!" Here he first noticed that the impression which these tidings produced on those present was entirely different from that which he felt himself. For all sat in silence, looking forward with uncertain glance. Some frowned, others covered their faces with their hands. Even couriers of the hetman, even men of weak spirit, did not dare to imitate the joy of the prince at the tidings that Warsaw was taken, that Cracow must fall, and that the provinces, one after the other, would leave their legal king and yield to the enemy. Besides, there was something monstrous in the satisfaction with which the supreme leader of half the armies of the Commonwealth, and one of its most exalted senators, announced its defeats. The prince saw that it was necessary to soften the impression. "Gentlemen," said he, "I should be the first to weep with you, if harm were coming to the Commonwealth. But here the Commonwealth suffers no harm. It merely changes kings. Instead of the ill-fated Yan Kazimir, we shall have a great and fortunate warrior. I see all wars now finished, and enemies vanquished." "Your highness is right," answered Shchanyetski. "Cup for cup, the same thing that Radzieyovski and Opalinsky held forth at XVIII. Let us rejoice, gracious gentlemen! Death to Yan Kazimir!" When he had said this, Shchanyetski pushed back his chair with a rattle and walked out of the hall. "The best of wines that are in the cellar!" cried the prince. The marshal hastened to carry out the order. In the hall it was noisy as in a hive. When the first impression had passed, the nobles began to talk of the news and discuss. They asked Pan Suhanyets for details from Podlyasye and adjoining Mazovia, which the Swedes had already occupied. After a while, pitchy kegs were rolled into the hall and opened. Spirits began to grow brighter and improve by degrees. More and more frequently voices were heard to repeat, "All is over! Perhaps it is for the best! We must bend to fortune! The prince will not let us be wronged! It is better for us than for others! Long life to Janusz Radziwill, our voevoda, hetman, and prince!" "Grand Prince of Lithuania!" cried again Pan Yujits. But at this time neither silence nor laughter answered him, but a number of tens of hoarse throats roared at once, "That is our wish, from heart and soul our wish! Long life to him, may he rule!" The magnate rose with a face as red as purple. "I thank you, brothers," he said seriously. In the hall it had become as suffocating and hot, from lights and the breath of people, as in a bath. Pan Alexandra bent past Kmita to her uncle. "I am weak," said she, "let us leave here." In truth her face was pale, and on her forehead glittered drops of perspiration. But the sword bearer of Rossyeni cast an unquiet glance at the hetman, fearing lest it be taken ill of him to leave the table. In the field he was a gallant soldier, but he feared Radziwill with his whole soul. At that moment, to complete the evil, the hetman say, "He is my enemy who will not drink all my toasts to the bottom, for I am joyful today." "You have heard?" asked Billevich. "Uncle, I cannot stay longer, I am faint," said Olenka, with a beseeching voice. "Then go alone," answered Pan Tomash. The lady rose, wishing to slip away unobserved, but her strength failed, and she caught the side of her chair in her weakness. Suddenly a strong knightly arm embraced her and supported the almost fainting maiden. "I will conduct you," said Pan Andrei. And without asking for permission he caught her form as with an iron hoop. She leaned on him more and more. Before they reached the door she was hanging powerless on his arm. Then he raised her as lightly as he would a child and bore her out of the hall. End of chapter 23.
Chapter 24 of the Deluge, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Deluge, Volume 1 by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah CURTIN. Chapter 24. That evening, after the banquet, Pan Andrzej wished absolutely to see the prince, but he was told that the prince was occupied in a secret interview with Pan Suhoniec. He went therefore early next morning and was admitted at once. "Your Highness," said he, "I have come with a prayer. What do you wish me to do for you?" "I am not able to live here longer. Each day increases my torment. There is nothing for me here in Kyedani. Let your Highness find some office for me. Send me whithersoever it please you. I have heard that regiments are to move against Zolotarenko. I will go with them. Zolotarenko would be glad to have an uproar with us, but he cannot get at us in any way, for Swedish protection is here already, and we cannot go against him without the Swedes. Count Magnus advances with terrible dilatoriness because he does not trust me. But is it so ill for you here in Kyedani at our side? Your Highness is gracious to me, and still my suffering is so keen that I cannot describe it. To tell the truth, I thought everything would take another course. I thought that we should fight, that we should live in fire and smoke, day and night in the saddle. God created me for that. But to sit here, listen to quarrels and disputes, rot in inactivity, or hunt down my own people instead of the enemy, I cannot endure it. Simply, I am unable. I prefer death 100 times. As God is dear to me, this is pure torture. I know whence that despair comes. From love, nothing more. When older, you will learn to laugh at these torments. I saw yesterday that you and that maiden were more and more angry with each other. I am nothing to her, nor she to me. What has been is ended." "But what, did she fall ill yesterday?" "She did." The prince was silent for a moment, then said, "I have advised you already, and I advise you once more. If you care for her, take her. I will give command to have the marriage performed. There will be a little screaming and crying, that's nothing. After the marriage, take her to your quarters, and if next day she still cries, that will be the most." "I beg your Highness for some office in the army, not for marriage," said Kmita roughly. "Then you do not want her?" "I do not. Neither I her, nor she me. Though it were to tear the soul within me, I will not ask her for anything. I only wish to be as far away as possible, to forget everything before my mind is lost. Here there is nothing to do, and inactivity is the worst of all. For trouble gnaws a man like sickness. Remember, your Highness, how grievous it was for you yesterday till good news came. So it is with me today, and so it will be. What have I to do? Seize my head, lest bitter thoughts split it, and sit down? What can I wait for? God knows what kind of times these are, God knows what kind of war this is, which I cannot understand nor grasp with my mind, which causes me still more grief. Now, as God is dear to me, if your Highness will not use me in some way, I will flee, collect a party and fight." "Whom?" asked the prince. "Whom? I will go to Vilna and attack as I did Hovanski. Let your Highness permit my squadron to go with me, and war will begin." "I need your squadron here against internal enemies." "That is the pain, that is the torment. To watch in Kyedani with folded arms, or chase after some Wołodyjowski, whom I would rather have as a comrade by my side." "I have an office for you," said the prince. "I will not let you go to Vilna, nor will I give you a squadron. And if you go against my will, collect a squadron and fight, know that by this you cease to serve me." "But I shall serve the country." "He serves the country who serves me. I have convinced you of that already. Remember also that you have taken an oath to me. Finally, if you go as a volunteer, you will go also from under my jurisdiction, and the courts are waiting for you with sentences. In your own interest, you should not do this." "What power have courts now?" "Beyond Kovno, none. But here, where the country is still quiet, they have not ceased to act.
It is true you may not appear, but decisions will be given, and will weigh upon you until times of peace. Whom they have once declared, they will remember even in 10 years, and the nobles of Lauda will see that you are not forgotten. To tell the truth to your Highness, when it comes to atonement, I will yield. Formerly I was ready to war with the whole Commonwealth, and to win for myself as many sentences as the late Pan Lash, who had a cloak lined with them. But now a kind of gold spot has come out on my conscience. A man fears to wait further than he wished, and mental disquiet touching everything gnaws him." "Are you so squeamish? But a truce to this. I will tell you. If 'tis your wish to go hence, I have an office for you, and a very honourable one. Ganef is creeping into my eyes for this office, and talks of it every day. I have been thinking to give it to him. Still 'tis impossible to do so, for I must have a man of note, not with a trifling name, not a foreigner, but a Pole, who by his very person will bear witness that not all men have left me, that there are still weighty citizens on my side. You are just the man, you have so much good daring, are more willing to make others bend than to bow down yourself." "What is the task?" "To go on a long journey." "I am ready to-day." "And at your own cost, since I am straitened for money. Some of my revenues the enemy have taken, others our own people are ravaging, and no part comes in season. Besides, all the army which I have here has fallen to my expense. Of a certainty the treasurer, whom I have now behind the locked door, does not give me a copper, first because he has not the wish to do so, second because he has not the coin. Whatever public money there is, I take without asking. But is there much? From the Swedes you will get anything sooner than money, for their hands tremble at sight of a farthing." "Your Highness need not explain. If I go, it will be at my own expense." "But it will be necessary to appear with distinction, without sparing." "I will spare nothing." The hetman's face brightened, for in truth he had no ready money, though he had plundered Vilna not long before, and besides he was greedy by nature. It was also true that the revenues from his immense estates, extending from Livonia to Kiev, and from Smolensk to Mazovia, had really ceased to flow in, and the cost of the army increased every day. "That suits me," said he. "Ganov would begin at once to knock on my coffers, but you're another kind of man. Hear then your instructions." "I am listening with care." "First, you will go to Podlyasye. The road is perilous, for the confederates who left the camp are there and acting against me. How you will escape them is your own affair. Yakub Kmita might spare you, but beware of Horotkiewicz, Zhiromsky, and especially of Wołodyjowski with his Lauda men. I have been in their hands already, and no evil has happened to me." "That is well. You will go to Zabludovo, where Pan Harasimovich lives. You will order him to collect what money he can from my revenues, the public taxes, and whensoever it is possible, and send it to me. Not to this place, however, but to Tyltsa, where there are effects of mine already. What goods or property he can pawn, let him pawn. What he can get from the Jews, let him take. Secondly, let him think how to ruin the confederates. But that is not your mission. I will send him instructions under my own hand. You will give him the letter and move straight to Tykotsin, to Prince Boguslav." Here the hetman stopped and began to breathe heavily, for continuous speaking tortured him greatly. Kmita looked eagerly at Radziwill, for his own soul was chafing to go, and he felt that the journey, full of expected adventures, would be balsam to his grief. After a while the hetman continued: "I am astonished that Boguslav is loitering still in Podlyasye. As God is true, he may ruin both me and himself. Pay diligent attention to what he says, for though you will give him my letters, you should supplement them with living speech, and explain that which may not be written. Now understand that yesterday's intelligence was good, but not so good as I told the nobles, not so good in fact as I myself thought at first. The Swedes have the upper hand, it is true. They have occupied Great Poland, Mazovia, Warsaw, the province of Sierets has yielded to them, They are pursuing Yan Kazimir to Cracow, and as God is in heaven, they will besiege the place. Czerniecki is to defend it. He is a newly baked senator, but, I must confess, a good soldier. Who can foresee what will happen? The Swedes, of course, know how to take fortresses, and there was no time to fortify Cracow. Still, that spotted little castellan, Czerniecki, may hold out there a month, 2, 3. Such wonders take place at times, as we all remember in the case of Zbaraj. If he will stand obstinately, the devil may turn everything around. Learn now political secrets. Know first that in Vienna they will not look with willing eye on the growing power of Sweden, and may give aid. The Tartars, too, I know this well, are inclined to assist Yan Kazimir and to move against the Cossacks and Moscow with all force. And then the armies in the Crimea under Potocki would assist. Yan Kazimir is in despair, but tomorrow his fortune may be preponderant. Here the prince was forced to give rest again to his wearied breast, and Pan Andrei experienced a wonderful feeling which he could not himself account for at once. Behold, he, an adherent of Radziwill and Sweden, felt, as it were, a great joy at the thought that fortune might turn from the Swedes. Suhaniec told me, said the prince, how it was at Vidana and Żarnów. There is the first onset, our advanced guard, I mean the Polish, ground the Swedes into the dust. They were not general militia, and the Swedes lost courage greatly. Still victory was with the Swedes, was it not? It was, for the squadrons mutinied against Yan Kazimir, and the nobles declared that they would stand in line, but would not fight. Still it was shown that the Swedes are no better in the field than the quarter soldiers. Only let there be 1 or 2 victories, and their courage may change. Let money come to Yan Kazimir to pay wages, and the troops will not mutiny. Potocki has not many men, but they are sternly disciplined and as resolute as hornets. The Tartars will come with Potocki, but the Elector will not move with his reinforcement. How is that? Boguslav and I concluded that he would enter at once into a league with the Swedes and with us, for we know how to measure his love for the Commonwealth. He is too cautious, however, and thinks only of his own interest. He is waiting to see what will happen. Meanwhile he is entering into a league, but with the Prussian towns, which remain faithful to Yan Kazimir. I think that in this there will be treason of some kind, unless the Elector is not himself, or doubts Swedish success altogether. But until all this is explained, the league stands against Sweden. And let the Swedes stumble in Little Poland, Great Poland and Mazovia will rise, the Prussians will go with them, and it may come to pass. Here the prince shuddered as if terrified at his supposition. What may come to pass? Asked Kmita. That not a Swedish foot will go out of the Commonwealth, answered the prince gloomily. Kmita frowned and was silent. Then, continued the hetman in a low voice, our fortune will have fallen as low as before it was high. Pan Andrei, springing from his seat, cried with sparkling eyes and flushed face, "What is this? Why did your Highness say not long ago that the Commonwealth was lost, that only in league with the Swedes, through the person and future reign of your Highness, could it possibly be saved? What have I to believe, what I heard then or what I hear now? If what your Highness says today is true, why do we hold with the Swedes instead of beating them? And the soul laughs at the thought of this." Radziwill looked sternly at Kmita. "You are overbold," said he. But Kmita was careering on his own enthusiasm as on a horse. "Speak later of what kind of man I am, but now answer my question, your Highness." "I will give this answer," said Radziwill with emphasis. "If things take the turn that I mention, we will fall to beating the Swedes." Pan Andrei ceased distending his nostrils, slapped his forehead with his palm, and cried, "I am a fool! I am a fool!" "I did not deny that," answered the prince. "I will say more. You exceed the measure of insolence. Know then that I send you to note the turns of fortune. I desire the good of the country, nothing else. I have mentioned to you suppositions which may not, which certainly will not come true. But there is need to be cautious. Whoso wishes that the water should not bear him away must know how to swim, and whoso goes through a pathless forest must stop often to know the direction in which he should travel. Do you understand?" "As clearly as sunshine." "We are free to draw back, and we are bound to do so if it will be better for the country. But we shall not be able if Prince Boguslav stays longer in Podlyasye. Has he lost his head, or what? If he stays there, he must declare for one side or the other, either for the Swedes or Yan Kazimir, and that is just what would be worst of all." "I am dull, your highness, for again I do not understand." "Podlyasye is near Mazovia, and either the Swedes will occupy it, or reinforcements will come from the Prussian towns against the Swedes. Then it will be necessary to choose." "But why does not Prince Boguslav choose?" "Until he chooses, the Swedes will seek us greatly and must win our favor. The same is true of the elector. If it comes to retreating and turning against the Swedes, he is to be the link between me and Yan Kazimir. He is to ease my return, which he could not do if previously he had taken the side of the Swedes. But since he will be forced to make a final choice, if he remains in Podlyasye, let him go to Prussia, to Tilza, and wait there for events. The elector stays in Brandenburg. Boguslav will be of greater importance in Prussia. He may take the Prussians in hand altogether, increase his army, and stand at the head of a considerable force. And then both the Swedes and Yan Kazimir will give what we ask in order to win us both, and our house will not only not fall, but will rise higher, and that is the main thing." "Your highness said that the good of the country was the main thing." "But do not break in at every word, since I told you at first that the two are one, and listen further. I know well that Prince Boguslav, though he signed the act of union with Sweden here in Kyedani, does not pass as an adherent of theirs. Though the report will be baseless, do you declare along the road that I forced him to sign it against his heart? People will believe this readily, for it happens frequently that even full brothers belong to different parties. In this way he will be able to gain the confidence of the confederates, invite the leaders to his camp, as if for negotiations, and then seize and take them to Prussia. That will be a good method, and salutary for the country, which those men will ruin completely unless they are stopped." "Is this all that I have to do?" asked Kmita with a certain disillusion. "This is merely a part, and not the most important. From Prince Boguslav you will go with the letters to Karl Gustav himself. I cannot come to harmony with Count Magnus from the time of that battle at Klavany. He looks at me askance, and does not cease from supposing that if the Swedes were to stumble, if the Tartars were to rush at the other enemy, I would turn against the Swedes. By what your highness has said just now, his supposition is correct. Correct or not, I do not wish it held, or wish him to see what trumps I have in my hand. Besides, he is ill disposed towards me personally. Surely he has written more than once against me to the king, and beyond a doubt one of two things, either that I am weak or that I am not reliable. This must be remedied. You will give my letter to the king. If he asks about the Klavany affair, tell the truth, neither adding nor taking away. You may confess that I condemned those officers to death, and you obtained their pardon. That will cost you nothing, but the sincerity may please him. You will not complain against Count Magnus directly in presence of the king, for he is his brother-in-law. But if the king should ask, so, in passing, what people here think, say that they are sorry because Count Magnus does not repay the hetman sufficiently in view of his sincere friendship for the Swedes. That the prince himself, that is I, grieves greatly over this. If he asks if it is true that all the quarter troops have left me, say that it's not true, and as proof offer yourself. Tell him that you are colonel, for you are. Say that the partisans of Pan Gosiewski brought the troops to mutiny, but add that there is a mortal enmity between us. Say that if Count Magnus had sent me cannon and cavalry, I should have crushed the confederates long ago. That this is the general opinion. Finally, take note of everything, give ear to what they are saying near the person of the king, and report, not to me, but, if occasion offers, to Prince Boguslav in Prussia. You may do so even through the elector's men, should you meet them. Perhaps you know German? I had an officer, a noble of Courland, a certain Zend, whom the Lauda men slew. From him I learned German, not badly. I have also been often in Livonia." "That is well. But, your Highness, where shall I find the King of Sweden?" "You will find him where he will be. In time of war he may be here today and there tomorrow. Should you find him at Cracow, it would be better, for you will take letters to other persons who live in those parts." "Then I am to go to others?" "Yes. You must make your way to the Marshal of the Kingdom, Pan Lubomirski. It is of great moment to me that he come to our views. He is a powerful man, and in Little Poland much depends on him. Should he declare sincerely for the Swedes, Yan Kazimir would have no place in the Commonwealth. Conceal not from the King of Sweden that you are going from me to Lubomirski to win him for the Swedes. Do not boast of this directly, but speak as it were inadvertently. That will influence him greatly in my favor. God grant that Lubomirski declare for us. He will hesitate, that I know. Still I hope that my letters will turn the scale, for there is a reason why he must care greatly for my good will. I will tell you the whole affair, that you may know how to act. You see, Pan Lubomirski has been coming around me for a long time, as men go around a bear in a thicket, and trying from afar to see if I would give my only daughter to his son Heraclius. They are children yet, but the contract might be made, which is very important for the Marshal, more than for me, since there is not another such heiress in the Commonwealth, and if the two fortunes were united, there would not be another such in the world. That is a well-buttered toast. But if the Marshal were to conceive the hope that his son might receive the crown of the Grand Principality as the dower of my daughter, rouse that hope in him, and he will be tempted, as God is in heaven, for he thinks more of his house than he does of the Commonwealth. What have I to tell him? That which I cannot write, but it must be placed before him with skill. God preserve you from disclosing that you have heard from me how I desire the crown. It is too early for that yet. But say, all the nobles in Lauda and Lithuania talk of crowning Radziwill and rejoice over it. The Swedes themselves mention it. I have heard it near the person of the king. You will observe who of his courtiers is the Marshal's confidant, and suggest to that courtier the following thought: let Lubomirski join the Swedes, and ask in return the marriage of Heraclius and Radzivill's daughter. Then let him support Radziwill as Grand Prince. Heraclius will be Radzivill's heir. That is not enough. Suggest also that once Heraclius has the Lithuanian crown, he will be elected in time to the throne of Poland, and so the two crowns may be united again in these two families. If they do not grasp at this idea with both hands, they will show themselves petty people. Whoso does not aim high and fears great plans should be content with a little baton, with a small castellanship. Let him serve, bend his neck, gain favor through chamber attendants, for he deserves nothing better. God has created me for something else, and therefore I dare to stretch my hands to everything which is in the power of man to reach, and to go to those limits which God alone has placed to human effort. Here the prince stretched his hands as if wishing to seize some unseen crown, and gleamed up altogether, like a torch. From emotion the breath failed in his throat again. After a while he calmed himself and said with a broken voice, "Behold, where my soul flies, as if to the sun. Disease utters its warning, let it work its will. I would rather death found me on the throne than in the antechamber of a king." "Shall the physician be called?" asked Kmita. Radziwill waved his hand. "No need of him. I feel better now. That is all I had to say. In addition, keep your eyes open, your ears open. See also what the Pototskis will do. They hold together, are true to the Vazas, that is, to Yan Kazimir, and they are powerful. It is not known either how the Koniecpolskis and Sobieskis will turn. Observe and learn. Now the suffocation is gone. Have you understood everything clearly?" "Yes. If I err, it will be my own fault. I have letters written already. Only a few remain. When do you wish to start?" "Today, as soon as possible." "Have you no request to make?" Your Highness, began Kmita, and stopped suddenly. The words came from his mouth with difficulty, and on his face constraint and confusion were depicted. Speak boldly, said the hetman. I pray, said Kmita, that Billevich and she suffer no harm while here. Be certain of that, but I see that you love the girl yet. Impossible, answered Kmita. Do I know? An hour I love her, an hour I hate her. The devil alone knows. All is over, as I have said, suffering only is left. I do not want her, but I do not want another to take her. Your Highness, pardon me, I know not myself what I say. I must go with all haste. Pay no heed to my words. God will give back my mind the moment I have gone through the gate. I understand that, because to love has grown cold with time. Though not wanting her yourself, the thought that another might take her burns you. But be at rest on that point, for I will let no man come here, and as to going away, they will not go. Soon it will be full of foreign soldiers all around, and unsafe. Better I will send her to Tanrogi near Tylce, where my daughter is. Be at rest, Jędrek. Go, prepare for the road, and come to me to dine. Kmita bowed and withdrew, and Radziwill began to draw deep breaths. He was glad of the departure of Kmita. He left him his squadron and his name as an adherent. For his person the prince cared less. But Kmita, in going, might render him notable services. In Kyedani he had long since grown irksome to the hetman, who was surer of him at a distance than near at hand. The wild courage and temper of Kmita might at any instant bring an outburst in Kyedani, and a rupture very dangerous for both. The departure put danger aside. "Go, incarnate devil, and serve!" muttered the prince, looking at the door through which the banneret of Orsha had passed. Then he called a page and summoned Ganov. "You will take Kmita's squadron," said the prince to him, "and command over all the cavalry. Kmita is going on a journey." Over the cold face of Ganov there passed, as it were, a ray of joy. The mission had missed him, but a higher military office had come. He bowed in silence and said, "I will pay for the favor of your Highness with faithful service." Then he stood erect and waited. "And what will you say further?" asked the prince. "Your Highness, a noble from Wilkomir came this morning with news that Pan Sapieha is marching with troops against your Highness." Radziwill quivered, but in the twinkle of an eye he mastered his expression. "You may go," said he to Ganov. Then he fell into deep thought. End of chapter 24.